All right, we're all down here.
Okay, right. Is the screen going to show what those?
I think we're going to get the program.
Okay.
Go with live, please.
So we weren't.
We should see. You should see the full. Yeah, because if they pull the live stream off of a full ride, like what's the?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I won't come out.
Yeah.
Ride, and then try to like do a highlight in the middle of the ride. And
Yeah.
wait, but what's actually happening?
So.
I can sit on this guy here.
Yes, sir.
Live now. So
Okay.
if you guys start with an introduction and stuff.
We'll jump on. We'll get it going.
And you're going to be
Here you go, Zach. You put.
commentating the live stream right next to us. Okay. Is that right? You guys are commentating
Yeah,
for
it's
the live stream.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is approximately 10:40-ish, not a little less than that, here at Columbus. If you are just joining us, we are starting up the live stream. I am Hojo, joined by Zach.
Welcome, welcome.
There we go. We are getting underway for this 2022 Freestyle World Cup. I suspect if you've stumbled on this, you know why you're here. But this World Cup here in beautiful Columbus, Georgia, is going to go off World Cup #1 today. Zach, tell us a little bit about this feature in front of us.
So this feature right here, it's called Ambush. It's sort of a small little wave, a lot of power to it, not too much verticality. So it requires a lot of muscling your boat around. So you're going to see a lot of smaller tricks, but you're also going to see an interesting mix of hole moves and wave tricks combined and put together in one ride, which will be really interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be nice. So, tell you a little bit here. We're in Columbus, largest city in Georgia, behind Atlanta, with 206,000 residents here. Right here, the river before us, this is the Chattahoochee, and it spans actually from north of Atlanta all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And for 150 years, the river in this region had 2 hydro dams powering several textiles mills. After the last mill closed in 2000, the civic leaders here, along with the Corps of Engineers, had a vision to restore the river's natural beauty. So an organization called Uptown Columbus, the business development organization here in town, acquired the actual defunct dams. And 10 years later, with the work of the McLaughlin or Merrick Company, the dams were removed and the river was redesigned with the centerpiece of something called Wave Shaper. Now, we'll see Wave Shaper later on. That's not part of this feature. But this has been a long effort by the city of Columbus to actually revitalize, and what has resulted, Zach, today is the World Cup. All right, as we get ready to go here, we have the first heat. Tell us who we're going to see.
So first heat up is going to be in #1, Clay Wright, Greg LeBeau, Visa Rakola from Finland, Matahu Watari from Japan, and Tigran Brutian from Armenia. We're going to see these guys going off in just a minute here.
Yeah, it's kind of great. We have an Armenian paddler. We don't see Armenia show up to many of these events, so it's going to be kind of nice to see some of these other paddlers. We've had a lot of people sign up for this. Some didn't show. We had several countries online, so it's going to be nice to see the different nations that show up to this. The World Cup, of course, is a cup event, and so how does that differ from World Championships?
So the main difference is there are more than just one event. So in this case, we're going to have this is World Cup #1, and World Cup #2 is going to be about 2 miles downstream on a feature called Good Wave.
Yep.
So one of the other differences is in a World Cup, we don't crown a world champion. That is left to the World Championships. Usually those are alternating years. World Cups 1 year, World Championships the other year. However, this year, due to COVID-related issues in the last couple of years, last year's World Championships were delayed, and they ended up being the Nottingham World Championships this spring or summer. So what you're seeing here on the live is ambush wave. As we were describing earlier, it is a very small but very powerful little feature. It's got an aggressive shoulder on the right where you can throw some pretty impressive wave moves, but it's also fairly retentive, which allows paddlers to throw a lot of hole moves such as McNasties. You might see some phonics monkey attempts. You're definitely going to see some loops throughout the day. But it creates a very different dynamic versus a traditional wave-only feature.
All right, yeah, we are getting here underway. You can see there ahead up here shortly. One of the challenges of these events is all of the infrastructure that goes into place. We definitely have a lot of things to put down, not the least of which is all of the media that you see here that's streaming the live stream. We have, of course, all of the scoring infrastructure. That stuff is all brought over from Spain, a company called Canoe-Kayak helping us out. And so once we get this all set up, it becomes quite an enjoyable event, but man, it's a lot of work.
And this is going to be one of the first, if not, I believe the first event for ICF where judging and scoring are going to be done virtually. So due to the difficulties of transporting all the equipment over to the small space island on in the middle of the river, there is a camera set up on that side with a live feed being beamed right to the other side where all the judges are going to have a perfect visual and they're going to be judging and scoring through a video feed.
Yeah, that's happened at other events across the world, but this is a first for the ICF, so it's going to be kind of nice. So it'll be pretty good. They've got really big monitors, cameras everywhere. It's going to be quite enjoyable. All right. As we wait here for the mark to hit, on my official clock, I've got about 2 minutes. I believe we're going to be on time. Let's talk about a little bit what we're going to see. Now, this is considered an attainable feature. So for you guys at home, attainable or non-attainable actually determines how we're going to run the event. So Zach, tell us a little about what the difference is between attainable and unattainable. What does that mean?
So the primary difference is whether once you flush off the feature, you're allowed to paddle back up within that ride as long as you stay within your time of 45 seconds. In an attainable feature, you can make your way back up and try to continue throwing tricks in that time period. So in this case, as you see, there's a nice little pocket eddy there right. So when you see people flush down, they're going to be within time. They'll be paddling up into that eddy, trying to get back into the feature to score some last-minute tricks.
Exactly. Now, the non-attainable means that once they flush, it will be the end of their ride. That's it. They even if they can get back, they're not allowed to continue. However, typically in non-attainable features, once you flush, you really can't get back. It's a very difficult, or by the time you do, the time's going to expire anyhow. Well, and why that matters is for an attainable feature in the preliminary round that we're seeing here, they're going to get 2 rides, and they're going to add both of those scores together, and that is going to be their score for the preliminary ride. In the non-attainable feature, and this will happen later in the week in World Cup number 2, they get, I believe, 4 rides.
I believe so, yeah.
And they add the 2 best together, so they get extra chances. So in this preliminary round, we're going to see all of the paddlers go. Nobody has been seeded by any particular route, meaning that they've all been randomized. It's a random seeding, and they'll do 2 rides each in this heat, and then the subsequent 6 heats after that, and then we will take a cut, and depending on the numbers, and I believe we have enough, we're going to go to quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals for senior men's is a cut 220.
Correct. Now the quarterfinals will be a slightly different scoring format where they get 3 rides. They will add the best 2 together, but they do get an extra ride, so if they do mess something up in quarterfinals, they get a little bit of a buffer. In semis, it's all or none. You get 2 rides, and that's it. And I just heard, I believe we're getting ready. I see a green flag upstream. Zach,
perfect.
We're going to see none other than Mr. Clay Wright of the United States.
Yeah, he should be dropping into the feature in just a moment here, now that he's got the green flag.
Alrighty, so Clay Wright from the United States. Clay has been on the scene for a long time. He's the purported inventor of the loop. This individual has the ability to throw a lot of wonderful tricks. He's a coach. He's a mentor, and here we go. Clay Wright attaining the feature, going first for that roundhouse to the right.
And I believe that was clean as well.
Nice. Spinning it around. Let's see if he's backing it up. He's just going to shove it back around.
Great control, and he's taking it slow on the first ride. It's one of the things is athletes have had a very difficult time getting a lot of rides in this training week due to the amount of participants here.
It's just been ridiculous. There's maybe a roundhouse or blunt to the left. The blunt and roundhouse differs by the degree of angle on the boat. Beautiful back blunt or roundhouse to the right.
Setting up on that right shoulder, looks going for another back blunt.
And you can see the timer there in the lower left, plus his score. So right now he's got some scores laid down.
Beautiful loop.
Yep, got the front loop, 10 seconds left.
So as we mentioned, you're going to see a lot of a whole mix of hole tricks and wave tricks. So the loop is one of the examples of a hole trick where you plug your nose in and do a full rotation. That looks like it's time for Clay Wright.
Yeah, right on the buzzer now. They can initiate a move while the buzzer's going. They can't do any links after that, so they get the points for that. And it looks like possibly he did that right on the buzzer. So we're looking right now at a 370 some odd point. Now we're going to wait for that score to turn green.
Yeah, so it is a live scoring. So the judges we're seeing the score as the judges put it in their systems. So once the ride is over, you might see a couple adjustments, whether up or down, as they make some alterations or review certain links or technicalities of certain tricks.
All right, next up we have Greg LeBeau of the United States. Oh, check it out on this replay. This is one of the nice things about the live stream.
Yeah, so we're seeing him here looking to set up. He's plugging in for the loop. Again, another very classic wave hole trick, especially for him, the claimed inventor of the loop. All right. So it looks like we're setting up. We're still waiting on the green flag. We're going to be setting up for Greg LeBeau from the United States, our second competitor of the day one of World Cup number 1.
So I don't have any information on Greg as of yet. These athletes are allowed to submit information that we can read about them. So we'll see. And actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's entirely likely that Greg LeBeau is not actually in the eddy. So we're going to check this out. But right now, if you look on the screen, that's Andy Jones. She is the U.S. team leader. So she's in charge of the team, but also the significant other for Clay. So giving him some words of encouragement, showing him this little video feedback, being able to assist.
Athletes are allowed to have one coach on the side, whether for moral support, coaching, video, whatever they choose for. But in this case,
she's definitely showing him the video, giving him feedback. Yeah. All these athletes have the opportunity, like you say, to have a coach there to help them out, give them instant feedback. And now what Clay is doing is he's going to get out, he's going to walk around. He's actually going to put back up into the pool so he can do this top entry move. I suspect most of our athletes will do that. When we get into other classes, it might not be the case, but I believe now, I see Visa of Finland just got the flag. So, yep, Greg LeBeau is a scratch. And this brings up Visa from Finland. Oh, no, hang on.
Don't believe that is Visa.
No, okay, there's Greg LeBeau.
Yep.
I guess it was just a really big break. Apologize. Okay, Greg LeBeau, I do have some information on this individual. Greg is a veteran of the Air Force, served overseas for several years, also quite the photographer. He is a pretty new to paddling by comparison to some of these. He's going to take a pretty deep flush there.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make it back up within the 26 seconds. He's got plenty of time, although he looks like he may have flushed a little beyond that outcropping of rocks there.
Yeah, that's going to be a real deep flush for him, but he does have another ride. He can come back, put down another score. It'll be interesting to see if he chooses an entry move or if he paddles in. Is this feature very easy to attain from the eddies, or is it better to do an entry move? Zach?
It is quite difficult to attain from the eddy, especially you'll see a lot of paddlers during training, they were starting off on what you can't really see, but where he is the river right eddy. And that one, it is a nice, easy to paddle up, but it's farther from the feature, so it's much more difficult. The eddy that you're going to see people attain, if they do, is going to be on the river left side, where it's really boily, but it's really easy to miss it. So I believe we're going to be seeing a lot of attempts to go in for an entry and not starting from the eddy.
Gotcha. That makes sense. All right, so we just saw Greg LeBeau of the United States, new to the competition scene, pretty happy to be here. He's going to get out of his boat and get reestablished. We'll see where he goes. But that's going to bring up next Visa of Finland. Now, Visa has been around for quite some time. He is no stranger to freestyle kayaking.
And you'll see him here in a second paddling his classic white carbon Gigi Prod.
He was at the last World. Now, we just had the last World Championships.
There he goes dropping in.
Just recently. So go ahead.
All right, Visa dropping into the feature. It looks like he was going to set up for a blunt of sorts. All right, beautiful blunt towards the right. Setting up for his next trick. Going blunt to the left. Almost looks like that was clean. Clean basically means that you do not use the paddle for one part of the trick.
Yep, that's exactly right. He's now going for his back blunt.
Beautiful back.
Possibly a Pan Am on that one if he got over 90 degrees.
Nice air screw.
Yep, so the air screw has to come down within 20 degrees. So these are probably being scored as Pan Ams, and you can check in the score. Once you understand the scores, you can tell that if it goes up a little bit, it's probably a Pan Am. If it goes up a lot, it's probably an air screw.
All right, so unfortunate flush on that, but it looks like score disappeared on us a little quickly, but it looks like it was a pretty good ride for Visa. He definitely is the first to throw some of the more aerial tricks on the feature today. That's right,
and so because these heats are randomly seeded, you can have the best athlete and the beginner athlete in the same heat at the same time. So it's kind of fun. Sometimes when you go to competitions, you don't get a paddle right next to your hero because you get knocked off pretty soon. So this is their chance to paddle.
All right, replay showing us. There he is, throwing a beautiful left. Definitely looked like a clean left blunt. The definitions, as we were talking about between blunts, roundhouses, and Pan Ams, we mention it a lot, is the angle that you attain with the stern of your boat. A blunt is 40. You manage to get the stern 45 degrees to 90 degrees vertical. A roundhouse is under the 45 degree mark, and a Pan Am is over vertical with air, which is going to be a very tough thing to pull off in this feature. But as we can see, these athletes, some of them are having no problem with it.
All right, so next on the heat list is going to be Motoharu Watari from Japan. I believe I see him looking across for that green flag, and there he has it. So Motoharu from Japan, he's out of the Tokyo area. He has traveled all around kayaking. These Japanese are very happy to come here and compete all over the world. Favorite food, it says here, miso soup.
There you go.
He's been to several competitions. He's a perennial on this circuit.
All right, so you see him coming in, dropping the feature, dropping in a little sideways. Looked like he might have been going for the entry move. Oh no, a flush on that. Let's see if he can reattain it. He's got plenty of time. As you mentioned, he's going for that river right eddy to try to get back up.
Yeah, I believe that's actually surfer's right eddy you're talking about. River left, and it is a fast one. He definitely caught that rather quickly. Let's see what he can do. And you can see where the standings are right now as Motoharu takes his place back onto the feature.
All right, he's spinning around. All right, finishing the spin, trying to look for something on that right shoulder. Ooh, goes for the back blunt. Another flush, unfortunately. Let's see if he can get himself back up in the 5 seconds. It's going to be a really tight one, but I believe he's going to call it for that one.
Alrighty, so one of the interesting things too is his coach is Bartosz from Poland, and we'll see Bartosz come later. I think actually maybe in the next heat. Yes, he is. So these individuals actually, even though he's from Japan, he's got a Polish coach, and that's one of the wonderful things with our community is they definitely reach across country boundaries to make this sport better.
All right, you're seeing on the replay that what started off as a beautiful back blunt to the right, unfortunately, ended up with too much stern in the water and pulled him out of the feature. And that'll be ride for
Motoharu. All right, this, I believe, now that I look across, it looks like possibly our Armenian paddler is not here.
So in this case, if there is a missing paddler in a heat, only 4 paddlers in a heat that is supposed to be 5, what they do is they run the time in between to allow the paddlers the same amount of rest that they would have if it was a full heat of 5. So there'll be a little bit of a longer break here before we go back to the top with Clay Wright.
That is correct. So right now, Heat 2 is starting to get on the water. We're going to roll this really fast, try to keep this on time. So who are we going to see next in Heat 2?
So next up in Heat 2, we're going to see Daniel Gilbert from the United States, Dane Jackson from the United States. He is the current world champion. Corey Sheehan from the United States, Bartosz Zalderna from Poland, the coach that we mentioned earlier, and Matt Hargrove, United States. All right, as you're seeing here, we've got the leaderboard up with a score of 496.67 is Visa currently holding the first place position in Heat 1 at the moment, followed by Clay Wright. Matohu, Greg, and Tigran are definitely going to want to put some points on the board in this next run.
Alrighty, there we got the second heat. Put it up. Just going to roll. We have 9 men's heats today. 9 men's heats, and most of them should be pretty full heats.
Yeah, I believe we have 2 heats of 4 paddlers at the end of the day for men's.
All right, I believe. Let's see. I don't think they actually ran the clock, but that's okay. They're keeping track of time up there, waiting for this flag. And I look upstream, and there it is. Because we're across the river so far, the head judge actually has this giant green NASCAR-style start flag.
Normally they just hand a thumbs up, but from the other side of the river it is very difficult to see a hand. So the flag is going to make it much easier on the athletes. So right now we've got Clay Wright dropping into the feature for his second ride.
Yeah, now Clay Wright is really good at all of the wave moves and the hole moves. So this is a really ideal feature for him, I think, to be able to showcase his features.
So he's starting off with a beautiful right clean blunt. He's showing incredible control on the feature. Looking to set something up on that right shoulder. A lot of paddlers, they'll use the right shoulder to either set up a blunt as he just did there, or try to get themselves back on the top of the wave to get a pass to throw another trick.
Nice back blunt there. Starting to get some elevation into his moves. A back blunt the other way. And this is real typical. We'll see the paddlers, they'll go left blunt, left back, right back. And now he'll probably move into his Pan Ams here, or just going right for a loop. Now that's a risky move because of that right there. He flushed off with only 7 seconds left. So he's going to fight back up. Clay is one of the ones that's going to tell every competitor, never stop until that buzzer goes. And that's going to be Clay's preliminary ride. All right, if you're just joining us, welcome. Thanks for coming online to watch the live stream of the 2022 Columbus World Cup. #1 here on Ambush.
So here you're seeing the replay of Clay Wright's second ride. He started it off with a very nice clean right blunt. And again, the definition of clean is when you don't use your paddle for the either initiation or finish of a trick.
All right, we're seeing some scores for Clay coming here. Should see those here shortly. The replay is really nice. You can really see how much control he has over the boat. Setting it up. They're always spotting upstream typically to get established. But unfortunately, that loop, it may have scored because it did come down pretty close. But the judges have established what they call a flush line.
Yeah, the flush line is a virtual line after studying the feature that they set, where if you do not land within upstream of that flush line, it does not count as attaining the feature during your trick, and you do not score the trick.
Yep, and we'll see. So the judge there would have turned over and said, hey, I think that's above the flush line. I think that's below the flush line. The nice part is the judges can get a much closer look to the feature with the camera angle they've got. So that flush line might be easier to see in the live stream. However, the live stream does have some advantages or some disadvantages, most notably that you can't see the whole scene. So once they leave the camera, the paddler's gone. You have to sort of wait for them to come back in view. All right, here we go. We got Greg LeBeau. He's taking his entry move again from the top.
He's definitely going to look to best his score from the first ride, get some points on the board for him.
Now, when they back into this feature, they're definitely going to be way over the surfer's right side. That's really important because I took this feature and I got on the wrong side and flushed right off. So nice establishment there. Now he's got his front surf.
Showing great control. trying to use the right shoulder to set himself back up. Unfortunately, flushes, but that's okay. He's way up in the eddy. He's going to make his way back up into the feature.
Plenty of time for Greg to come up here and maybe, I believe he's looking for some spins and shove-its. I believe that's what I saw him practicing earlier. So there he's going to establish. There's the spin. He's got to come all the way around. Oh, catches
no.
that stern.
Gotcha. Yeah, so basically on coming around the spin, caught his stern, ended in a flush. I believe, from where he's looking, I believe that's going to wrap it up for his second ride. Not quite enough time to make his way back up the eddy.
So these rivers, every river is different. And where we just had the competition in Nottingham for the World Championships, if you flush there, you could possibly get in the eddy really fast. This one, it's a much wider channel, so you have to fight to get back into that eddy.
Definitely, yes. So we're seeing his replay come in. Again, he caught the feature. He ended showing us some great control. Practice from earlier this week definitely paying off for him. And then there you see he went to set up on that right shoulder, hoping to get in position for a trick, but it's a really, really finicky little corner and ended up just going a little too far and flushing off.
That's the game of freestyle kayaking, and it's one of those disciplines too where you tend to stay in one spot for a long period of time throughout the day, but you really get to hone in real minute skills. Unlike running a rapid where every little thing is going to be different, and you're looking at that rock, you're looking at this rock.
So here we're seeing Visa Rokola from Finland dropping in for his second ride.
All right, he establishes that front serve. We're going right for the blunt to the right. Now he's going powerful. Back blunt the other way. A real common combination. Blunt forward, blunt back. Sets you up now for the other way. Going blunt to the left. This time he just spun right out of that. Chose not to blunt the other way. That's that Pan Am attempt. Possibly an air screw. He came up with an upstream surf. That was definitely a Pan Am. You saw that bow drop. And once that bow knifes into the water, he's going that over vertical Pan Am.
All right, throwing for a back Pan Am on the right on the other side. Setting up for another trick. Clean right blunt. Looks like looking like he's trying to set up for a last big trick here. Going for a right blunt to a blunt McNasty. Beautiful. Yeah. Trying to finish it with a loop. Does he retain it? Yes, he does. We'll see if they count that into the scoreboard.
Oh, that was a great finish for Visa's ride. I mean, his first ride was pretty flat, and this one he brought it up. He said, I definitely need to improve that. And Visa's a great competitor. He just finished 13th at the last Worlds. 3 times Finnish champion. He's been 7th at European Championships. So he has this great ability to bring the ride forward. He just demonstrated right there what he can do.
100%. And watching him train, he's one of the more aggressive paddlers in the arena here. And it's really paying off on one of these slower, a little bit trickier waves here where he's able to bring the boat up and get a good amount of air to throw some of the more difficult tricks that I don't believe you'll see a ton of on this feature today.
All right, so that brings up Visa's second ride. And again, they only get these 2 rides. This preliminary round's pretty rough. While we're waiting for the next paddler to get the green flag, I want to remind everyone who's watching that we couldn't do this without some of our main sponsors. One of the biggest ones here, Uptown Columbus. It's the development community that has actually made this river happen in a lot of ways. They focus on making Uptown inviting, livable, prosperous, and a perpetually active area. It's great. WC Bradley & Co. They're actually the maker of the Charbroil grills and the Tiki brand torches.
Wow.
They're here. Yeah, it's got some pretty neat organizations here. Georgia Power is very important. So just upstream, you can't maybe see it on the live stream. I'm not going to show it. There's a giant dam upstream here that is a generator for this area. And we're running, what are we running today on the gens? What do they say?
So for this feature, they run at 2 gens.
2 gens. So they got 2 generators running, and that's actually bringing water through. When they shut those generators off, this feature all but disappears for a competition.
Exactly, yeah. And it's incredible that they were able to work with them to give consistent water flows for an event like this. And you'll see later this week they're going to bump it up to even more and open up a 3rd generator to allow enough water for Good Wave for World Cup number 2 to be there consistently for us.
Cool. All right, so next up we're going to come back to Motoharu from Japan. Japan brings several paddlers to all these events.
And Japan's definitely become one of the more prominent nations in freestyle kayaking.
All right, we see his Visa's combined score, 1,381. That's a score he is going to rely on to bring him into the next round. And so now we're going to look at Motoharu here. Again, Bartosz is his choice. Loves to kayak, good wave is one of his favorite features. which is going to be downstream of here. So as Motoharu takes the feature, he's going to back in, take it away.
All right, Motoharu is dropping in the feature, looking to set up on the right shoulder, giving him a bit of a side surf. Misses the pass on that, but he's going to be looking to set that set up again. Goes for the back blunt on the right, sticks it, beautiful. Looking for another setup, looking maybe to back blunt the other direction. Looking, he just did the exact same one again. You can only score a trick on each side once per ride, but sometimes you'll see a paddler attempt it again, whether it is to sell it more towards the judges, as they might have felt like the first one didn't come across as well. Unfortunately, he catches an edge finishing his left blunt there, but he's got a bit of time. Let's see if he can make it back up the eddy.
Well, it's good. Motoharu already has some points on the board. His first ride wasn't as good as this, and he is fighting for it. Can't quite make it back up. Big smile on his face. His friends call him Moto. That's a pretty cool nickname for this.
Definitely, yes.
He's going to go in and play a little bit. I believe he came 45th at the last Worlds, so he was at the World Championships. And this is a weird year. We had the World Championships were delayed from 2021 to 22, so really tight. So just a few months ago, we were all in England having a big competition. So he came 45th at that one, and he will, of course, compete in this one and go on to World Cup number 2 just in a few days.
All right, so we're just wrapping up the replay on this one as they get ready for, this will be the little extended break as we get ready for clay right due to the absence of Tigran Brutian from Armenia. And there you see Motoharu go for the second back blunt, and yes, definitely selling it a lot more angle, verticality on the nose there. And we're seeing the scores here. He puts himself into third place with a combined ride of 130.
All right, and Tigran from Armenia is not going to show. I still believe he's not here, so we are looking now, getting heat number 2. So we're going to have Daniel Gilbert from the U.S., Dane Jackson from the U.S., who is the current world champion, Corey Sheehan from the U.S. This is pretty U.S. heavy, and there's, I believe, 48 athletes from the U.S., so we're going to see that name a lot. Bartosz Czarderna from Poland, and Matt Hargrove from the United States. So poor Bartosz out there surrounded by a bunch of
the lone Polish,
a bunch of the locals, and it's going to be wonderful. You know, Bartosz is just one of the greatest in this sport. He fosters competition all over the world. He was just a week ago in Austria racing with Dane Jackson in a giant downriver sprint called the Utz Trophy. So these are kayakers of all across the world. Let's talk about Dan a little bit, see what we got for Dan. So a lot of these U.S. paddlers don't really hit the main scene too much. Some of them are very local. I don't have any information on Dan, unfortunately.
And one of the great things about the World Cup is you will see a lot more local paddlers. So unlike the World Championships, which are closed to exclusively the national teams of each nation, World Cups are open to any of the athletes that want to travel and compete for it. So you'll see a much more varied set of names, as well as a lot more people from specific nations, such as the United States for this one.
That's right. Now I can hear some cheers here. Dan's got a cheering crowd as they get ready to start this heat. Our slated start time is 11:10.
It should be in just a minute now.
Yep, so we are still nicely on time. It's going to be great. And it's wonderful. It's great. I see right now down next to us, you can't see this, but Visa's teammate came down and cheered for him as they take their boats out. This is just such a wonderful environment to be in. I tell you what, right now today, it's going to be a warm one. So for those of you at home, we have to put on the sunblock here.
Definitely, yes. We're just coming off of what was, for this area, a fairly cold spell following the close call of hurricane, I believe, Ian, that came through Florida. Luckily, did not completely avoided this area, so we ended up having a nice, cooler set of days to paddle on the river.
So we're ready to go here. Again, we got Dan Gilbert, Dane Jackson, current reigning world champion. Corey Sheehan, he's one of the Southeast boaters that's just a wonderful, wonderful creek boaters. He also represented the United States in world championships, but right now I see Mr. Dan Gilbert getting ready to drop down. So let's take a look at what he's got. Oh, Dan Gilbert, good Lord, I know who this is. I don't know. I'm gonna get in trouble for forgetting this guy. Dan Gilbert is part of Whitewater Express. This is one of our main sponsors here. I'm surprised he didn't put his information. He's establishing a front surf there. He's going to come around there as that first blunt or roundhouse to the right. Dan Gilbert and his father, also Dan Gilbert, are the ones who run Whitewater Express. And Whitewater Express is one of the main sponsors responsible for really fostering massive, massive activity on this river.
And during the competition, they've been responsible for giving all the athletes access to a spot to camp, a facility with water, some food, including shuttles for those without cars up and down the river to the feature. It's been absolutely incredible.
Look at that nice front loop. You'd think he's knows a little bit about this feature, having lived here and paddled on this.
Definitely.
A little bit of a back blunt there right on the buzzer. They might have given that to him. I see the score going up. Now they can sort of keep paddling a little bit after the buzzer. They can hear it over there. He's going to get a little extra practice. So Dan and part of Whitewater Express, they helped to bring this event here by, like you say, the support of that. Plus, a lot of this came up with something called the wintering grounds, with a lot of paddlers who would show up here over winter, some to train, some to paddle. This environment has fostered this community, and Whitewater Express has been very crucial in that. As a matter of fact, they're going to do a movie about the wintering grounds this week, so that's going to be kind of nice to see. So here's Dan Gilbert showing some of his slow motion. There's that roundhouse or blunt. I think that's a blunt to the right.
Look bluntish.
Yep. And you can see the angle they pop that boat up, lay the boat on the side, and bring it around. That's just a regular old spin to the left there, setting up for his beautiful loop. Gets air under the boat. Let's see it from right here.
And the home field advantage here definitely showing as he knows exactly where to plug for a perfect loop in this feature, because it is definitely a tricky, powerful feature for tricks like that.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, and it's been interesting to watch the practice. They'll practice. Right at the end of the ride, they'll throw that loop trick, because if you get on, throw it first and flush with 25, 30, 40 people in the eddy, boom, your practice is done. All right, here we go. Dane Jackson, reigning world champion, just scored, I think, 8th or 9th in the Utz race. All-around good boater. He's going to come in here for a beautiful air screw straight off the bat into an air screw the other way.
Coming in, going for the blunt to the left, cleaning it up, back blunt to the right. You're going to see him throw trick after trick, very little break in between, clean blunt to the right, selling it to the judges with the paddle high up in the air. Beautiful left Pan Am. He's not taking a break out there. Goes for the right Pan Am, manages to stick it, plug in for the loop. Beautiful cleaning it up as well. That's going to add some nice bonuses. Back Pan Am to the left. You're looking up to set up the next one. Oh, he goes for the pistol flip to the left. Unfortunately, flushes on that one. We'll see if the judges give it to him.
Yeah, that pistol flip is going to be a flushy one on this. I think they're going to throw it a little bit better in the good wave and the competition to come. Wonderful sequence. And that was just like the practice. Just like the practice we talked about, he waited to the end to throw that pistol flip because he knew that could possibly flush.
Yeah, and one of the things here we're coming in with the replay here. Drops in, starts it off with beautiful air screw one way. You'll see very few paddlers are able to get a good amount of air to score an air screw, as you have to be aerial for, I believe, 180 degrees of the rotation. Manages it both sides. I actually believe he kept his head dry completely on that one.
Yeah, that left side air screw just cleaned it up beautifully. And there's the first Pan Am he threw. And again, the Pan Am, you have to pretty much get your body underneath the boat. Otherwise, they're going to count it as a blunt. And that one looked really clean. Let's take a look at this one. That's just a clean blunt, as clean as it gets. And here we go. This is another Pan Am attempt. You see he gets underneath that boat, really swings it around, and finishes up here with a Pan Am the other direction. Just putting on a clinic out there. Dane Jackson really can throw tricks like no other. And here's on the end, not on the end, just before the end. Beautiful, clean loop.
And you're seeing the replay go very long for some of these paddlers as they're giving the judges a lot of work to calculate and tally up the final score.
Yeah, it's one of the things about freestyle kayaking is it goes fast, 45 seconds. But in that 45 seconds, if we counted off how many we got there, 993 points. That's a good 10, 12 tricks that we called out. And it is, you want to make sure they get all that right, as we saw that pistol flip right on the end. All right. Got the green flag, Mr. Corey Sheehan. Corey's coming around here. He's going to drop in from the top. One of our happier paddlers here. He's just a great guy.
Getting the fist bump out. All right, so he's dropping in from the top, as you're seeing most paddlers coming in and doing. looking to set up a pass. Starts it off with a right blunt into a left back blunt, immediately into a left blunt and into a right back blunt as well.
Yep, doing those front and back blunt combos, just a real clean way to do that. He's going to go out. He must not have thought he got that one down, so he did it again, or maybe he might be pushing into the Pan Ams.
The other bonus with blunts, Pan Ams, and oh, look at that, going for a air screw, unfortunately catching an edge, finishing it up. But with the Pan Ams, blunts, and roundhouses, sometimes you'll see an athlete try the blunt again. They may have thought they didn't have enough angle and scored a roundhouse, or sometimes they'll have scored the blunt and they just want the extra points with the roundhouse to help bump themselves up. Every point matters in this game. We've seen entire podiums changed with 5-point differences. So we're watching the replay here. And his first couple moves, starting off with blunt, back blunt, and then blunt, back blunt the other way real quick, getting those initial points in, setting himself on the scoreboard nicely.
Yeah, Corey Sheehan is just a very skilled paddler all around. He came into world competitions, came into the world competition in Nottingham, and had a really good time there. Didn't perform as well as he would like, so I think he's really hoping for a little bit of redemption in this one. So we see that flushy air screw attempt. Oh, and he knows it. That's how it goes. It's part of our sport. And what's fun about this sport too is, unlike river running, where you maybe committed into a gorge, a lot of features, anyone can come out here and really learn how to do freestyle kayaking. You don't have to be great to have fun. So here we go. All right, we've got from Poland, Bartosz going right into an air screw.
Beautiful air screw, keeping his head dry the entire time.
Air screw the other way. He's going to hunt around here. I got those air screws out right away. He's going to back it up into the back Pan Am. Possibly they gave him a blunt on that. We'll see what the score says. Backing it up into a blunt the other way. Again, there you got your fronts and backs. And he's going to set up just do backs. He's going to spin around. Extra 10 points. Extra 10 points. Maybe trying to make it clean, but he's really just trying to initiate. So there's that blunt to the left into the pistol flip.
Beautiful. And as I mentioned earlier, although the spin doesn't seem like a lot of points, it can make an incredibly large difference. Ooh, beautiful. Unfortunately, flushes on the blunt to McNasty the other direction, but he's going to claim it. He's going to be happy with that ride. Should put a good amount of points on the board, set him up ready for his second ride.
Yeah, so Bartosz is he's been out here now. Again, like I said, he was in Austria not too long ago racing, so he did not have a lot of time to come out here and get all practiced up, but he did really well. So let's take a look here as he initiates, goes straight off the bat for the air screw. That's pretty nice. It'll be interesting to see if they give him that. Bow dipped pretty quick on that. Again, the judges make that decision, but this one, oh, they didn't show that one, so we'll go to the next one. Here he's lining up into beautiful, beautiful Pan Am. And that Pan Am, back Pan Am, front Am, it's just a really fun trick, and they're all evolutions. It starts with the roundhouse, then you get that, then you get the blunt, and you get that, then you get the Pan Am, and it's all a matter of how much verticality you can get that boat to tip over.
All right, so we're seeing him, there he goes for his first blunt to McNasty. He pulled that around nicely. We'll see there's a little angle on the boat, but we'll see if how the judges score that. And here you're seeing the other one on the other side. He was a little far on that right shoulder. It's a little flushy there, as you see a couple people flush on their moves there. But he looks stoked at the end of that, which is awesome to see the positive attitude that a lot of paddlers have out there.
All right, now this brings up local dad, local hero, Mr. Matt Hargrove. His kids are competing. His wife is instrumental in helping this organization, and now Matt gets to come and throw down. This is one of the guys, one of the dads, that when he comes to Colorado, we all sort of compete together, and it's fun. We have a little local competition amongst ourselves, and he and Peter win it all the time, but catches an edge, manages to retain. Can he retain? Oh, no!
Oh, no. Unfortunately, he catches a little bit of an edge early on in the ride, but he's still got 30 seconds to make it back up. Manages to catch that eddy quite high, actually.
Yeah, doing a good job here. Matt is a very good paddler. Very good foster of the sport, and here he goes. He's going to attain this feature. Just spinning around. Oh, a flush on the spin. He'll also be able to get back up there and probably get one good fat loop in here.
And you're seeing that that right shoulder really punishing a lot of the athletes this morning. It's it looks a lot more retentive, but there's a lot of water moving through that. So if you end up with slightly the wrong angle there, it can be really punishing.
Absolutely.
There he is.
Nice cheer from Matt. He's got a good local crowd here helping him out.
All right, so the score so far for Matt Hargrove is sitting at 10. We'll see if that bumps up a little bit. No, it looks like it's for his first ride.
Roger. Daniel Jones is a no-show. Understood.
So here you're seeing where he caught a little bit of an edge on at the beginning, but managed to get back in for the spin on the first ride, getting a decent amount of power. So that'll wrap it up for the second heat of men's preliminaries. And here you're seeing the rankings for heat 2. This is not the overall ranking, just of within their heat.
All right, now we're going to come up into our for our top of the paddler, Mr. Dan Gilbert. Again, Dan is of local Whitewater Express fame. This guy's really happy to have this competition here. He's been doing everything from driving shuttles to lending boats and then finding time to actually paddle and train. It's been wonderful.
He's throwing in a beautiful left blunt there, barely managing to retain, but he pulls it off. Unfortunately, flushing on that one. We'll see if he can make it back up. 18 seconds. It can be enough time. We'll see how much time he might have time to throw one big loop or some other big trick right before the buzzer. 8 seconds left as he manages to get himself back into the feature.
All right, spinning it around here. He's already got points on the board. Oh, on the buzzer. He doesn't pull that loop around, but look at that smile. You know, a lot of these paddlers, they come here not to win necessarily, but they definitely want to see how they rank and how their work has paid off. And you can tell that he really has worked hard to be in this sport and represent his company, represent himself, and in this case, represent his nation. And it's really wonderful to get these athletes out here who might not normally even be able to make it to a team trial.
Exactly, yes, and it's also a great way for athletes to train themselves up to compete and do well at a team trials event. These events can be very taxing mentally. A lot of people, if you haven't put a lot of competition time in, you'll get into competition and you don't have the training necessarily to prep yourself mentally. So this is a great opportunity for a lot of the paddlers. So you're seeing Dane Jackson dropping in for his second ride, starting off with a beautiful right air screw, left air screw the other way. Going for the left blunt, setting up for a back right left blunt. You're seeing every trick being thrown by him today, back to back, rapid fire. Beautiful left Pan Am. He's taking that stern far over vertical, landing it very nice. Going for the right Pan Am, back Pan Am towards the left, plugging it in for the loop. Good air on that, not cleaning it up this time, but very, very big air. Going for the pistol flip. We'll see if they count that. It came out a little bit crooked, but very nice. Going for the helix to the right. That is the first helix we've seen of the day, where you flip your boat upside down and do a full 360 spin upside down, ending it with a back loop. Looks like he may have attained that, but we'll see how the judges scored. Either way, that is a phenomenal second ride for Dane Jackson.
Excellent. And of course, the last time we had a wave competition, Dane took first, 2015 World Championships. What can you tell us about that feature?
So that feature was on the Ottawa River Garburator Wave. Probably one of the biggest waves in, I believe, since 2007 that they've held a World Championships event. And it was really exciting to see. It's a lot bigger than this, so you saw a lot more massively aerial tricks. But watching these competitors be able to throw this much air on such a small feature is very impressive.
And that was a good look at a Pan Am right there where his bow dips down and he gets that boat completely upside down. Over 90 degrees is the rule. That was more of a blunt there. He got over the 45-degree angle. And let's take a look at this one. There it is. That's a beautiful 90-degree. Now, they could have scored that, something called a silly flip, where you sort of initiate into an air screw, and if you get enough rotation and drop that bow, but that's a call for the judges to make.
Yeah, and the silly flip, although not being on the score sheet, is considered a trophy move. And a trophy move can include any major trick with definitions of trophy 1, 2, or 3, depending on how much air, how technically difficult the trick is, and they can be any move that is not on the score sheet can score as a trophy move for some added bonus points.
And here's the catch, though. You only get one of those trophy moves. And so you can do one to the left and one to the right, but it's not like you can go do 4 or 5 trophy moves. So they also limit that. So generally speaking, they want to keep people on the score sheet. There we go. So we got 2,126 points for Dane. That should be enough to carry him through to the next round. He will be one of the top scorers. So we sort of see what the top, but we still have plenty of really big boaters to come. Next up, we have Corey Sheehan of the U.S.
All right, so here we're seeing him drop in with that beautifully multicolored Jackson Rockstar. He's definitely going to be wanting to best his first ride, starting off with a right blunt. Really technically perfect blunts. He's been showing a great technique on them. It is one of those tricks that is easy but very difficult on a feature like this where there's not a lot of speed to get the boat, so you really need your technique to be perfect. He just finished up a beautiful left and right back blunt.
Yeah, Corey's hunting right. Still got about 15 seconds left as he just keeps taking these down the list. I suspect now that he's got most of his blunts down and maybe a Pan Am attempt or two, he'll go for something a little bit bigger. Got just a few seconds left. Going for that blunt McNasty. Can he bring it down? Oh, right on the buzzer. So the blunt McNasty is when we say that, it's actually a linked move. So it's a blunt and a McNasty, but if they do it in succession, they get a little bit of a bonus on each. So it's about 20, 30 points for each move. So with a blunt McNasty, that's 60 extra points than doing just a blunt or just a McNasty. And so that's why they will do that. That's why we'll call these out. We should see more of these as the event goes on. So Corey's taken onto the feature and moving around. The slow motion on this is really nice because you can see how much air they put under the boat. That's oftentimes a hard thing to look at when these events are going on, is to see how aerial they get. That spray and foam sort of washes it all out, and the slow motion gives us a good idea of what's really going on. All right. They got Corey's score in, and now Bartosz will be coming down looking for a wing over entry. I think it's the first time we've seen a full wing over. I don't know if Dane did one or not. I wasn't paying attention. So we're going to come over and look at Bartosz setting up that wave surfer's right shoulder. There's that air screw. He's really snappy with that. Air screw the other way. Now the left is typically an easier than a right for these paddlers. Back blunt, setting that one up. Looking around to the maybe back blunt the other direction, so he'll go off to the left here. Good back blunt off to his left. It would have been possibly a right back blunt, depending on whether they do it on the shoulder or not, or if they judge it by surfer's left or orientation. Bartosz is now going to hunt around, just a few seconds left. Going for that blunt McNasty. Oh, huge execution, but his bow gets blown down. This is how sort of turbulent this feature is. If you're just a little bit offline, it really messes you up. But right now, sitting at 575 points, that's good for Bartosz because his previous ride was 423. It's going to put him possibly above the 1,000 point mark. Sometimes we try to guess what the cut's going to be, like what it's going to be. Do you want to make a wager on what the bottom 20 points, what bottom 20th is going to be?
I don't know. Due to it being combined, I'm looking at potentially, having seen a lot of the paddlers, maybe the 1,000 being a little bit on the low side.
Yep. Now, and this is what I would consider a slower feature. So they're not going to throw as many moves we saw in Worlds necessarily, where it's just one after the other. They have to take a little more time. And you see that in Bartosz's ride, where he does go quick, but he takes a little bit of time to set up and wants to get that pass down. Now this was that blunt McNasty he flushed, and as he comes down, his bow gets off that curler and unfortunately flushes him, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy with this. This should be enough to take him to quarters, but we'll have to wait and see. We still have 7 more heats of men to come. All right, and again, we want to thank Uptown Columbus. Of course, this event is brought to you by both the U.S. and the International Canoe Federation, ICF. The ICF fosters paddle sports all over the world in multiple disciplines. This is just one of many. So the ICF here, International Canoe Federation, being the main organizing body. And next up, who do we got here, Zach?
We got Matt Hargrove coming in for his second ride, looking to put a decent amount of points on the score. He's definitely got some work to catch up to the top 5.
You know, Dane might be the world champion, but Matt is the most popular today.
Definitely. All right, he's landing in, putting it in for a spin to the right, looking to set something up here. spin to the left, getting himself some solid points on the board to start it off.
Now Matt is more of a whole boater. He has the loop. I think he can McNasty. So this the wave moves might be a little less in his quiver.
And there you saw him look for the plug for a loop. Again, because it's more of a wave, it is a very tricky feature to get the nose down and catch it.
Just about 10 seconds left.
Well, he tries for the loop a second time. Let's see if he can get it in. Come on, Matt. Looks for the back loop. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the plug.
That is time for Matt. And of course, the crowd goes wild. It is actually, it's nice to see this family has really fostered paddle sports. They've fostered paddle sports to the nth degree. Wonderful family.
And you're seeing him all smiles as he wraps up that second heat.
So Mr. Matt Hargrove, we're going to see his son in the fourth heat, I believe. We'll see his daughter in the junior competition. His other daughter is actually, other daughter and other son are not old enough to compete yet. They're still considered what we would call in the U.S. the cadet age, and there's no class for that, so they're going to have to wait for their spotlight. But right now, Matt taking it away, taking all of the cheers away from poor Mr. Dane Jackson. I don't know how he'll survive. But that rounds up heat number 2. Now we got heat number 3 coming up. We've got from Korea, Hyungjin Kang. From Japan, Ryosuke Tamaji. From Great Britain, Alan Ward. And from Poland, Tomasz Czublicki. So we had a scratch out of this one. We do have Daniel Jones as a scratch, or Dano. So Hyungjin, Ryosuke, Alan, and Tomasz Czublicki. And another one. Tomasz is another individual who really promotes sports, that promotes kayaking all over Europe.
And he's been on the scene for a very long time as well.
So our start time for this is 11:35 local time.
Should be in about 2 minutes here starting up.
So we got a few minutes to go. So again, I want to tell you a little bit about this event. Uptown Columbus is the organizer that has sort of spearheaded all of this, and this is their local economic development board. And when you drive around Columbus, if you ever get a chance to come visit, it is fascinating. The downtown, or uptown as they call it, district, definitely a revitalized district. Really nice downtown.
Yeah, we've had a chance to spend some time in it, including a athlete dinner that was very generously provided by the host organizational committee. It's beautiful, a beautiful little city. There's a lot. They put a lot of effort into revitalizing it, and it's definitely showed, and it's paying off. Yeah,
and the organizations that really come to bear, right? The top of the organization that helps us to do this was all the rules, all of the structure is the International Canoe Federation, and that is actually the federation that handles all the paddle sports, including up to and in the Olympics. Now, this is not an Olympic discipline. However, they do handle all the Olympic disciplines: slalom, sprint, flat water, whitewater, and they are the ones who really help to bring this event in its formality. And then we've got other companies here. We've got W.C. Bradley, who helps come and bring this stuff. They're the inventor of the Charbroil Grill, Tiki brand torches. One of the other things in this area, a lot of banks come to bear. And so we've got actually Synovus Bank. They've been here for generations, and they are the Bank of Here, they like to call themselves. They were started actually as a bank for the textiles mills. Back before the textiles mills, when the workers just literally kept cash on their person or in their bed mattress, they have a really cool little statue of a hem of a skirt that gets caught and the money spills out, and they're like, we need a bank for our employees. So the Synovus goes back quite a ways. We've got TSYS, Total Systems. They actually pioneered the magnetic strip on a credit card. Well, before we get to that, let's look now at our paddlers. We've got from Korea, South Korea, Hyungjin Kang.
All right, so here you're seeing Kang dropping into the feature. He's going to look to set up a couple tricks. I believe there are a couple Korean paddlers here for the event this week, setting a beautiful right spin, getting some of those points early up on the board.
The South Koreans have been pretty consistent on the scene prior to the pandemic, and so it's really nice to see them able to come back in and compete. Nobody made it to World Championships, but now they were able to get into World Cups, so this is nice. Expect to see them come back up into force.
Definitely looking forward to seeing that. All right, it looks like he was going for a back blunt. Trying to set that up again, looking for the air. Unfortunately, catch and see if he can pull up a loop. Does he stick it? Yes, he does. That was beautiful reaction as his bow plugged. He managed to throw in a loop right before the buzzer. He looks happy with that. Yeah. Rocking those dive goggles.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some paddlers wear gloves. Some paddlers actually wear goggles. Most of us do wear some form of nose plug or ear plug, and so it's fun to watch how people to choose to paddle. Right now he's sitting at 70 points as we watch. He just sets up those spins right at the beginning. Had a really nice clean run.
Yeah, so you're seeing there as he tried to go for the blunt. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the verticality on the stern. But here you see he goes to throw in, and right here they don't know if they show. Yeah, right there, perfect. As his bow happens to catch, he manages to correct himself and pull it through as a beautiful loop.
That was a really, really good retention. Here we go. Now on to Japan. Ryosuke Tamaji, excuse me.
All right, so seeing him, bib number 18, dropping into the feature for his first ride of heat number 3. Not looking good to the air screw. Looks like he pulls that around nice and straight. Going for the other direction. That is I believe, the third or fourth person that's even tried an air screw today on this feature. It is very difficult to pull up the air to get that air screw to count.
All right, Ryosuke came 36th in Nottingham, and he was third in C1 in the San Juan World Championships 2017. So he's been around for quite some time. There he is for that round, or that blunt to the right, just on the buzzer. Let's see what he can give us right at the end. Beautiful, beautiful Pan Am.
Manages to retain it after a stern cartwheel end on that, but he should be happy with that as we're seeing the score roll in. Looks like the Pan Am has counted in some form there. He's going to be very happy with that first ride.
Absolutely. So he was out of Kawasaki, Japan. And being from Kawasaki, he also puts he likes to ride motorcycles. That's kind of fun. So Ryosuke showing us in slow motion, trying to go for that clean aspect. I don't know if you can actually get a clean or an air screw by definition, but definitely showing us he can pull these air screws. I suspect we'll see some bigger ones later in the competition on the Good Wave.
And there was a textbook back blunt. And here, hopefully, they'll show the back Pan Am attempt, and that actually came in real clean, or front Pan Am.
Awesome, and it's really fun to see a lot of the competitions. They're really interested in representing this sport and paddling. They're just the nicest folks, all smiley. One of the great things about our sport is we don't let the language get in our way. And just because we can't speak Japanese and they can't speak very good English, actually they can speak much better English than I can speak Japanese.
Same, definitely, yes.
It's great. We come together and people help each other, and it's just a beautiful scene out here on the river. So we just saw Ryosuke, but next up from the UK. Now this individual has been around a very long time, and what I mean by that is he's old. He's old. And I want him to know that we know he's old, and we're giving him a hard time. But Mr. Alan Ward, he did really well when he comes to competition. He's a solid paddler, and take a look at that with his blunts to the right, blunts to the left.
Cleaning up on almost both of those, I believe.
Already 100 and almost 200 points on the board straight away. There's that air screw. Oh, I think that's the best air screw we've seen today.
100%. I have not seen something that snappy today.
That right side air screw a little less, and again, their lefts are typically easier than their rights. It's just a feature of the kayaking. Back Pan Am, setting it up, really putting down the points. He's doing quite well into that risky loop. Beautiful execution.
He's going for the blunt McNasty, sticking. Let's see if he has one more trick. And as he initiates, goes for the other blunt McNasty. We'll see. Unfortunately, flushing. I was going to say we'll see if they score that within the buzzer, but I do not believe that would have retained.
You know what? If it had, I as a judge, if I believe that did initiate before the buzzer. I don't know if you folks at home can hear the buzzer. You can definitely see the clock, but that was just a beautiful run. He really came and laid this down. So that's a nice entry move.
I believe he's the first one to date to start it off with an entry in this feature.
Actually, Bartosz did one also. Yep, we caught that a little earlier. So there's that blunt to the left.
Showing the clean blunt to the right, keeping his paddle way out of the water on that one.
Alan giving a clinic out here in that beautiful snappy air screw, no doubt about that. There's that air screw to the other direction. Nice retention throughout the whole ride. There's that back Pan Am, getting that boat completely vertical. It's got to be at 90 degrees or better. And nice, huge front loop. Tried to sell clean. I think he just had a tap there on the left and then the right, but it's still plenty of air.
Yeah, definitely on the second replay, you can see that paddle tap.
And then, you know, they get air into the boat. That's a bonus, possibly huge. It's tough for these bigger paddlers. Their huges don't necessarily look as huge. And there's a...
Unfortunately, just as he started going, we missed that piece.
Well, we got to move on. We got to move on. There's only so much that we can boost Alan's ego on the live stream. This guy has been around for he does creek racing, he does freestyle. He is Hurley is his competition, and he makes no bones about telling you that that's the place he loves to go. Some of his videos there are just extraordinary.
Hurley being one of the few waves out in the UK as well.
And a neat feature, too, because it's got a hole next to a wave.
Yeah, you can transition between it. You can do a couple of hole tricks in the hole, surf across the shoulder into the wave part as it's below a dam, and the gates kind of give you a really unique aspect.
Yeah, and I would like everyone to know, too, at home that we're going to read some bio-information about Alan, but his bio-information does have to go through a censor. I believe I caught a few little discrepancies this morning. He would like everyone to know that his coach is Heidi Walsh. They're at home, and they're really good friends. No, it's nice to see, after the pandemic here, we're starting to be able to open up international competition, and these paddlers can come over. It was so close to World Championships that a lot of them were like, oh my gosh, 3 months later we have another competition, but we managed to get it through, and we couldn't do it without the help of a lot of our sponsors. And it's not just the main sponsor or the big sponsors. We have a whole lot of little sponsors as well. Every little thing counts when it comes to putting on these competitions. And so we've got people like John and Amanda Turner, William B. and Susan Turner, the Synovus Bank we talked about, TSYS we talked about, City of Columbus in general, Georgia Power, they're providing the water, they're providing all of this fluid to come down and form this feature for us. Betsy Ramsey and Jim Blancard, Steve Butler, the Sports Commission, Mildred Miller Ford Foundation. Of course, one of the main things in this area, people don't realize it, Atlanta gets billed for Coca-Cola. So, Coke's from Atlanta, but apparently Coke was invented in Columbus.
Oh, really?
Yeah. However, right now, with the green flag, we're going to see Tomasz Czaplicki take this ride. Tomasz out of Poland, one of our elder statesmen at this point in time.
All right, so here he comes, Tomasz Czaplicki, bib number 72. Slowing himself down. Looks like he might be going in for a entry move. Potentially entry McNasty comes across. That is a lot of points. Entry moves are scored based off of their difficulty and the amount of air you attain within that entry point. He's throwing out, starting off with some really big hole tricks, going with a really nice Space Godzilla. Space Godzilla the other direction.
Now, we haven't seen a Space Godzilla yet, so he is definitely choosing the more hole tricks right into that air screw now back into the wave trick. So Tomasz has chosen a little bit different strategy here.
Yeah, he's going to air screw the other direction, keeping it nice and straight. Really mixing up those hole and wave tricks. A beautiful blunt McNasty, again mixing up both disciplines.
And Tomasz is...
he looks like he went for the Wave Monkey, which is one of our trophy 3s, where you start off in a blunt, crossbow over your boat, and finish it in a Phonics Monkey.
And that's a tough one, a big one. Tomasz is, like I said, a contender. He got second place in World Championships this year, so he has every ability to beat everyone out here, and he definitely came out showing you what he can do right now. But he also has given a little strategy. I mean, some of these paddlers haven't thrown the Space Godzillas, so it's going to be interesting to see if after his run, people say, you know what, he didn't flush on that. Maybe I can throw that into my move, especially if they don't maybe have the air screws.
Exactly, yeah. And I was definitely hearing about a lot of the athletes. One of a big strategy is watching a lot of the other athletes come in. And again, being the preliminaries, there is a significant amount of athletes that carry over, and it rewards consistency. But it also allows athletes to look at what other people are doing and try to help plan their rides, especially if you're later in the heats. That can actually be a significant advantage in prelims.
That's right. So we're going to bring it back up to our South Korean here. He is self-sponsored. You know, a lot of these athletes just fund their own ways to come over here. They're not sponsored. They buy their boats, they buy their paddles, they buy their plane tickets. He just, you know, comes out here, loves it. One of the things he does, he's a trekker. You know, actually hiking in South Korea is very popular. They call it trekking there. His home river, not that we get to travel there, but it's called the Narishian River. And
here comes Thomas Sulpici's score at a 10:26.67. That is a fantastic score for Thomas, and I believe he's going to be very happy with that, especially considering that he flushed on the last trick. So ideally, he would have been able to throw down even more.
That's right. So again, some more about our Korean paddler. He lists his favorite food as kimchi. I would have to agree with that. And here he comes in. I'm going to go ahead and see if he can. Oh, misses that pass, but that's okay. He retains. He's just going to spin around. Last time he did a few spins to establish. Let's see if he can just do the same thing here. Just setting it up, taking his time. Again, if this were a hole feature, you typically go a little bit faster. He almost catches the flush there. Good recovery. Here he goes now looking for that roundhouse. Can't quite get the pass set up. Oh, and unfortunately catching a flush.
All right, so yeah, you've ended up flushing off on that left shoulder, drifting off a little too far into the corner, and I don't believe he's going to have quite enough time to paddle up, especially considering he ended up on that river right surfer's left eddy. It is a very long eddy to make your way back up, and then you have to ferry over to the feature.
Yeah, well, he gave it his all. Now, they can see a timer where they're situated. So if they ever sort of stop and look up to their left, typically they're looking at that timer. They've got 45 seconds. It's one of those things that it feels like it would be really long, and the second you get on that feature, you look up and it's saying 25 seconds, and where did the time go?
Exactly, yes. When you're in the middle of the action and throwing stuff down, time flies.
Exactly. All right, so that's going to bring up his second ride, Hyungjin from South Korea. I think there's 3 South Koreans that I counted. There might be more. I believe there's 3 of them. And it's interesting, South Korea and Japan work pretty closely together. They're culturally very linked in that region, and so they tend to know each other and paddle together. The Koreans go to Japan, Japans go to Korea. So here we go. We've got now Ryosuke from Japan. This guy can really place high. He's a contender here. He's starting his ride.
All right, so here he goes, looking for a pass, trying to get maybe some air screws like he did on his first ride. Throwing down air screw to the left. The tricky thing with air screws on this feature is you do need to get air for a percentage of the rotation. And, oh no, catching an edge, managing to retain it.
That might have counted as a cartwheel.
Looking to set up for a blunt. Unfortunately, catches a bit of an edge on the bounce. Oh, goes and sets up for the right air screw. Looking for potentially a back. There it is, a back blunt. Maybe a back blunt the other direction. Unfortunately, missing that pass. Right blunt.
And that's time for Ryosuke. So he's coming out here throwing some points, 218 showing right now. So he's definitely bringing some points up. We're thinking maybe the mark's going to be between 700 and 1,200. It's really variable right now. It's hard to tell. I'm thinking somewhere in the 1,000-point range.
Definitely above the 1,000-point range. It's hard to tell where exactly this early in the competition, but looking at some of the rides, I'm definitely thinking we're going to see paddlers targeting that combined 1,000 and up point.
If we take 20 paddlers to the next round, he's at 650. That's not completely out, but we definitely have a lot of big paddlers who can throw a lot of points down, not the least of which is next, Mr. Alan Ward, whose first ride, I believe, already topped 1,000 points, or was he right on the bubble? We'll take a look, though. Mr. Alan Ward, he is out of the UK.
Rockin' bib number 10 comes in for the entry wing over. Get some points on the board right even before the time starts.
Yeah, Alan is sitting in 5th place already with 1 ride at 860, you can see there, as he's moving around for those blunts both directions. He's going to spin it up. They're going for maybe a black blunt. There it is.
Definitely starting it off much safer than his first ride. Unfortunately going, oh, can he make it back in? There he is. That was a risky push onto that left shoulder. Really snappy right air screw.
So this water's pretty consistent, but there is a little surge out there. Boy, if you catch that surge wrong, you have to fight back to get over the bubble.
Oh yeah, it can get real scary.
Trying to sell clean to the judges. That loop was clean, he's saying. Here, I think he was going for that left blunt McNasty there. He couldn't pull it off. He's got a few seconds left. There it is on the buzzer. He retains the feature. Oh, great finish for Mr. Alan Ward of Great Britain.
You're seeing the points for that last blunt McNasty coming in. So far looking like he's going to top his first ride, putting him comfortably high up with a combined score.
Yeah, and a little paddle twirl at the end. That's what's nice. You can see the paddlers. He's pretty happy with that because you can tell if they're not happy, man, their head down at the end. Alan's like, no, that was awesome. I'm going to show everyone a little bit of paddle twirl. That's, by the way, the only trick I can really do consistently. And let's take a look here at some of his moves. That's that Pan Am where he gets that boat way vertical, possibly a blunt on that. That, it's hard to tell. Those judges have to make that call on the fly, but I'd give that a Pan Am for sure. That's a back blunt to the left as he's coming around to the left side. Blunt to the right.
Keeping it clean on both the front blunt and Pan Am.
Yep, extra 10 to 15 to 30 points depending on what the initial trick is. So a clean on a roundhouse is not necessarily the same as a clean on a blunt. There's that air screw. Is nice and snappy. That one wasn't nearly as good as his first ride, but still, I believe, fit the technical definition. Nice air screw the other direction. Alan Ward giving the proverbial clinic as he's pulling that out, and that one definitely looked clean. I don't know how long they can until they tap that paddle, but really nice loops there.
Yeah, he held that paddle way up high, trying to keep it as far out of the water as possible to sell it to the judges.
All right, so right now we got a break because we do have a paddler missing in this heat, but that's okay because we're going to talk a little bit about Tomasz Czublicki. So what's interesting is if you follow any of these paddlers on Instagram or TikTok or anything like that, they're really good about promoting themselves and promoting the sport. So the last World Cup we had was in 2018, and that was in Sort. And he came first in that World Cup, and I believe by the World Cup points. So what we didn't describe to you earlier is not only are they doing this World Cup and the next World Cup, but both World Cups add together to make a World Cup winner. So you can win one or the other, but you can also accrue points and thereby be the overall World Cup winner. And he did so in 2018 in Sort. He was also the first in World Cup in 2016 in Argentina. So he's had a very good track record in the World Cup stage.
All right, we see Thomas Czublicki got the green flag from the judges as he lines up. Slowing himself down backwards towards the feature, probably looking to go for another entry McNasty. There he goes. There's the entry McNasty. Not as much air on the first one, so he may have lacked a little bit on the points. Starts off with a loop for the first move of his ride. Going for those space gods.
Yeah, he's definitely ticking off the whole moves just like he did last time. He's sticking with this plan, and it got him, over 1,000 points. So what works, he's going to keep with it, and now he's moving into the air screw and now into more of the wave features.
There's the air screw toward the right on the so getting both directions in. Looking like he's going to set up for the blunt McNasty. Comparing to his first ride, we're going to assume he's going to go for the blunt McNasty the other way. No, he goes for the wave monkey and sticking it. That was a beautiful. He's claiming that, extremely happy as he sticks it within the time and buzzer.
And that was very clearly before the buzzer, so he's pretty happy with that. He didn't do the paddle twirl at the end, but we'll give him the fist bump. And Tomas has been really good about coming to competitions and working, one of the hardest workers. One of the things we see people like Dane Jackson who will go out and just do lap after lap after lap. Tomas is no different. He comes out and he practices and practices and practices, as do a lot of the athletes.
Definitely, but you'll see him out first thing as soon as the water's up, and he'll be one of the last paddlers out at the end of the session as well. We'll see the score come in at very soon, but it looked like it was on track to top his first ride. We shall see once they post that.
And that would put him on track to take over the first place spot as well. So next heat, we're going to be looking for Urin Ottoman Tori Baguette. So you're an Ottoman of Armenia. I suspect maybe all of our Armenian paddlers are not here, but we'll find out. Tori Baguette of the United States. Tuiskua of... Oh, I was going to pronounce this last night, and I lost it already. Tsuika of Finland. Jacob Boswell of Great Britain, and Eric Jackson of the U.S. So we actually have a really nice heat. Got 2 U.S., Finland, Great Britain, possibly Armenia, and there we go.
Thomas Lipizzi's points come in at over 2,000 combined, so 2,083.34, putting him solidly in first position at the moment.
That is right. I believe this is the heat positions.
Yes.
But I also believe that's going to take over first place overall. We'll have to see. I don't quite remember
sure. Dane's combined score.
We should see that here shortly. So again, we're going to see Yura, Tori, Tsuika, Jacob, and Eric for this next heat. They are getting ready here. We're going to go right at noon. So we have just about 4 minutes coming up here for the 2022 World Cup #1 here on Ambush in Columbus, Georgia. Again, we want to thank all of the people who have come to help this out. We've got the Beam, Payzold. We talked about Coca-Cola already. Ram Hospitality, Atlanta Beverage. They're bringing us some of the Michelob Ultra. Scott Bridge, Standard Concrete, Synovus, both banks, Synovus Leadership. We've got a cool organization called Salt Life. They deal with water sports and surfing. And here we go for our overall results. Dane is still at the top by, just about 40 points, a little over. Followed by Tomas Jablicki, Alan Ward, Visa, and Bartosz taking up the first 5 spots. Now, right now, all 10 of these individuals are qualified in. We qualify up to 20. However, as it goes on, these scores are obviously going to change. And if 1,000 points is the mark, Bartosz should be sitting right around the cut. So we're going to have to see as this goes on, because like we say, next up we have the likes of Eric Jackson and Jacob Boswell, who are definitely big scorers. The Finnish always bring great paddlers to these events, so we're going to have to see. But again, moving down the list, Columbus Waterworks, Merrick and Company, Woodruff Foundation, the EACC, Piranha Kayaks, Nora, and Gardinier Gerard, Catherine and Wright Waddell, Helen Jordan Jacobs, Law Office of Gary Bruce, the Daniel Amos family, of course the Columbus Chamber of Commerce, Columbus State University. They have these really cool buildings just downstream of here. Houston, and of course the ICF, the International Canoe Federation. They're the main organizing body of this. They control the rules. They control all of the structure around this event. And they're the ones who really help us out in bringing these competitions all over the world.
All right, and here we have to thank City of Columbus, which is the second largest city in Georgia behind Atlanta, with 206,000 residents. The Chattahoochee River, which is before us, currently spans from North Atlanta down to the Gulf of Mexico. For 150 years, the river here had 2 hydro dams powering several textile mills. After the last mill closed in 2000, the civic leaders, along with the Corps of Engineers, had a vision to restore the river's natural beauty. Uptown acquired the defunct dams, and 10 years later, and then with the work of McLaughlin Merrick, the dams were removed and the river was redesigned with the centerpiece of the wave shaper. Uptown Columbus, which focuses on making Uptown inviting, livable, prosperous, and perpetually active. They are one of the main reasons we have to thank for the features that we have that we're definitely going to see later this week in World Cup #2. All right, and here it looks like they've got heat number 4 set up. Let me get you the names on these ones here. So, men's kayak surface preliminary number 4. We're going to see Yura Adamayan from Armenia. I don't know if the Armenians are here at the moment. We shall see once they start with Startless Goes live. Tori Baguette from the United States. Chushku Anasma from Finland. Jacob Boswell from Great Britain, and Eric Jackson from the United States.
Yeah, and of course, Eric Jackson, former world champion, kayak manufacturer, started out the Jackson brand, and we'll see a lot of those boats out. Today, though, he's going to be in his new boat, the Apex Watercraft. And his whole family's here as well, so he's got his son competing, already went. His daughter will be competing. He's got another son who's too young to compete, but also a kayaker. And Eric, oddly enough, is a pro fisherman. But before that, let's see who we got dropping down into the feature. I am gathering. This is actually Tori from the United States, but I will wait till we see on our screen. Yep. And taking the feature
Bib number 87
is Tori.
All right, as he drops in here with his nice blue Jackson boat there, looking like he's trying to set something up, spinning it around. Unfortunately, catches almost a flush. He managed to keep himself back in. That's really well done on that side.
So Tori is a 5th grade teacher and is expecting his first kid to come along here anytime, I believe November. And so he's a local, Harris County, Georgia. So this represents one of the individuals who gets to come out here and compete because it's close, it's convenient, and he gets to basically show the world what he's been working on, despite the fact that this is not what he does for full time. He's not a professional kayaker. He's a teacher, and he's going to come out here and give us some really enjoyable performance.
So that'll wrap it up for his first ride. We're going to see a bit of a replay here. He's showing great control on the ambush feature this morning.
Yeah, this is great. These World Cups are so fun because you don't have to qualify for the team. You don't have to even be a generally wonderful, beautiful paddler. However, this individual has quite a bit of skill just to come out here and spin around and try his hand at competition. It's incredibly intimidating to sit in the eddy with Eric Jackson for a lot of people. Now, these paddlers, they make it easy for us. They make it great. So, like, for example, this gentleman out of Finland, you talk to him, you wouldn't even know he's a professional kayaker. But he has been on the scene for quite some time as he drops in here. Another carbon Gigi Prod boat. We're going to see a lot of these carbon boats as Suika paddles around looking for his first few moves.
All right, he's looking to set up, going for the back blunt to the right, sticking it, setting up for the back blunt to the left, putting both those back tricks in the books for this first ride. Looking for the unfortunately tries to land on that blunt and catches his stern in the green water. He's going to try to get himself back up in the river right eddy, which is definitely a tricky one as you have to ferry back out to the feature. Let's see if he manages to get back in for one last trick. He's entering the current here, 3 seconds to go. Can he make it in for one? Unfortunately, doesn't quite make it back in his time. That'll be the end of his first ride.
Yeah, so he's 3rd in Finnish Nationals. He's been 25th in juniors, 26th in the European Championships. He competes quite a bit. These guys love to paddle all over the place. This is another one whose coach is Dennis Newton. We'll see Den's name come up possibly. We've talked about coaches. Den has been coaching people from all over the world, and he is a wonderful coach. Helps athletes from here, there, and everywhere, and this is one of Den's pupils. Den is not here. He was very prominent there in the UK world when it was there in July. So watch his moves there. Didn't quite get what he wanted on some of these. So he still has another time to come down and set up some more. But now we have Jake Boswell of the UK. Jake is one of the many UK paddlers who can just come down and throw really big moves.
Yeah, the British are a very, very prominent team every year at World Championships, and this is no exception. So Jacob starting it off his ride with a nice left blunt, looking to get it again, maybe score a roundhouse to add a little bit of extra points to that move. Spinning himself into a right back blunt. You'll see a lot of paddlers spin their way into it, which helps keep it clean. Plugs for a loop, sticks it with a beautifully perfect angle, keeps it nice and straight the whole way through.
Yeah, now he's trying trying to come around with some of those back blunts and not quite catching that one. He's going to have a deep flush here. He's going to catch it quick enough that he might be able to come back in. I suspect if he can attain, he's going to plug for a loop. That's one of the fastest things they can set up for. He doesn't have much time left. And nope, he was going for the blunt McNasty. Not a bad choice. I don't know where he was on that timer. That is one of the most difficult things for these judges. They have to watch here, sequence it. It's I don't envy the task.
Definitely not. And we've got a great panel of judges every year, so.
Yeah, actually, I didn't see who was judging this particular round. We would like to tell you a little bit about judging when we get a chance, but right now, if we take a look at Jake's slow-mo replay here, you can see sort of the technicality he is bringing. There's that right roundhouse. I'm guessing they may have given him a roundhouse for that one. He had blunts on some of the others. Going for that now. It looked like he was going for the back Pan Am. Couldn't quite get that angle off, and this was that loop to a flush. Nope, he didn't flush on that one. I forget.
And here we're seeing him go again for that spin to spinning into what looked like he was hoping for a back Pan Am. That's where he unfortunately flushed. Here he tried to go for a last-minute blunt McNasty before the buzzer. Not sure if that would have gone through.
All right, we're now here with Eric Jackson, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time champion of kayaking all over, downriver sprints, everything like that. It was a slalom paddler for the 1992 U.S. Olympics for the U.S. All right, Eric Jackson, there's that back Pan Am. He's going to line it all up. Try to throw as many as he can in this brand new Apex watercraft. This thing was just built a few months ago. Back blunts to the other direction.
All right, he's looking to plug for that loop. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite get the nose down. Spinning it out, looking to set up again. Gets the plug, manages to stick. Very nice, very nicely done on that one. Again, we're seeing some of the more experienced paddlers throwing loops a little bit earlier in their rides as they're more confident in sticking, as it is definitely a tricky trick on this feature.
Yeah, Eric Jackson did qualify and came over to the Worlds in Nottingham, so he is very much a contender. He can bring all this to bear. Now he's just doing a little practice. This is not scored. Looking for that, basically a McNasty right there. And we're not going to see the McNasty much because it is a flushy move. We'll take a look here, see what EJ has in the slow motion replay, as well as waiting for his score.
All right, so here we're seeing him in the slow-mo replay, going off for his first trick with a nice blunt, finishing it up with a stern cartwheel end. Now, the cartwheel won't have scored unless you manage to throw a two ends, but it is a very good way to finish up one of your tricks to land yourself in position to throw another trick in the same direction.
That's right. So this rounds out heat number 4, first runs. We have a whole set of runs for this heat to go again, for them to qualify into hopefully quarterfinals. We only have 4 paddlers in this heat right now. We have Tori Tisuka. I'm going to get this pronunciation. I apologize, folks at home. I apologize humbly to all of the Finnish who are listening. Jacob Boswell and Eric Jackson. And they're going to put down their second runs. We got 573 points for EJ. That's going to be his first run. And back to the top. They probably will run a Phantom Paddler. They may not, given that the first paddler is the one who's missing, and just roll right through this heat. Right now, second here. The 5th heat is getting on the water. Just to give you guys a head up, the 5th heat is going to be Tom Doley of France, Tomoyuki from Japan, Stephen Wright of the United States, Luke Pomeroy from Canada, and Nicholas Troutman from Canada as well. But right now, we're going to go back to the top, and we're going to take a look at Tori Baguette of the United States. And he is going to show us his second ride. And again, this is great. These are the athletes that really make World Cup special. He's a teacher. He basically, comes out, practices for his own sake, for his own paddling, and gets to now come out, his first competition ever. And what a way to come out and have a first competition.
No kidding, yeah.
Where are you going this weekend? I'm going to World Cups.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those talking points you can bring back, being the first competition in freestyle kayaking being the World Cups.
I mean, I can't impress a lot of people with my paddling, but I guarantee you I can impress a 5th grade class. So they must just absolutely love the videos he can bring. I mean, it's just going to be great. And he does, a lot of these guys do a lot of other sports. He climbs at a place called Treadstone. This is his hometown spot. But he also, goes to places like Salida, Colorado, and, can go out there and paddle in some of the bigger water. And so here we go. He is going to line this up.
So we're see him dropping in. He's definitely going to look to best his first ride score.
All right. Tori's on the clock now as he hunts around for his first move. Here we go, spinning around to the right. That's a 10 points straight away. Looking for that back roundhouse. Oh, catches that bubble flush, but he managed to get into the eddy nice and quick. This is that home spot advantage, right? He's like, I know how to do this. I'm going to get the eddy. I'm going to come back up and go right again.
Exactly. He's got plenty of time to make his way back up and keep scoring those tricks. He's going to be looking most likely for that spin on the left. So he goes to set up. Oh, he's going right for the loop. Unfortunately, catches the flush on that one. With 8 seconds remaining, he claims the ride.
There you go. Look at that smile. This is what makes our sport great, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to learn this sport, if you're just tuning in, most of the people watching the live stream know most about this. But hey, if you're interested, you can find your local river. You don't have to have big rapids to learn this. You don't have to even be on you can be in a lake. Although it's kind of nice to have a river.
It's definitely nice to have a bit of current, but a lot of people I've met in whitewater kayaking either started off on flat water or even sometimes in a pool in their backyard, learning how to get the basics.
All right, coming up next from Finland, we're going to see his second run here.
All right, he drops in with the Gigi, which is one of the more prominent European boat brands. He's looking to set something up on that left corner. Going for a second pass, still looking for something. Catches an end, but manages to pull it off in a loop. Does he manage? See if he manages to retain. He's working real hard to stay in there, and he manages it.
Good job for that. He's going to spin around into that McNasty attempt. Again, that is just a flushy move. It's risky, but he's trying to get the points. A little bit of a rescue roll there. If he'd have been in the feature, they could have given him points for that even.
Exactly, yeah.
That was athletic enough. It could have been a trophy won. He has just about 10 seconds left.
He's got enough time to throw down a couple tricks coming back in the feature. He's going to look for that McNasty again, unfortunately flushing on that. It is one of the riskier moves to do in this feature, and we've seen him try to throw them pretty early in his rides. Definitely risky, but it could also be extremely rewarding if he pulls it off.
Yeah,
because it is a very high-scoring ride or point.
So, some people out here are professional kayakers. Others, like this individual, he is a student, and he's doing sports management. So not only a student, but a student within the industry of athletics, so to speak. And, he's got really good form, but that feature is just not letting him truly show off what he can do as he's looking for that McNasty. All right, looking now at Jake Boswell. Jake did not fill out the bio information. I think he's a pretty well-liked paddler there. He runs a paddle shop or works at a paddle shop there in the UK. We should hear him a little bit later on the announcement. He's going to come help us out. Jake is coming in and going to back in. And yeah, we talked a little bit about that, but the Gigi Prod, this is a French manufacturer. Oh, nice roundhouse or nice blunt to the right there. He's going to do it right again, maybe looking for the clean. He said maybe it's a roundhouse, maybe it's a blunt. There's that back blunt, maybe a back roundhouse. The scores look to me like they're giving him the roundhouses.
Goes for the loop.
Plugging for the loop.
Looking to set something else up on that. Unfortunately, he catches a bit of too much power hitting right. Let's see if he can retain it. Unfortunately, misses. He's going to be working his way back up with 17 seconds to back up the eddy. Definitely enough time to make his way back up as he catches that river left eddy.
Yeah, and as we're talking at home too, we define the river by its flow. So the left side of the flow is always the left, doesn't matter if you're going up or down. The right side of the river is always the right side of the flow. So it doesn't matter if you're paddling up, you may have the river right on your left side, but that is always the river right. Sometimes though we will call out surfer's left or surfer's right, and that is then the aspect of where you're surfing. So if you're looking upstream, it's going to be a completely flipped. So left side is surfer's right, right side surfer's left. It can be a little confusing, but generally speaking, we want absolutes, river left, river light. It makes it really good for talking on the river.
Exactly, and you'll see when we refer to that, when they're doing tricks and they were calling a right blunt or a left blunt or that orientation, we are specifically describing, in that case, the surfer's orientation, as we're going surfer's right blunt, surfer's left blunt. But when we speak about eddies, we often speak about river right or river left, because a lot of the cases we refer to them as we're running a river, so it is much easier to communicate to other paddlers that you're paddling with. All right, and Jacob Boswell, that ends his final ride of Heat 4. Now we see Eric Jackson coming in, a name that pretty much anyone in the paddling community is familiar with. Starts it off with a nice blunt into a back, what it looks like. Tried to go for a back Pan Am on that one. Sets up for another back. Looked like a Pan Am. Unfortunately, we're having a little bit of feed issues, so we're missing a couple minor aspects of the runs. Setting up for a... Oh, that definitely was a back Pan Am attempt to the right. Oh, and catches an edge trying to set himself back up, but he's got some time, 14 seconds left as he catches that river left eddy. He'll have time to throw down a couple more tricks. As he looks like he's setting up for the loop. He's been having a bit of a tough time getting that bow to plug into that feature. Save 0 seconds left on the buzzer. Fortunately throws that at the very end, but he should be pretty happy with that. 4:10 unofficial score at the moment. We'll know what the combined score as it comes in a little bit.
So as we said before, Eric Jackson, former Olympian in the 1992 Olympics in slalom. He is a professional fisherman, and obviously a wonderful freestyle kayaker. But this guy does so much. It's amazing to see him have the time to maintain these skills at this level, because a lot of people, once they would get to this point, they're not going to necessarily have the time. I don't even know how he has any of the time.
Exactly, yes.
So it's really nice seeing him maintain this. 420 points, 993 combined. He probably on the bubble. He's underneath Bartosh's score, so we'll have to see, though, when all this is done. We still have 5 more heats of men after this, and but still in this heat we're done with this heat. That's right. So that heat's done. We've got a little bit of a break. So while we do that, we're gonna do a little bit of a bathroom break for some of the announcers and stuff. We're going to come back to you here shortly.
Yeah, next heat will be starting off at 12:25, so in just under 10 minutes. For that heat, we'll have Tom Dole from France, Tomoyuki Owakai from Japan, Stephen Wright from the United States, Luke Pomeroy from Canada, and Nicholas Troutman of Canada. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, took a little quick break there. Nature definitely does not respect our schedule, but that's okay. We are coming right along here for the next heat. It's going to be amazing. So we are now into heat number 5. We should start out here in about another 2.5 minutes. They're in the water. Heat number 5, Tom Dole of France, Tomoyuki of Japan, Stephen Wright of the U.S., Luke Pomeroy of Canada, Nick Troutman of Canada. Now, a few of these people. Tom Dole is a former junior world champion. Stephen Wright is also a world champion in the squirt boating category, former world champion. He is just an amazing all-around kayaker, one of the trainers for the program they call the Keeners up in Canada. We'll get some information about Tomoyuki here shortly, and Luke and Nick, I'm going to let my compatriot tell you about that. We got a really nice heat, really good representation as we move on into this 5 of 9 heats here in the 2022 World Cup number 1 on Ambush. So, Zach, what can you tell us about Luke Pomeroy and or Nicholas Troutman?
So, both very prominent Canadian paddlers. Nick Troutman having come second in the our national team trials not that long ago, about a month ago, on the Garburator Wave. We'll just pull up some extra information here.
Yeah, Nick is. I think we got one. I think we have Tom Dole dropping.
Oh yeah, Tom Dole, one of our French paddlers here, is just dropping it into the feature for his first ride.
All right, Tom, former junior world champion, going right into an air screw. He has a nickname listed on here. I'm going to ignore that and just call him the Flying Frenchman. That was a nickname we gave him in Colorado years ago. Beautiful little Pan Ams right there, getting the air screws right out of the way. Nice high-scored moves. A little bit of struggle with his right and left blunts or Pan Ams.
Yeah, he's not quite bringing the stern around all the way back upstream, so I'm not sure if they'll be able to they'll count that. Now he's going in for his blunt McNasty. It looks like he kept that in the feature.
I do have a little bit of inside knowledge on maybe why he might not be as clean as he would want to be. He just picked up that boat last night. I don't think he's had too much practice in it, as it's a Carbon Jackson. He didn't really get a chance to bring a carbon boat, so this is actually a pretty new boat for him.
Yeah, brand new boat can really be tough to get a hang of, especially when some boats have very drastic designs year to year.
That's correct. Now, these Murky Waters Carbon Jacksons are typically, he's been in them before, but he picked this up actually from Tomas Jablicki, so his old boat. So right now we're taking a look. So Tom Dole, so he starts out really, really nice. That air screw and the one subsequent after that should have scored, and I believe I saw the points go up pretty good on those. As he moved around, he got that Pan Am pretty good, but unfortunately getting way high on the foam pile, so he had to take a little bit of a recovery there. And then that was the one where he just blocked it out and almost flushed the feature. So luckily he retained there. Didn't keep it quite as good as he would like. But next up we have now Tomoyuki Wakai from Japan.
This looks like it's going to be his first world event at the ever. So we'll see how he does. But looking very calm, very collected out there in the eddy, waiting for the green flag.
Also a Gigi Prod paddler in the carbon boat. So Tomoyuki here, I didn't get to see any of his practice rides. It's very difficult to watch practice rides here. You really have to paddle out to the island. It's so far away. So we'll see sort of what sort of things he's been practicing. It looks like he's not going for an entry move, just going to do this straight up attainment. Nice blunt McNasty right off the bat. He probably got the blunt. I don't think they're going to give him the McNasty part, but that still should score. Blunt the other direction, cartwheeling back into that feature. He's retaining well. He's got a really powerful posture. Roundhouse, back roundhouse off to the right.
As he goes to plug in for what looks like it could have been a loop, unfortunately flushes off that edge. He's choosing to go with the river right eddy, a little bit longer, but also a safer attainment eddy. He's got 15 seconds as he's working his way back up. Just making himself back into the current now. Start his ferry across to the feature. The ferry here can be risky, especially when you're tired. You can end up missing it, but he comes across really nicely. See if he's got one more going for the McNasty on the buzzer.
He talks about how he started kayaking basically on a mountain trip or an outdoors trip. And one of those things, a real classic, be careful. because it's going to hook you.
Exactly.
And you start kayaking like, get in the lake, get in the river, and then pretty soon you're buying a giggy prod.
Exactly, and at the World Championships.
And at the
or
World Championships.
World Cups in this case.
Exactly. No, it's great. Looks like he goes and paddles up in Hokkaido, which is the North Island there quite a bit. The, let's see if I can pronounce this. Ikushunbetsu. The Ikushunbetsu in Hokkaido is one of his rivers there in the, where he goes and likes to travel. And he says he likes to perform these big moves as we watch him in slow-mo here, popping a really, really nice Pan Am attempt right there.
Yeah, I'm not crazy familiar with a lot of the rivers out there in Japan, but definitely a goal to make my way out there at some point.
All right, so next up, we're going to have from the United States, Mr. Stephen Wright. He's going to stage up here. Stephen Wright is one of our, like I say, elder statesmen. He's a coach. He's a mentor. He travels around all over the world. We got 153 points for Tomoyuki. He's going to lay down his first ride there. He has one more ride to put some more points on the board. And again, they're going to stick around. They're going to be a whole nother World Cup after this. Still a lot of paddling to come. Right now, coming from the top, not going to do an entry move, just going to attain. This individual really does call this place home for a lot of the year. Coming in, doing the blunt to the right, possibly Pan Am to the left, another blunt to the left. This is one of the guys who can really pull off the wave monkey, so we're going to be looking for that from him on the blunt to phonics monkey. Just a straight up loop. No clean on that, but it doesn't matter. He just wants the points at this point in time. Space Godzilla off to the left. And we're going to look to see if he's going to maybe space the other direction. He does, and now we're going to look for possibly the Blunt McNasties and space.
All right, so here's setting up, going for the air screw on the right, keeping it nice and straight. So we might see some of the big tricks like you mentioned earlier. There he goes for the McNasty. Going to set up the McNasty on the other direction on the buzzer. Not sure if he initiated a little bit past it, but we will have to see what the judges call.
That was the first McNasty to McNasty that not only didn't flush, but looked very, very well in control. So Stephen Wright, you know, he's going to be featured in a film we're showing on Wednesday called The Wintering Grounds. And it's all about how they basically sort of discovered this spot and built out sort of the infrastructure to come here and stay over the winter, where it's not only some of the only water around, but it's also super high quality. So when we wait for Steven's score to come in, we will we'll take a look here.
His unofficial score looked extremely high, over the 1,000 points. Unfortunately, we don't quite know what the final is yet, as they're still tallying it all up as we're watching his replay. Big move after big move here. We see a nice back Pan Am attempt. Not sure how vertical that ended up being. And there's the run one. Final score comes in at 1076.67, being one of the higher scoring rides that we've seen today. Next up, we've got Luke Pomeroy of Canada. This is some guy that you probably, if you've been paying attention to social media in the spring, he's a big wave connoisseur up in Canada. So basically, you'll see him all over stakeout some of the world's biggest waves, and he's dropping into a feature that he might be a little less comfortable with. Unfortunately, looks like he had a bit of a quirked out his paddle as he tried for his air screw.
That's kind of a funny thing if you think about it, where these guys can go get on water that most mortals think are crazy, and then yet they come to the smaller features, and it's a different skill set.
Exactly. It's a very different, whereas you rely a lot more on very precise technique and very different technique. And this is also, they didn't arrive that long ago. This is not, he's only had a couple rides on this wave so far, but he's looking like he really maxed out his training, because he's pulling off some nice tricks out there. Laird's coming in with a right back blunt, going for the left back blunt, sticking that in. Going for a blunt McNasty. Can he stick that? Unfortunately, gets a bit of a flush on that final trick.
So there we go from Canada, Luke Palmer. We have two Canadians in this. And again, that stakeout atmosphere, these are big crashing waves. These guys paddle into stuff that just looks spectacular, and you can throw huge amplitude. But this smaller feature, you have to really control it, so you can't squeeze too much out of it. There's just not very much there. So you can take a look. That air screw, as he came down sideways, he couldn't get enough air into the boat to finish it, and that's caused the flush. However, That didn't stop him. He came back up, still put down some points. 378 points for Luke.
All right, and next up in the heat, we'll have another Canadian, a name that a lot of people are very familiar with, Nicholas Troutman. He'll be coming up right next here in his very shiny, sparkly new red boat.
Yeah, if you had any doubt about Nick and how he likes to represent himself, look no further now. There's an interesting, they had a little bit of issue with these murky waters, these new carbon 5s. He's the only one with a carbon 5. In for the wing over. Nick's going to set up his run. He's going to look for possibly all of these air screws to Pan Ams.
All right, you see he started off with his air screw on the left, looking for air screw to the left, setting up backwards for next trick, going with a beautiful back Pan Am to the left, setting up probably for the right one. There it is, keeping it nice and clean. Plug in for the loop, beautiful clean loop.
That was the cleanest loop of the day. That he not only sold that, it was obvious.
100%. And there he goes for the left blunt. He's already done the Pan Ams. Now he's going for the blunt. And there's the blunt McNasty. Came around so straight. The other direction as well. And unfortunately catch the flush on that right shoulder. Still, I believe he's going to be extremely pleased with that first ride. Even with the flushed one, right now the unofficial score is hovering around the 1,000 mark. So he'll be extremely happy with that.
Yeah, so right now, if that score stands and he gets another one like that, he will basically be within points of Dane Jackson. So exactly what he wanted to do. It was interesting to watch his pacing, and that's one of the things about freestyle kayaking that is very challenging. You obviously can't go too fast. You're gonna make mistakes, but you certainly need to go quick because you're gonna run out of that 45 seconds. And Nick's pacing sort of started out real conservative and just built to the end. He's just linking it, and it really is gonna show in the score. So we will wait for a score to come through.
And seeing rides this high and this many tricks thrown in such a short time on a feature like this is very impressive, considering unlike a whole feature like we saw in Nottingham earlier this year, where you don't need to set up every trick. You can kind of throw any position in a hole. You can set up and throw a trick. On a wave, especially a smaller one like this, you really need to take the time to get that pass and set yourself back up on top. You can't throw at any point or you risk flushing. So you'll see a lot less tricks, but watching the scores this high has been very impressive so far.
Yeah, this combined wave hole aspect, we're seeing just the variability that paddlers can bring, and it works to their forte. Someone like Stephen Wright, who's really good at looping, same as with Tomas Trablicki, they're going to bring these loops to this. Whereas the ones who like to do the wave moves, they're going to bring the blunts and the Pan Ams and try to make those clean, and then maybe at the end do the blunt McNasties. So there's that flush right at the end for Nick, but by the time he got there, he had laid down quite a few points. So really good first ride for him. And this is going to take us back to the top of this heat with the Flying Frenchman, Mr. Tom Dole. Again, Tom was just in Utz, a big downriver kayak race in Class 5 whitewater. Really enjoyable. Tom is also sporting a mustache, so you watch for him to try to twirl the ends. He likes to do that. But Tom did not have the first ride he really wanted. Again, this is a new boat for him, so let's see if he can dial it in on this second ride as he sets up now for... There's that air screw to the right, a little bit better this time. Now, Tom used to live here. He is from France, but they lived in this region. This was his home feature, so he doesn't necessarily need to get in that training as he does that beautiful Pan Am, back blunt to the right. So he really has a lot of familiarity here, so he should be able to bring his hometown advantage even despite this brand new boat.
And this has definitely been a much better second ride for him, keeping the scores nice and high. Unfortunately, has a little bit of trouble on that back blunt there. Goes for the blunt McNasty, gets a crazy amount of air on that, but unfortunately lands behind the feature. With 8 seconds left, we'll see if he can make his way back up into the hole for at least one more trick before the buzzer. Knowing him, he could even possibly pull off 2. Plugs for the loop. Manages to stick it. There it is.
It'll be interesting to see. That wasn't the best loop attempt. They have to come over the top and bring it down straight. He had a little twist in there. However, that's that power in, do what you know. And most of these paddlers can throw a loop, at the toss of a hat or toss of a coin. And so there he did. He pulled that off right at the end as we look at his ride in slow motion.
All right, so here he comes. Motion. Going for his pass on what I believe was his first air screw here. Brought it around nice and straight, keeping his bow and body out of the water for a majority of that air screw. There's the air screw the other direction. Not quite as aerial. And here's the clean, one of the nicest clean blunts that we've seen so far, cleaning it up to the left, or left, yeah. Now back blunt to the right.
And it's really nice to watch the analysis in slow motion because you can really see he didn't get the pop out of that, and it put him on his face, yet he's such a good paddler, he was able to recover some of those very rapidly. All right, here we go. Tomoyuki from Japan. This is one of the ones who saw kayaking, tried kayaking, and now he is in the United States competing in World Cup #1 here in 2022, Columbus, Georgia.
All right, here he drops into the feature and looking to set something up, in that side surf, spinning it out to the right, trying to get up on that shoulder. Goes for the right, turned into a roundhouse. He might try that again, attempt for the blunt, left roundhouse. We'll see if he again goes for the blunts the same direction. But it looks like he's setting up for a beautiful back blunt to the right, getting the boat nice and high up out of the water. Might even have gotten a high air bonus on that. Sets up for a McNasty. Unfortunately, flushes, does not quite get the air he wants. He's again going with 6 seconds. I don't believe he's going to have quite the time to make it up on that river right eddy. But he should definitely be happy, and I'm sure we're going to see more of him around. Especially we'll see him next up in the World Cup #2. All right, let's see what he can do. One more trick to show off for the crowd for us. Not sure if he heard the buzzer on that side. It can be a little difficult to hear, especially when you're in the midst of all the action, your adrenaline's pumping. Sometimes, and often you're wearing earplugs to keep the ear infections from the water, which is unfortunately quite common in a lot of rivers around the world.
Not only ear infections, but something called, stenosis of the ears, where just cold water can actually harm your ears. It doesn't even have to be an infection. It's a pretty nasty thing, so we wear a lot of protective gear, not the least of which is nose and earplugs. For me personally, if I don't wear my nose plug, I can't taste dinner.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's a minor problem, but it counts.
I keep an extra in my life jacket just in case, because it's not fun to have water up your nostrils.
Nope, not at all. All right, so we are now looking upstream. Mr. Stephen Wright, this guy always has a smile. I remember 2017 World Championships. He was so stoked to be in finals. He didn't finish where he wanted to finish, so he's looking for it here. But he is coming in, dropping in. No entry move. Just going to sit on that wave. Oh, even misses his first pass. He has plenty of time. Beautiful. I think he was going right for the blunt McNasty there. Like I said, this guy can do it. Nice retaining there. So backing it up into a back Pan Am. There is the blunt to the left, back blunt to the left, possibly a back Pan Am. And plug-in just for a straight loop. No clean that time, but always going to catch the flush now, unfortunately. You know, he has such good strength to weight ratio. He's not a big individual, and so he does have that ability to pull that paddle through the water and not have to be drugged down by being just a large paddler. So nice running around for that McNasty. Again, he did both McNasties without any problem. So right on the buzzer. That's probably not going to initiate. I don't believe they're going to score that one. 600 points. Sitting right now, we'll see what his final score is for Mr. Stephen Wright of the United States. And it is worth noting, you know, we really want to detail the personal, as I said, that he was going to be in this film coming up, a very important winning grounds. But the most important achievement I think this individual has ever received has not been a world championship medal. It is the 2020, 2021, 2019, 2018, not just one, but 4 years, 3 consecutive of world's most attractive kayaker. And apparently he might be a lock for 2022, where we don't know yet.
Still pending.
Still pending.
But we're going to see him up next here, Luke Pomeroy of Canada.
All right, and we got revised heat sheets here. I'm going to get the heat sheets swapped over. We had a little bit of some time changes. We want to make sure we get you the right times at home if you're going to run away to get some snacks like we like to do. All right, Stephen Wright's combined score, 1,700 points. That's going to sit him up there really nice and high. But now coming on the feature is Mr. Luke.
All right. Here he's dropping in. We'll see if he goes in for an entry on this one. Definitely didn't have the greatest first ride. I'm sure he's going to be looking to top that on his second ride. Again, a very prominent big wave paddler up in Canada, spends all winter at stakeout. There starts off with what much better air screw the other direction. And he's definitely got some experience at Worlds. He came 6th into junior men's in 2019 sort. So he's looking to come back and show the world what he's got at this event. Not quite the angle on the stern for that right blunt. Looking to set up for something else here. Goes for the blunt McNasty. Unfortunately, again, the risky move flushes off on the loop portion of the McNasty. With 3 seconds, maybe he can get back in to plug for one quick trick. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for his second ride of today.
No, and a couple of these Canadians, Luke and I believe we'll see Caleb up a little later, weren't able to get here on time. Or on time's relative, but they just got here, and so they didn't get as much practice as they probably would have liked. Now, a lot of these individuals are also looking forward to the next World Cup, so they will get time to practice on that feature. So for this first one, this might be some of their practice, although Luke really looking good on those really low-angle air screws. That's that. Basically, so we haven't talked much about the definition, but the air screw is a rotation around the long axis of the boat, and a certain percentage, I believe 180 degrees, has to be where the boat is out of the water. It's aerial mandatory. That's that back Pan Am we saw right there where the boat has to go up over 90 degrees. So Luke Pomeroy of Canada coming down to lay down his first 2 runs. We'll see what his final score is here as we move on to the last paddler of this heat, which will be Mr. Nicholas Troutman. And of course, Nick Troutman, Team Jackson, former Team Sickline, team chasing his kids around the river. This is one of many fathers we have who are competing in this competition. And his kids are here today paddling when they can, doing the development camp for his son. Oh, and catching an unfortunate flush on that wing over. That is the danger of an entry movement. My goodness, does he manage to retain that.
Now that was a desperate push to get back in, but it was rewarded by managing to stay in and finishing it with a trick. Goes for the left air screw on that one, sticking that one. Setting up for a back Pan Am to the left. He's going to go for another one, maybe the right side. There it is. He turned into more of a back blunt, but still scoring some good points on the score sheet for him. Going to plug for the loop. Unfortunately, doesn't quite make it around. Again, didn't keep it straight throughout the trick, so we'll see. Can't get the nose in. He's definitely going to look for some more points to keep up with his first ride. He's going to go with a blunt McNasty, keeping it in something I've been seeing him do very consistently in training. Blunt McNasty the other direction, and just goes for a nice big air loop to show off for the crowd at the end.
And that was definitely after the buzzer. He knows it was after the buzzer as well, but that's the thing. You get a little extra time. Let's throw something big in there. Looking around 700 points, so 300 points shy of his first ride. And again, we're adding these scores together. Both rides count. This preliminary round is kind of brutal. It's just the way it is, and it makes us better paddlers, but you have to have both scores to count for this. He's already sitting at the 1,000-point mark with his first ride. This should keep him comfortably. But one of the things, too, is as they go on subsequent rounds, tell us about what happens to your place. How do you ranked?
So for the ranking, basically, depending on what position you come in, it'll start off with for the upcoming quarterfinals. It'll go with the first heats will be divided in 20th to 15th. And then 15th to 10th, 10th to 5th, and then the top 5 will go in reverse order. So it allows the highest scoring competitor of the prelims or of the previous round kind of an advantage of being able to analyze and be able to go last and to kind of understand what they're going up against to be able to place themselves. It also changes based on the amount of rides that count based on which section. So as we get later on in the competition into semis and into finals, you only get one ride that counts out of all of your rides throughout that those heats. There we go. Nick Troutman coming in with a second ride, quite high still, considering his flush at 10.61.67, putting a combined of 21.80, which will keep him nice and high on the score sheet.
You not expect that. It looked like when they finished off, they was in the 700 range, so they definitely added some stuff up there at the end that he was able to squeeze through, maybe some technical angles here, there, and the other. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we just got done seeing heat number 5. We still have 6, 7, 8, and 9 to go. We will start heat number 6 at 1:10 local time. Right now, it is 12:48 local time, so we got just about 20 minutes of a break. So right now, first place, Nick Trotman taking over. First place, bumping brother-in-law Dane Jackson down a notch. Dane in second place, Tomas Chablicki at third, Alan, Steven, Visa, Tom, Bartosh, Eric, Luke, all in the top 10 right now. So these top 10, they're going to have to wait and see if anyone down below can knock them off. We still have at least 15 paddlers, 20 paddlers, I believe, so it's still anyone's game. Nobody is guaranteed a spot. Hopefully they'll show us the next 10 spots. We'll take a look, but again, we're going to take 20 going into there. So again, Columbus, this is the second largest city in Georgia that we're here behind Atlanta. We're in this beautiful Chattahoochee River that has been rehabilitated. There used to be several dams on this for the textiles mills. They tore those dams down. They built this whitewater park along with the Merrick Group to bring wonderful activity. And here in uptown Columbus, they have just one of the most amazing downtown areas. So if you're here watching the live stream, definitely get up to downtown. If you've never been here, try to come check it out. It's really famous for coming in the middle of the winter. They get a lot of higher water in the winter, big waves. So don't hesitate to try to figure out how to get yourself down here to paddle in the wintertime. We're going to take a quick break. This is Hojo for Zach.
And this is Zach from Canada, and we'll see you guys in 20.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come back to you here just in a moment. We have a 1:10 start time. It says on my clock 1:08, so we are getting really close to kicking this off. I have kicked Zach out of the booth. We no longer have Zach, but we did have to replace him with a Canadian. So I have joining me Miss Savannah. She's one of our women's kayakers in the women's class. How you doing, Savannah?
I'm doing great, Hojo. I'm looking forward to announcing for these next few heats.
Yeah, what do you think of the first heat so far? Like, what are your thoughts?
So far, I think we've seen some great runs, especially from our top Nick, Dane, and Tomaz. We've seen a lot of people pulling through in the last few seconds, which has been very interesting for the crowd.
Yeah, and that's great. And this one we're going to have Rob Crow of Great Britain, David McClure of Ireland, Chris Wing of the United States, and I believe... Yeah, we'll figure it out here. Mason Hargrove, a local hero. His dad currently sitting in 20th spot.
We'll see if Mason can beat him.
So if Mason does well, unfortunately he does, dethrone his dad.
Yeah.
And Oliver Hepp of Austria. Now, actually, I believe Oliver's a scratch.
Okay.
So I don't believe we have an Austrian here. So it's just those four. We'll start with David and Mason Hargrove. See the judges get in place. I see the paddlers on the water having a good time. So here shortly we will bring you this next heat. And again, if you're joining us, welcome to the 2022 World Cup 1 here on Ambush Wave. Sort of a wave hole. We are downstream of Georgia Power. Georgia Power, one of our main sponsors, bringing us the water. How much water is being pulled through today? Did they tell you?
I think we've got 2 gens, which is about, 4,000 CMS? Is that wrong?
That is wrong. That is wrong. We're in the United States, so we use cubic feet.
Yes, I'm Canadian.
That's okay. So what she said, though, ladies and gentlemen at home, for those in the U.S., they do use something called cumex in the rest of the world, cubic meters per second. We use cubic feet, and that's about right, 4,000. And how you can envision that, whether you are in the U.S. or elsewhere, because this is a universal measure, 1 cubic foot is about 1 basketball. And so you can imagine 4,000 basketballs. Now, it's obviously flowing not all through that feature, but that's what we've got going. When they say 2 gens, they mean 2 generators worth of power being pulled through, since this is really dependent on the power. And here we go. All right, Mr. Rob Crow of Great Britain. This individual made finals in the UK Worlds just a few months ago, and Rob Crow comes down. He's going to basically start his move.
Yeah, it looks like he's dropping in for his first surf. Surfing around, we'll see what his first ride's going to be. Athletes normally have their rides calculated out. He went for an air screw to the right, air screw the other direction. So far, starting off this ride really strong with some big tricks. He's going for the blunt nasty. That was an awesome first 3 tricks. Going for blunt nasty the other way. Not quite bringing it around soon enough.
Oh, and catching a flush on that. And again, we've seen these blunt McNasties come, from several paddlers, and a lot of them have been flushing. This one gets the first, flushes the second.
He's trying that blunt nasty the other way again. Looks like he got it. 3 seconds left on the board. Going for a nice big back blunt. Solid first ride.
All right, back blunt, maybe even a back Pan Am. Of course, they have to get that boat over 90 degrees. And catching a little bit of an edge. He's going to, and he carps the first roll. Poor Rob. This is,
another one.
But, really what's happened here is he's exhausted.
Of course.
He's exhausted.
That was a lot of tricks in 45 seconds.
And so he's just lazing out of that. But let's take a look here. We get the benefit of watching these in slow motion, so we can actually dissect it much more carefully. Here's Rob set up into the air screw. Of course, almost all of the top end boaters are going to be doing that air screw. Sort of had to bail on that. Well, it looked like he was doing blunt McNasty, more of a roundhouse McNasty. They can still link that.
But you know what? The link points is really where the points are in the blunt McNasties, so the roundhouse McNasty will still be a high scoring trick.
You can still get the link. I think it's a difference between 15 extra points versus 30 extra points. So every point does count. We're going to see his score here shortly. That's that blunt McNasty to the left. Not a bad execution there, but however, this one I believe we're going to see is the one he flushed on.
Yeah, this feature's a little tricky with sticking those blunt nasties. There's not a lot of water coming back into the feature from downstream.
Correct, and that's the whole aspect of the wave, whereas the wave aspect is that green water, and it's actually, we haven't talked about this much, but they actually have to make sure they initiate certain wave moves on that green water so they can't be back in that foam pile as you see there. But that was Rob Crow's ride. Did a great ride. He should be up there pretty good. I'm guessing up in the 900-point range, but we'll have to see what he gets. But next up, David McClure, another individual who was in finals in Worlds. I actually have some information on Mr. McClure. So David, of course, as I said, of Irish, he's a Palm equipment paddler. He was 4th in Worlds this year. 1,031. That's good. That's putting him right up there in that top 5 range.
It's a very solid ride. He'll definitely be in the top 10.
Of performance, exactly. So David McClure, again, 4th in Worlds this year. He's been a finalist in the last 2 World Championships, and here he is taking the feature.
So we've got, starting off the ride with a nice big air screw. He's surfing around, figuring out his next move. So looking for the right pass here. Air screw the other way. Solid ride. Everybody's starting off these rides with the big high-scoring tricks. Going for that blunt nasty 2, coming around.
Oh, nice retention there.
Going for the other way, but again, it's a little tricky on this feature. We'll see. It's up, up, up. It's back in the feature. It's going for that blood nasty the other way. Not quite sticking it, but still definitely a solid first ride.
Yeah, and you can tell he wasn't as happy with that one. He took a lot of time in between. Took him some time to set up. And that's that balance we talked about earlier, the difference between pushing your ride and possibly flushing, or going a little slow and not getting everything you need or want. And so he still has another one. I expect that score to go up from what we saw. We'll take a look here from Ireland's David McClure. He's just a spectacular boater, a tactician, really nice guy too to have on the scene. He's very supportive of the environment, of his fellow paddlers. His sister paddles. She was in the squirt competition in World Championships, so the whole family partakes in this. So you watch now, we can sort of take this apart now and watch these back blunts, maybe a back Pan Am. He really has to get that boat over the 90 degrees for it to be back Pan Am. That's that air screw. Comes down a little far sideways. Depends on where they start, so it's where their bow starts. They have to come within a certain degree of that. Much better one to the left there. Those were some of David's better tricks, but then when he got into some of the linking, it's where it sort of fell apart for him a little bit. However, I still expect his score to be up pretty high. There's the blunt McNasty. It definitely was not as clean as he would like it, but he almost flushed. Luckily, he kept that one, unlike the last one here, where he definitely did flush off. And that one just did not come down. 650 points. You know, we're thinking about 1,000 points for the cut.
Yeah, I think definitely top 10 will be 1,000 points.
And that does put him on par for that, but it also puts him pretty low down. Now we got Chris Wing. Chris is running our development camp here. So we have a bunch of youth paddlers, the ones who can't compete, they're too young. He's actually heading this up. They're taking him down the river, putting him in holes. Chris is a longtime paddler. He runs a shop there in, I believe, Saluda, North Carolina. Beautiful wing over, but he flushes on it. The wing over stuck, but then he had to basically make an emergency second wing over almost to stay on the feature.
He's still got 35 seconds, though, paddling back up the eddy. I think he'll have some time to get some more tricks in once he gets back on the wave. He's coming in right now with 25 seconds on the clock. Let's see what he's got. Spinning it around, getting some points on the board. Spin the other way. Going for that right blunt. Going for that left one. More of a roundhouse, but we'll see what else he can do. We've got 8 seconds left.
All right, looking for the Space Godzilla there at the end. And this really demonstrates the risk of the entry move. It's very obvious Chris is a skilled paddler because by the time he reestablished, spun around to get set up, did his blunts. He can do the loops, he can do the spaces, but that unfortunate beginning flush just took all the time off the clock for him. And there we take a look at it. They didn't score that because he came down and flushed immediately. If he had stayed on the feature long enough, they might have got an extra 50 points there. But here we see once he gets back onto the feature, excellent control of that boat. That's a carbon Jed. You know, we don't see those nearly as much as we're seeing the Giggies and the Jacksons. It's a very high performing boat, very much wave oriented as well.
All right, next up we've got Mason Hargrove about to drop onto the wave.
Oh,
he was a former junior world champion.
And you can't maybe hear it here, but he is definitely the hometown hero.
Definitely a crowd favorite.
Maybe not as popular as his dad, but there he was right into that entry maneuver. Cartwheeled right out of that, and now he's going to set up for all his wave moves with that air screw.
Air screw the other way. Mason starting it off with some big tricks. Let's see, he's looking nice and aggressive. He's going for that blunt nasty, solid snappy loop around, going for the blunt nasty the other way. He is not wasting time here.
So far, he's the fastest paddler I think we've seen all day.
Absolutely. He's just throwing bounce off for bounce.
You know, he definitely has some blood in the water here. He's such a high performer, and he did not perform as he wanted to at Worlds, and so I think he's here to show everyone, you know what? Let's put that behind me. Let's get the biggest thing here. Haven't seen a back loop. Dane threw one. That's the second back loop we've seen, but look at that score. Right now, that score puts him in. Will put him in the lead if he can maintain two reds like that.
He's definitely here to win it.
So, yeah, absolutely. 11:30 is an exciting score. Now, here's the thing. This is live scoring, so basically as the judges input stuff, it goes up, it goes down. Now, there is always the case where a scribe makes a mistake. It's just the nature of the sport where the scribe might hit the wrong button. There is also a time where the judges might go, well, I think the angle on that was a little low. Change the blunt to a roundhouse. Or take off the air screw entirely. It didn't come down right. The head judge has some latitude in saying, guys, that didn't score, that does not fit, do not score that. So they work really hard to try to keep that score as accurate as possible out of the go and only make it bigger if they possibly can and not take points away. But right now, 1,100 points is pretty darn good.
Mason Hargrove absolutely crushed that. Next we have, I'm not sure that Austria is here, so I think we're back to the top with Robert Crow.
Yeah, and Rob Crow, one of the perennial GB paddlers. This guy really he sort of is Great Britain paddling in a lot of ways. He and Alan Ward, and of course Harry Price and the men, and then of course Audie Robinson Shaw and the women, they really make up such this wonderful core of Great Britain paddling right now. As we see, there's that back loop, really nice back loop into a cartwheel, kind of falls over there, but just maintains that feature the whole time. And the longer they go up there, typically the more points we're going to see put on, but it's we still don't know what the score is. He was happy with it.
Absolutely. You could see with that peace sign at the end that Mason was pretty stoked on that ride.
All right. And this is what we'll see, and we're going to see this as the competition goes on when these big paddlers come out. It is going to take a little bit of a time for us to see the score. So again, Rob Crow, one of these, another boat or two, a lot of carbon boats. We're going to see a lot of carbon boats. It used to be a lot more rare. It used to be we had maybe one or two Giggies, one or two carbon Jacksons. Now, just the number of Giggies here alone is spectacular. You know, made out of France by Guillaume Respond. Beautiful boats. We'll have only one or two carbon Jacksons. Oh, I think more than that, but only one new carbon Jackson.
Yeah, we've got the Carbon 5 that I actually drove down here for myself that Nick is paddling.
You gave it to him. You didn't.
I drove it down. I picked it up at Mercury. I know. I wanted to steal it.
Oh my goodness! You know what? That's definitely a thing you want to take back. And right now, I have over in the hole here. I've got someone harassing me from Canada up next, Mr. Caleb Grady. So.
All right, next we've got Robert Crow. He's just waiting for that thumbs up. All right, we're getting the final score for Mason Hargrove. Comes in at 1,305. I think that might put him in first place so far.
Well, I tell you what, he's not in first place yet, but my goodness, he's probably in top 10 with that alone. And, oh man, but do the older paddlers have it cut out for them? Now Mason is nipping at their heels. No two ways about it. And Rob Crow right here, he knows it. Now he's sitting in the eddy with a guy who can definitely win. Rob Crow, can also win this. No two ways about it. He has every ounce of skill to do this. He has to qualify. He has to move on. Right now, he is setting up. And what is he going to give us? He's seen these entry moves fail. So we'll see if he's actually going to do an entry move or if he's just going to back it up. Right now, it's looking entry.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's setting up for an entry wing over. It definitely is riskier, but it's a good way to start off the ride with lots of points. He's going for the entry McNasty. Looks like he's stuck that. We'll see what else he's going to do for us here. Going for a nice aerial air screw. Rob Crow's definitely in it to win it as well. Air screw the other way. An unfortunate flush, but he's close up in the eddy. He's got 27 seconds to get back on the wave and show us what else he's got.
Yeah, so that entry McNasty, we've only seen one other paddler do that, I think was Tomas Treblicki. So this is one of the things, too, is you see other paddlers do things. There's that Blunt McNasty. See other paddlers do things. You're like, it's stuck. I'll try it. Blunt McNasty the other way on the 10 seconds.
We've got 6 seconds left on the board. Let's see what else he's got for us. He's trying to set up for one last big trick. Right on the buzzer. Didn't quite stick that other Blunt McNasty.
He was looking for the Phonics monkey on that. You see that blunt with that crossbow. Now, technically, the Phonics monkey is supposed to be a clean blunt to the loop, but you got to get that crossbow to make it the Phonics monkey. And that's the first. No, I think we've seen one other Phonics monkey attempt. Looking like that's not going to be a reliable move. However, as the competition goes on, we might see them actually be practicing that more and more. And there is that entry McNasty. Gives him points right off the bat.
All right, we're seeing the replay here of that huge entry McNasty. He's coming back in. He almost misses it, but he gets back on the wave. And then I think we're going to see that nice huge air screw. Lots of air. We'll see how much bonuses the judges give that one.
Yeah, Rob Crow. Rob Crow really is a tactician as well. Practices really hard. A lot of these paddlers spend a lot of time basically right there at the Whitewater Park in Nottingham. They can basically pay for a season's or a year-long pass, and a lot of them do that. We'll see some other paddlers, I think, that make this their home. We've already seen some. People like Alan Ward, unfortunately, are really far south, so his big go-to place is the Hurley Weir, which is, of course, amazing. All right, next up, David McClure of Ireland. He's got the flag.
David McClure about to drop into the wave here. We'll see if he's setting up for an entry move. Looks like it. Oh, nope. Decided to just play it safe, catch the wave, going right off the bat for a nice big air screw. Air screw the other way. He is not joking around here, folks. He is throwing those tricks right after the other. Going for that Blunt Nasty. Nice, just sticking it. Blunt Nasty the other way. This is definitely a solid ride so far.
Oh, yeah, he's bringing it around nicely. Really in command right now of that boat. His run is sort of ticking off one after the other. There's that Blunt McNasty. Retains really well. He's got 10 seconds left. See if he can bring one more big high-scoring trick.
I think he's going for a big loop there. A nice way to end the ride.
And that is the first lunar attempt we've seen today. I've seen some people throw it in practice there, but the lunars are, I think, an incredibly flushy move. I saw a few stick. So I think he said, hey, I'm sort of in the position. Let's give it a shot. I've thrown a lot of points. Really, that was a very healthy scoring ride. I think he's much happier with that than his first ride. It's not a foregone conclusion that these guys move on to quarterfinals. However, if you're fourth in the world, you do have a pretty good idea of where you're sitting in your own rides and possibly pretty confident you're going to move on, but they still want to bring every point because that makes all the difference on where they go next.
We're seeing the replay of David McClure's rides right now with that nice Blunt Nasty. Next up, we've got Chris Wing.
Yeah, this replay is really nice. You know, the streaming technology has come along nicely to really give us a good idea of what these moves look like because they happen so quickly. So watching something like this, that was a wave monkey right there. That was the crossbow initiation in the middle of that blunt. That one of the highest scoring moves, and he finally stuck one. So looking pretty good, and it shows 1,221, 1,800 overall. That's going to set him nicely in the top 10, possibly top 5.
Absolutely a solid ride. I'm new to the whole boating scene, so I'm still learning some of these tricks.
All right, Chris Wing. Again, this individual from the United States, from North Carolina, the Saluda area, I believe. He is running our development camp, getting all these youth out there into the paddling scene, some of the ones who can't compete. Beautiful wing over. Oh, he didn't stick it again. This is a risky move, and it doesn't pay off a second time.
Got 37 seconds. He's working his way back up the eddy, trying to get back on the wave. Get as many points in as he can in those last 30 seconds. All right, we've got Chris Wing back on the wave, trying to get some points on the board, doing his blunts both ways. Looking for the back blunt, setting up again.
Yeah, Chris is one of these paddlers that has been around for years, and he has not paddled a competition in over a decade. So it's really nice seeing him come back out here, but he loves fostering the sport, paddling with young folks as he's doing here. He's the executive director of something called H2O Dreams, and he's also actually gone back to school as a grad student. So again, one of these individuals who's kind of in the professional realm of kayaking with coaching and organization, but also doing school on the side, and a statesman of our sport through and through. So it'll be nice to see the results. But here we go. We're looking at local hero, Mr. Mason Hargrove. Mason's really gunning for this top spot, and boy, the speed with which he threw, if he does that again, he's going to send a very clear message to these seniors.
He's going for the top. Yeah, you can tell he's dropping in nice and calm. He's looking for that entry move. Nice entry wing over, right into a back roundhouse. He's getting those link points. Nice big air screw. He's throwing those tricks nice and fast again. Going for that blunt nasty. This is looking like another solid ride from Mason Hargrove. An unfortunate flush on that blunt nasty try the other way, but he's got 22 seconds left on the clock. He can definitely get back on the wave and do some more with that time.
So he definitely can bring this score up. He might have blown his chance to really put that huge one down, but he can definitely still get into that top 5 without any problems with that original score. So there's Blunt McNasty, retains that one much better. Again, one side will retain better than the other side. Right on the buzzer, nice front loop. We'll see if the judges give him that. We'll have to wait for his score. Definitely not the same as his first one. So this is one of the things that paddlers are going to have to contend with, is consistency.
Absolutely. It's really hard after that first ride and you're exhausted, and the stress, of course, of being in front of so many people. But still solid 2 rides from Mason Hargrove, and he's got lots of time to improve that in the next few rounds.
And really, with that 1,300 and a 7,000 there, he still threatens to go right into the top 5.
Absolutely.
We're joined here in the podium by a basset hound. I wish I could show you guys. It's a very cute dog. This is a wonderful environment down here on the river. It's a river walk that we're on, actually. So there's no real grandstands down here. There's no real infrastructure. It's sort of a remote part of the river up at this ambush feature. Basically, a couple hundred meters upstream is the power station, and that's right where the river starts for these paddlers. Mason being one of the local paddlers here, this is considered his home spot, and the wintering grounds aspect where all these paddlers get to come here for the winter, he is already here year-round. So he really wants to do well in front of his hometown crowd, in front of his family. His dad was sitting in. Oh, there we go. What do we got here?
We've got 2,120 points for Mason Hargrove for his first 2 rides.
And we don't see where that puts him. It says it puts him into 3rd place overall. So, man, what a wonderful set of rides for Mason. U.S. right now taking 2 of the top spots. Stephen Wright down in the 8th for the U.S. Canada taking the top spot right now. Nick just killed it. We got Poland, Great Britain, Finland, and France. A really good selection of countries up there in the top 10 right now. And so that's going to round out this heat. And we're going to say goodbye to Savannah because she's got to get ready to compete. And we'll be really nice, Savannah. We'll say just the nicest things about you. However, if you flush, we might be a little harsh.
Well, I probably will flush, so we'll see. I think I'm going to hand the mic over to McKinley Kate here
Yes, so thank you very much. And next up, we're looking for Daniel Gilbert from the United States. No, good Lord, I'm looking at the wrong heat. Sorry. Nathan Herford of Great Britain, John Best of Great Britain, Philip Robert of the United States, Caleb Grady of Canada, and Kenji Hanada of, no, excuse me, I'm apparently can't read now today, and another Austrian paddler, which I do not believe we've had any Austrian paddlers come today. So they may be all off the list. We will find out. We look over there. I can't quite tell, but we're going to look for these paddlers here in a second. But if he does show up, it's going to be Marcus Swoboda of Austria. And I am joined here by McKinley Kate. McKinley, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you think of the competition so far?
Oh, it is insane. It's really cool to see everyone show their creativity in their rides, putting as many tricks as they can in, and showing us what they got.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, this feature in the area, would you say this is more popular than the Good Wave, or does it sort of depend?
It sort of depends on the level. Right now we're at 2 generators, which is like 4,500. Then Good Wave, normally the best level for it is 3 gens, which is 9,000. So at the 2 gens level, we normally go to Ambush. So this is the most popular place to kayak at this flow.
This flow. And that makes sense, right? And that's one of the beauties of the river here. So with that Merit Group and with that Uptown Columbus revitalization of the river, they removed a couple of dams that were historically powering textiles mills. They came in and rehabilitated this river so that we have a feature like this. There's other whitewater downstream that changes as the water flows. And so we're right now today at this ambush feature. All right, so next up, as I said, Nathan Herford, John Best, Phil Robert, Caleb Grady, possibly Marcus Swoboda. Right now I can tell you that in this group, Phil Robert is not very accustomed to big world competitions. This is his first really large competition in a long time. I think he did participate in the 2012 World Cups. I can't remember. We're going to see if we got any information on him. As far as the other paddlers, John Best is from the UK, really wonderful paddler. He actually helped to design that Nottingham course and that actual feature that you guys competed on earlier
That's awesome,
this year.
yeah.
Yeah. And let's see if we can pull up some information here. And again, we want to give big shout out to all of our sponsors. We couldn't do this without Uptown Columbus, without people like the Coca-Cola Company who are here. All right, so Nathan Hefford, he's a flow kayaks individual. This is his first competition here. He's out of Leicester in the UK. And like a lot of other people, loves mountain biking. And here he is. Okay. So Herford coming on down. You see that big flow kayaks. Let's see what he can pull down. I don't know much about where he is since he doesn't compete very much, but he's just going to establish and take it off.
Coming in, going for the air screw, maintaining the feature, going around, trying to get another setup. Let's see what trick he's going to throw next. Going in for the other air screw, super snappy. Setting up again, see what he's going to go for.
Yeah, they definitely take a lot of time in between these moves to set up, unlike a sort of a standard hole where it's just you've got to do one after the other.
Yeah, making sure they stick the feature, maintain it. Oh, going for the Blunt McNasty, but not quite maintaining the feature. Up, 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 let's go.
No, and we've seen these loop maneuvers definitely have a much higher risk of flushing.
Oh, going for the other Blunt McNasty.
And that one retained. Right on the buzzer. So that was Mr. Nathan Hefford. He also likes to go into that Nottingham course, make that his home. And I tell you, those paddlers out of Nottingham, they definitely are very good paddlers because they have so much. They have waves, they have holes. Let's take a look at his ride. Now we can sort of dissect how Nathan did. Pretty good air screw to the right. They do have to come down within a certain degree of that bow initiation. They can get other points for certain maneuvers. If they don't, I believe the donkey flip can count. Really nice blunt McNasty on that one, but this was the one where he flushed. And so they can give him the blunt, but possibly not the actual McNasty.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges have given him.
Looks like 455 points right now. And again, if he comes back and throws like a 600-point ride, that does maybe threaten to have him come up into that top 20. But right now we have John Best of Great Britain. John, of course, father of two, one of our parents that are out here paddling. He's just going to back into this. He didn't qualify for the British team for World, so he's coming out here for World Cup. Starting off right away with that blunt.
Setting up. Let's see what trick he's going to go. He's going to go for their blunt. Setting up again.
They call him Bestie. And just like everyone else, he's juggling the family. He was a junior European champ in 05 and 05, British champ in 06, and 7 years he was on the British team. So I don't know if he didn't qualify or maybe he just didn't try out for Worlds. I don't know what the story was actually. I should correct myself. John's got about 10 seconds left.
He just went and did some back blunts. Now he's going for the air screw. Up, 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 let's go. Maintaining the feature. Let's see if the judges will give that to him. Going for the loop on the buzzer. Aw, nice ride.
Not bad for John right there, especially since, juggle a family, your practice time is severely limited. You can ask Nick and Emily and those guys, the bigger the community, the better. But he has been out here for about a week and a half, really enjoying this Columbus water. So as John takes this feature, really starts off quite strong with that blunt or possible roundhouse to the right. He's going to help us out going forward, too, with the announcing. Almost a Pan Am there to the left. He got that bow pretty deep, but I'm pretty sure they would have given that a blunt. It looks like it dropped just a little too soon. All right. So John Best waiting for his score. Next up is going to be Phil Robert. Now, if we can say anything about Phil Robert in boats, it's that he is actually a Navy vet and retired from the Navy. 20, possibly 22 years living on boats for the most part. So Phil started kayaking after the Navy. Used to travel around to Colorado, travel around to competitions all over. So now he's going to try his hand out here. Currently living in Louisiana. Not a lot of whitewater there, but he still gets out. And so Phil Robert coming into the feature from the top. And you can tell Louisiana with the pronunciation, Robert. All right, he comes in. He is unfortunately going to flush on that. I did the same thing the other day when I dropped in. I dropped in just a little too far left of the foam pile, and it just flushes you. And you're not even thinking about it. Thinking, oh, so he's going to fight back up. Phil has been a long-time supporter of the Jackson boats, and he's gone to a lot of the competitions all over, the big ones, world competitions, up in Canada, NOC. All right, so Phil's got about 15 seconds left. He can come in and definitely get those spins he was looking for. Oh, and unfortunately he flushes off the corner. It's nerves. I've seen Phil get on this feature without any problems, but this is what competition does. It is not easy.
He looks like he's going to wave it off for this ride, and let's see what he has next.
And earlier we saw a paddler by the name of LeBeau. This is Phil's cousin, so he's got family out here in the competition. All right, so next up, we do have a paddler we expect a lot out of. This is Caleb Grady. He qualified for the Canadian team in World Championships. Caleb is one of the big water paddlers, goes to the stakeouts. He is just a phenomenal boater and can definitely bring a lot of points to this competition.
Dropping in, going for the air screw, maintaining the feature, going for the other air screw. Next, going in for the blunt, pulling it around, back blunt. He knows how to do all these big wave tricks. Going for the other blunt, spinning around, getting back set up for his next trick. Going for the Pan Am.
Nice. I haven't seen too many Pan Ams recently. It's been a lot of the air screws and then into the blunt nasties.
Oh, yeah.
So Caleb right there doing that back Pan Am, going to flush on that. He still has some time left, but he's going to go ahead and wave that off. Yeah, so Caleb Grady, he is also one of the Canadian boaters that's used to that giant water stakeout stuff. So he's, same thing, he has not been here for very long. They just got in last night. He hasn't practiced this much. You know, he hasn't really had the chance to come and even like throw a few moves in the wave. So this is sort of basically his first practice ride. So Caleb Grady of Canada. Again, he went to the Worlds. He's also a coach. He coaches quite a few youths. 760 points. That's a pretty respectable ride for having not practiced at all. And all right, looks like we're back to the top. Yep, we have, I believe, hold on. What do we got going on here? No, I believe this is our Austrian. So we did it. So Marcus, our Austrian, is here. He backed in, established the front surf, flushed off of the feature. He still has some time left. We're going to see if we can get some information on this gentleman. No, unfortunately, I don't have any information on this guy. Austria, of course, known for some of the most pristine rivers in Europe.
He's coming in, trying to get a good setup. Let's see what tricks he's going to throw. Going for the spin, nice and straight.
Marcus is going to just give us one more spin off to the left. I think he finished it before it flushed. I hope they gave it to him. So, yeah, Marcus out of Austria. Again, like I said, Austria is known for just some of the most beautiful rivers in Europe. They have a few features. Matter of fact, I believe there's a competition this weekend in Austria right now. A little locals competition. So, Marcus Swoboda from Austria. So, it's nice we do have Austrian paddlers. We had a few countries just not be able to make it. They wanted to send paddlers, and we're in a time where it's very difficult for people to travel. There's Marcus's spin to the left, spin to the right. All right, back up to the top. Now we're going to go back up to Nathan Hefford of Great Britain. We're right now in the 6th heat event. We still have 3 more heats to go after this. Stick around. Then the women's, then the juniors, then the OCs.
Nathan just dropped in the feature, going in, going for the air screw, maintaining the feature. Oh no! Setting back up for his next trick. Going in for the blunt McNasty. Oh, those are really good.
Yeah, it's interesting. So some of these paddlers, they live nearby it. Other paddlers, they literally like, hey, you want to go paddling? A friend. And this is how this guy got into it. A friend of his said, hey, why don't you try this out? Let's give it a shot. A lot of us, of course, learn how to paddle through our families. So look at that. Nice air screw off to the right. Looking for the blunt McNasty possibly right at the end. Going to roundhouse or blunt out of that. So you got that front blunt, back blunt. Couldn't quite pull in the McNasty side, but definitely a respectable score, especially if this is his first competition. So we'll analyze this slow motion.
This was his really big air screw, pulling around straight, getting a little bit on the edge, and whopping around.
That's a pretty amazing recovery, though. He end after end, getting pulled under that water, and every single time, man, he makes that roll fast.
Still maintaining the feature. Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah. Looking really good for Nathan on that one, and still, he managed to bring a lot of points even after having to spend some time. Blunt McNasty there, spend some time recovering. All right, as we wait for Hefford's score to come through, we're going to go back to John Best. Again, John was one of the ones who helped design the Nottingham feature. He was responsible for really helping bring those world championships come to bear, as well as several of these Brits were. It was really nice. Very rare we have 2 huge things like this in one year. Okay, there we go. 1,050 points for Nathan. That could be good enough to carry him through. We will have to wait and see because we still have 3 more heats of men's after this. Next up, John Best, as we were talking. Very instrumental in bringing the World Championships, which were in the same year as this due to pandemic issues. We're going to now spread it out now. World Championships won't be for another whole year. All right, John just going to attain the feature.
Dropping in, going to set up again. Coming around, going for the roundhouse. Going for the back blunt right after.
Nice, looking better already.
Coming in, going for the other blunt. Backing it up, coming around, spinning.
Just taking his time. Oh, unfortunately got too high on the bubble there. That is the risk of this feature. You're hutting around, you're looking for your pass, and you sort of lose sight of that center line and get over the top, or it surges. Really a consistent feature, though, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. Going in for a loop, maintaining the feature. That's pretty straight.
All right, that's John Best's ride. Again, his father is the chairman of the ICF committee. So this family really does respect and believe in the promotion of water sports, of whitewater kayaking, so it's nice to see. We take a look here. He actually had a really solid start to this. Let's take a look. I believe they scored this a roundhouse at first. So does he get over 45? That maybe didn't get quite that 45 angle, so they gave him a roundhouse. That was absolutely a blunt, for back blunt. Brought those points up. And then we're looking right now, Phil Robert. Kind of regional, you'd say, not really local, being Louisiana. It's about an 8-hour drive for him to get here. Right now he lives there in Louisiana, taking care of his father. He's also a fabricator, so one of the many people who live in a van down by the river, so to speak. He built a trailer. What does he call that? I think he calls it a little booth. Little booth. Booth being a term we use in whitewater kayaking for a specific move. Not salient to freestyle, unfortunately. So what do we got for Phil?
He's dropping in the feature. Let's see what tricks he's going to have for us. I've seen him do some spins both ways, so we'll see if he can bring that on his comp ride.
All right, he retains this time. Last time he flushed. Oh, he's getting too far over to the left. That is the risk there. And he's just going to call that good. That's his ride. You know, he told me, I go, oh, Phil, you're competing. He goes, no. I go, I thought I saw your name on the list. He goes, I'm going to go into the competition, and I'm going to maybe try to do some spins, but I wouldn't call it competing. I'm like, you know what, Phil, if you put the bib on and you get in the feature, you're competing. It counts. So, all right, so Phil's going to retire that ride there, and now off to Caleb Grady. Caleb is also a member of Send. We've got the timer running down there. McKinley Kate, what can you tell us about Send? Do you know anything about that group? No? Yeah, it's a weird. Send is a promotional group for promoting like the sport and making these amazing videos. Members of Send are Adrian Matter. We've got Brent Orton, of course, Dane Jackson, and Caleb Grady. And Caleb actually does a lot of the narration on their videos. All right, here he's setting up for that air screw to the right, probably air screw to the left, and just starting it off.
He's going in for the blunt, maybe Pan Am, going back in for the back blunt. He's doing really fast tricks over and over again, showing us his big tricks on the waves he normally surfs up in Canada. Coming in, see what trick he's going to throw for us, getting set up, going for the Pan Am the other direction.
Yeah, Caleb really brings some points here. Nice retention for this whole ride. Just under 10 seconds. He can look up and see that timer and know that he's got a few seconds left. There's the phonics, or the wave monkey, excuse me. And, he couldn't quite keep that wave monkey. Now, we haven't seen too many of those wave monkeys. However, when they throw them, they can be really impressive. And, of course, a wave monkey is a linked trick. Some of the linked tricks, we just say, blunt McNasty. We say the blunt, we say the McNasty. But the wave monkey isn't, there's no such thing as a wave necessarily. So what is a wave monkey?
A wave monkey is a blunt linked to phonics.
Yeah, that's right, the phonics monkey. And what makes a phonics monkey different from, say, a McNasty?
So phonics, you have to actually do a pirouette on the bow, not just spin around into a front flip. So it's a bit more complex, but it's really cool in this feature.
That's right. So hopefully we get to see the replay of this where he attempted this, and you can see the crossbow initiation. So we'll wait for that to come up here in the replay as we watch Caleb's ride. So blunt, and no, that wasn't it. That was just the regular old blunt, possibly a Pan Am with the angle. Beautiful. He's looking for should score a Pan Am. That might have been an attempt at a silly flip,
Yeah, I think so.
which is of course it's not a named move, but we call it that. But it would be a trophy move. There it is. That's that crossbow. You see, he reaches across the boat with his paddle, but he did flush on that. And now we'll bring it up to our Austrian paddler, Marcus Swoboda. Marcus is just going to back into this feature. He's in that new Rockstar 5. That's a very popular boat. Do you have a 5 yet?
I do. I absolutely love mine.
All right.
Coming in.
Hopefully he loves his too.
Spinning it around. Nice, maintaining the feature. Going for another setup, but quite catching his bow coming out. But he made it really quickly to that eddy. He's going to paddle up super high.
Yeah, not too bad of a flush on that one. That surfer's left side is definitely a flushy side. Can he get into there from this surfer's left? We don't see too many people attaining from there, and this is the exact reason why. If you come in from the river right or surfer's left side, there's a much higher chance of flushing. 10 seconds left. Can he get in there and get us one more move?
He's coming in super fast. Looks like he's determined to get one more trick. Going in for the other spin and making it. Nice job.
All right, got that spin on the buzzer. What's interesting is the spin challenge, you really have to finish it. They won't give you, if you do only 300 degrees or 320 degrees, the judges are like, nope, this is world competition. We're not giving this to you. And so he made sure that bow, where it started, it finished. Full 360-degree rotation. And you can see here that green water off to his left, the looker screen right. That fast water is just a boat grabber. It's just going to take your boat right off. As he spins right into it, you can see it right there. That's where he got into that fast water and spun him right off the feature.
This was his other spin, the other direction, brought it forward straight, and that's how he ended his ride.
All right, so that rounds out that heat. We had a full 5-person heat. Coming up next at 2 o'clock sharp local time, we are going to see from Germany, Fabian Lenz, Makasia McCurry from the United States, Gav Barker from Great Britain, and Kenji Hanada from Japan. So we have a heat of 4, and it looks like one more heat of 4. So we have a little bit shorter heats. It'll be nice toward the end here. And then we're going to roll into the women after that. So right now it is not 2 o'clock. It is approximately 1:55 local time. We have about a 5-minute break. So in that time, let's tell you a little bit about some of our sponsors. All right, we got Uptown Columbus. They focus on making Uptown inviting, livable, prosperous, and perpetually active. What do you think about that activity? Think they're doing a good job of that activity?
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah. And what do you know about W.C. Bradley?
W.C. Bradley has grills, tiki brand torches.
Yeah, kind of a cool thing. I mean, you see the grills in the store, the tiki. They're made here in town. Like that's kind of neat. Of course, we couldn't do this without Georgia Power. They're dream of committed to being good stewards for all of Georgia. Synovus Bank. They like to say they've been here for generations, and they are the bank of here. And one of the neater sponsors here is TSYS, Total Systems. They actually pioneered the magnetic credit card strip. I mean, it's one thing to say Coke started here, but like the ubiquity of the credit card strip. That's kind of cool. And then one of our great sponsors too is Aflac. We don't have to say much. It's the term by itself speaks volumes. But a local company that is a global insurer, I believe, maybe just national, but they are just everywhere with their branding and their name, and they came to help us out. And we couldn't do it without these sponsors. So as we're waiting here, we're going to go a little bit silent for a few minutes, let our voices rest, drink a little water, and we're going to bring you back the last 2 heats of the 2022 Columbus World Cup here on Ambush. All right, here we go. We're just a few minutes out from this next heat. Again, we got Fabian Lenz of Germany. Oops, I moved my page, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me a second. We got Fabian Lenz of Germany, Makasia McCurry of the United States, Gav Barker of Great Britain, and Kenji Hanada of Japan. We're going to get ready here. We're doing really good today of staying on time. It's been really nice. We've got, when you have 9 heats of men, it's just a big challenge to keep things running. So Fabian of Germany, the German champion in 2019. They often hold that competition on the Augsburg, or the Plattling feature near Augsburg. That's kind of a neat place to go. He was world champion, in Argentina. He was 11th place in the World Championships in K1 Juniors. So he was a K1 Junior not too long ago, and now, of course, steps up into the senior realm like all these guys. So good times are had by all when we have all of these competitors come. All right, here we go. Fabian's dropping down into the feature. I believe he's our only German right now, going in for that wing over and managed to retain.
Coming in, going for the blunt. I've seen him do some really high scoring tricks, so we'll see what he can throw down for us. Going in for the blunt again, spinning it around. Coming in for the air screw, I believe.
Yeah, he's just having a hard time staying on that wave, and it's one of these challenges. And of course, the bigger you throw, the bigger risk you put into that.
Coming back into the feature, just has 5 seconds left.
And we'll see how Fabian ends up here.
Going for the back blunt, right on the buzzer.
Right on the buzzer, that's good. You know, you stay until the end. That's really important. So here in a second, we'll see. But, you know, that is one thing, 45-second ride. By the time you're done with that ride, how do you feel?
Normally after my 45-second ride, I normally go over to my coach and just talk about it, and then
And who is your coach?
Mason, that's my brother, and then Emily Jackson I normally have beside me, cheering me on, giving me hugs, and then
We're gonna watch the replay here a little bit. So that's a nice little textbook roundhouse right there. It's gonna bring some points to the board. Unfortunately, that's that spin into that fast water that causes him to flush. And looking for the air screw there. Now he might have been able to score a donkey flip on that. However, he also flushed, and that is just the risk there. So, all right, now we got Makasia McCurry, United States paddler. We're gonna see him come on down. Just starting right off into that roundhouse to the left. Throwing a roundhouse back to the right. Just nice and methodical into some spins. Trying for that space, or that, for that air screw, and almost flush, but really quite a good detainment.
yeah, he did really well. Going in, going for the loop. Ah, nice, maintaining the feature. Coming back up, going for his next trick. Let's see where he's gonna go.
So this is Makasia's first freestyle competition like this at this level. He's gonna wave off the last 10 seconds. He is a U23 slalom world champion. So Makasia is one of the rare ones that comes from slalom to freestyle. Oftentimes we have freestylers that sort of start out as a kid as freestyle and then go into slalom. So this is really nice to see this crossover boater. He's he's just north of here in Asheville, North Carolina, which has some of the best boating in all of the United States. Let's take a look at his slow-mo rides here. Really good air under the boat on that. You know, that's part of those wave moves, is popping that boat all the way out of the water. I thought he was going to flush on that.
I did too. He did really good maintaining.
That's another thing too, is the slalom boaters can roll really fast, just as fast as the freestyle boaters. All right, so now we're going to look here for Gav Barker of the UK. Gav is a contender here. Nobody should underestimate or take this guy lightly at all. He is a powerful competitor, just amazing. He was in the top 5 at World Championships. You know, he came, and actually at one point in time, I believe he was in the lead. Going for that entry move. He got it. Should give him some points for that. And right into the air screws.
Setting back up, I've seen him throw some really big tricks. I'm really excited to see what he's going to go for us. Going in for the other air screw the other direction. Coming in, going for the blunt McNasty.
Nice
that
retention.
Was really good.
Nice retention.
Going in, going for the blunt. Pulling it around, maybe going for another McNasty.
I think he was, personally. Little back Pan Am there. I think they're starting to bring these blunt McNasties earlier.
Going in for the back blunt. Setting up a little bit.
And it's sort of a bonus, because if you're going for the blunt McNasty like we saw there, and you bail, you still get the blunt. So if you do that first, it's not like you do a blunt weight, go back, do a blunt McNasty, fail the McNasty part. That blunt doesn't count. You've just sort of wasted some time. So you might as well try to pull that link in early, because you're still going to get partial credit without consuming any time.
Yeah, and if you do stick it, it's a really high scoring trick.
Absolutely. So we start to see these different strategies as it goes forward. Are they trying to throw big first? Or are they trying to establish and 3 calm first? At what level do these competitors, and especially when you get to these high levels, at what level do they want to establish?
Yeah, it's really cool to see their creativity inside their rides and to see what they're gonna put in. So it's been really cool to see all these really top-notch paddlers.
Yeah, we're looking for Gav's score here. Again, this is Heat 8. We have one more heat after this, and then we're going to roll into the women. Women will start at 3:10. We should have a little bit of a break in between the two, but not by much. 10, maybe 15 minutes. The preliminary rounds, because there's so many paddlers, you know, it's a long day. We want to give everyone get their chance to come paddle here, and we want everyone to do well as well. But not everyone's going to go along. So we spend this long day giving everyone the opportunity to come and represent themselves, represent their country, and participate in this wonderful, wonderful 2022 World Cup here in Columbus, Georgia. And I have to be careful, because you know how many Columbuses are in the United States? They're all over the place. And watching Gav there. Yeah, pull it around. You know, that loop has to come down pretty straight. 1018, that is a really good score. You know, you put 2 of those together, and maybe not top 5 with those 2, but definitely top 7, top 8. All right, coming in from Japan, we've got Kenji Hanada. Kenji's backing up into that beautiful Gigi prod. Doesn't look like he's paddled that long. It's a shiny, shiny boat.
Coming in, going for the blunt. Spinning it around. Let's see what he's going to throw for us next. Going in for the round toss the other direction. Cartwheeling it. Up, up, up.
He was 2nd place in their Japanese nationals, so this guy can really paddle. Oh, it was nice execution on that. Probably a blunt. That could be a Pan Am. You know, it's hard for me to tell sometimes. That was definitely a nice back blunt. So he is putting some points right on the board.
Going for the air screw. Staying in the feature. The other direction.
So Kenji lives down in Yokohama, which is south of Tokyo. Huge, huge city down there. I had the opportunity of visiting that place, and another Japanese paddler took me out to a ramen joint there. Just a really fascinating place. He's an environmental investigator. So this is one of the individuals who is a professional, you know, he works. This is his hobby for all practical purposes. And to be 2nd in Japan and be able to also live and work at some other thing, it's great. And I don't want to, you know, spoil the story here, but his favorite food, sushi.
Ooh.
Do you like sushi?
I actually don't like sushi, but my brother does.
Yeah, yeah. Someday you might like it. So that was Kenji. Look at this ride. You know, really enjoying watching these Gigi boat paddlers come and, you know, show what sort of skill they can bring in these carbon boats, because up until this point we've had a lot of plastic boats. As a matter of fact, the world champion Dane Jackson won in a plastic boat. So you don't need a carbon boat to do this, but some of the pop they get out of these really stiff carbon boats is really nice.
And the carbon boats are so pretty.
They are. They are. And actually Gigi is known. Oh, there we go, 418 points from Kenji Hanada of Japan. Giggy's known for doing some pretty fun graphics as well, so that's pretty cool. All right, so that brings us back to the top. Fabian Lenz of Germany. He should be getting ready in the top, and there he is. He got the giant green flag. The judges are judging quote-unquote virtually or by video. They are about 100 meters away from the feature, so they actually have cameras. So Fabian here is out of the sort of the Frankfurt area. Again, he went to Argentina as a junior, got 11th place, 2017 World Championships. Sticks that entry move into that roundhouse to the left, and he's going to back it up, spin it around, and keep going.
Going for the other blunt. Maybe looks like he was trying to get a clean bonus. I'm not sure. Going in. Let's see what he's going to do for us next. Going in for the air screw. Aw, his stern just made it. Up, up, up. Let's go.
So he started kayaking when he was 12 years old. And I don't have their ages here, but you know, it's one of those things where if you start as a youth, you tend to do really well. Us old fogies, when we start a little later, we're not quite as lucky as you young kids, but that's okay because we love it just the same.
Going for the loop on the buzzer.
Oh, it's beautiful air on that loop. You know, just flopping right over. He's going to adjust whatever he's adjusting and make his roll nice and clean. So that's Fabian Lenz of Germany. So yeah, his home spot, Plattling. So that Plattling feature is going to be home to the World Championships after this World Championships. So we're going to come back here in 2023 to this very spot, although downstream. And then 2024 and 25, it'll go back to Germany, where people like Fabian will be the home host organizers and helping bring this wonderful event to their country. And they really love freestyle kayaking in Germany. I've gotten to know the German team really over the years. I've sort of lost touch with them because of the pandemic. They just love freestyle kayaking. They love kayaking in general. They're well represented all over Europe as well. A German just won the Utz Trophy, so they're good kayakers. All right, we got Makasia McCurry. He is coming on down here. Again, one of our U.S. paddlers, not normally a freestyle paddler.
Coming in for the roundhouse, maybe setting up for another background house. We'll see. Going in for the other roundhouse.
Yeah, and he's actually in a dagger. We don't see the dagger, probably a dagger jitsu, I'm guessing, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the least common boats we're going to see out here. Oh, catches an unfortunate flush there.
Paddling up super hard on that surfer's right eddy. Coming back in, we have about 10 seconds left. Going in for the air screw.
You know, he is basically self-coached or community coached, you could say. He's not someone who necessarily went out and hired somebody, but just go out, paddle around, and learn from your friends, learn from your community. This is an individual who paddles the Green River Narrows for fun, which is, of course, an amazingly difficult river to paddle. So he's got a lot of skill to be able to develop his own abilities, and a U-23 slalom paddler. So he's got that ability to definitely bring freestyle into his quiver without any problems. So he watches slow motion here. Makasia McCurry, wrote down his nickname as Makasia. That's probably the least creative nickname ever, if it's just your name. Kind of laying flat on that air screw. Again, possibly a donkey flip, probably not. This brings up to Gav Barker. Gav is just a powerhouse competitor. Also very stylish. A matching dry top and that Gigi Prod print on there. They get to actually, if you buy a Gigi Prod, you get to actually design your own print. It's one of the neat things about Gigi's boats. Yeah, do you talk to the feature like that when you come down? Because he is definitely going through it mentally. What do you do stuff like that, or are you?
Yeah, I normally do visually go through my rides.
Yep.
All going into the feature, entry 3. That was beautiful. Going in for the air screw. Maybe the air screw the other direction. Oh yeah. Setting back up, going for the blunt, cartwheeling it around. Going in for the blunt, landing it straightly back. Going for the back blunt.
Yeah, so he's basically doing your standard ride, air screws, blunts, blunts. We might see there he's starting to do the blunt McNasties right there. We didn't see the Pan Ams, which is interesting.
Nice clean loop.
On the buzzer, big clean loop. He started to stall some things out. He could do a little practice Pan Am there. That was that back Pan Am he didn't put into his ride. Again, these boaters can do a little bit of practice right afterward. They have a little bit of a latitude to sit on that feature. Really nice rider. So far sitting at 1,000 points. This is going to put Gav up into top 5, I believe, if his score gets any bigger or even maybe stays here. So he is definitely also saying, you know what, I'm going to be in finals also. But first, he's got to go to quarters. All right, we'll wait for the score. Why don't we see who's next? We got Edgar Tutyan from Armenia. He may not be here. I have not verified whether or not this individual has made it. We've got, let's see, Chungun Yu from Korea. We've got, like I said, about 3 Koreans. Harry Price from Great Britain. And Miika Sorgen from Finland. So we have 3 Finnish paddlers here, all in the senior class, I believe. It'll be interesting to see if we have any junior Finns. I'm going to take a look real quick. Looks like we have 1, possibly. So Finland brought 4 paddlers this year, which is really nice. They've been a pretty good powerhouse up there. So again, we're waiting for we're waiting for Gav's score, excuse me. Still looking around the 1,000-point mark as we can see a little bit of the live scoring up here, but we're not in a position we have to just wait for it to come onto the TV screen. Gav and all the Brits are staying in this one house. We had 2,071, so over 2,000 combined. I believe it's going to bump him into 4th or 3rd. Let's see if we get this. Now, before we see the results, we are going to go back to Kenji Hanada of Japan. Kenji out of the Yokohama region, a professional. He's a full-on adult in society, coming out here to flippy-flop on the wave for us. What does Kenji got?
He's setting up, surfing around. Let's see what tricks he has for us. Going in for the blunt. Setting up, going for the other blunt. That was beautiful. Spinning it around.
Now that spin was just sort of a setup as he goes into that back blunt, but he gets 10 points for it if he completes it, so every point counts. Kenji's got that nice flag there. You can see his sponsor. Looks like he's also sponsored by Sweet. Is that the Sweet logo? That's the time for Kenji there of Japan. Coming over here, pretty good Japanese contingent. I want to say there's about 7 or 8 of them in this group. And of course, who's the most famous from Japan?
Hitomi.
Yep, we're going to see her coming up here shortly. So the Japanese really love their paddling. They have some wonderful rivers there. It's just fascinating to see some of their water. Their love of nature in Japan and their respect for nature is really quite nice to see. Kenji prefers to be called Ken. Again, this guy was 2nd place in the Japanese Nationals this year. He also likes to do bird watching, which would make sense from somebody who is an environmental, what did he call it? Environmental investigator. And his favorite river is Mogami River in Japan. I don't know where that is. But there we go, 708.33 for Kenji. He couldn't quite bring the score up for his 2nd ride. But now sitting in top 10. Now we can see, Gav Barker took over the 5th place spot, bumping fellow countryman Rob Crow down into the 6th. And that matters because Rob Crow now will go in a completely different heat in the quarterfinals. So this is where that placement really does matter. So right now, sitting in the top Nicholas Troutman from Canada, Dane Jackson from the US, Mason Hargrove from the US, Tomasz Triplicki from Poland, and Gav Barker taking the top 5 spots. Up next, we have Edgar from Armenia, Jungun from Korea, Harry Price from Great Britain, and Miika Sorjan from Finland. And I believe Harry Price is going to be gunning for one of those top spots. Like all these paddlers, Harry Price has the ability to really upset that leaderboard. I'm looking over into the water. I see 3 paddlers. There's a good chance Armenia still is not here. We will know once we get underway. Right now, though, it is local time, 2:19. And we will begin at 2:25. So stick around, about 3 or 4 minutes. We'll pick this back up. Again, I'm Hojo, assisted by
McKinley Kate Hargrove.
and we are bringing to you the 2022 World Cup here in Columbus, Georgia on Ambush. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 minute out from starting this final men's heat. We've got on the list Edgar from Armenia, Chungun from Korea, Harry Price from Great Britain, and Miika Sorjan from Finland. Sorjonen maybe? Miika.
I have no clue.
I do know you pronounce it Miika with the long I's. I mean, there is 2 I's in a row. Definitely not 3. So I see 3 guys in the eddy. I have a feeling Armenia didn't make it. That's unfortunate. It's nice to have as many countries as possible here. So right now, if you see the top 10 there, we got Nick, Dane, Mason, Tomas, Gav, Rob, David, Alan, Stephen, and Caleb Grady. All of these individuals are looking at this last of 3. So what that means actually is all top of those 10 have gone in. We normally would like to say that. I can't see the top 20 down where I am, so it's really hard for me to give you that that perspective. But basically, the top 17 are safe, because if these 3 people took the top 3, they would knock off 18, 19, and 20. So the top 17 are safe. So if you have the results at home in front of you, you can look at those top 17. No, they are going on. Right now, we're going to see what these guys can do, and I know that Harry Price in particular has the ability to come knock these guys down. He can take top spot. He has that ability. No 2 ways about it. Miika also is quite skilled. He can definitely come in and upset. The question that we don't know is I have not seen Chungun practice at all, so I'm really excited to see this individual. But first up, we're going to watch. Yeah, is it him? Looks like, yep. So Chungun from Korea is going to take it out of the way first. We're going to see what this guy has for us. Just going to back in and start with retaining the feature.
He's coming in, setting up, doing some front surfing, trying to get a good pass, taking his time, setting up, going for a blunt. Just having an unfortunate flush, but he is going super fast, trying to get back up to that surfer's right eddy.
Again, getting that flush, but definitely a powerful paddler. He's moving through the water really quite well. And it looks like, is that a carbon, Jackson? I can't quite tell. It's so very black. There we go. They had a color issue. What was going on with that? That was interesting. I'm not sure what we had there, but that'd be time for Chungun. Well, we must have a camera issue. Kind of interesting there. So, if you're watching at home, we're not doing magic. So he's out of Korea, also one of the self-sponsored kayakers. You know, they do this on their own dime. Kwanjugu in Korea is his home river. And again, just a businessman. He works for a living. This is his passion and hobby, basically, being able to come and do this, and it's just wonderful. And a lot of the people who do this, you know, they paddle in this arena and range just to better themselves.
Next up, we have Harry Price going in with the entry move.
All right, Harry Price of GB can definitely put down a huge score.
Air screw. Maybe we'll see the other screw just like the other competitors have been doing. Going in for the air screw.
That was a very good guess there.
Going in for the loop.
Now, interesting, because most of the British have not been doing the hole moves. They've been sticking with the wave moves. And there's that blunt McNasty.
Going in for the blunt McNasty the other way. That was amazing.
Yeah, really good execution, both blunt McNasties.
Going in for the Space Godzilla.
Yeah, it looks like that. Now, it's required to have air. We'll probably see in the replay whether or not that had air. The judges have to make that decision on the fly. And they're right on the buzzer, already pushing 1,000 points. So Harry Price coming to try to tell everyone that Great Britain needs to be represented in the top 10, and they're doing really well so far at that. Maybe even top 5. So Harry Price was a finalist in UK as well. I can't remember who got third there. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I wish we had. Let's see if he wrote this down. The British were a little bit lax in giving us some of their information, and he doesn't have it here either. We can look it up. But Harry Price is just a spectacular boater. I think he got third, but I can't remember. There's that air screw to the right, rotating around the axis of the boat.
Showing the replay, him going for the loop, landing it super straight.
Definitely aerial on that one. And again, the definition of aerial is just the boat has to be out of the water. The paddler can be in the water.
Oh, nice blunt McNasty. He did that both ways, which is really high scoring.
Yeah, and his score is shown at 918 points. Let's take a look here. There's the blunt McNasty the other way. And we'll see if they show us this Space Godzilla at the end. I'd be interested to see. The spaces, we're not seeing them very much. They're a very rare move here, so it's kind of fun to watch. All right, now we have Mika Sorjonen. Everyone in Finland's yelling at me right now. Sorjonen. You know, these we had a chance to talk with these Finnish paddlers yesterday. They're just really nice individuals. Everyone here is, of course. They having a really good time here down in this feature. So Mika's nickname, by the way, is Python. Real, and somebody didn't tease him, but we'll see how he comes down. This is his first major competition, it sounds like.
Dropping into the feature, going straight for the blunt. Looks like he's wanting to be snappy on all his tricks. Spinning it around, setting back up. Going in for the back blunt. Going in for the other blunt, the other direction. Oh, blunt McNasty. Having an unfortunate flush, but he is up there paddling super hard, trying to get back to the feature.
And this is not his first big competition. I'm not sure. I got some right in here, but he was at Europeans in K1 Man, U18 in 2018, Bratislava. I believe he got 13th in that competition.
Going in for the helix. Felix.
He's a university student there. So, yeah, we haven't seen any helixes, have we?
We haven't.
That was a full-on helix right there. It'd be interesting to see if they gave him all that. You have to have, 180-degree rotation or 200-degree rotation out of the water for it to count, although they could give him... No, they don't have a Felix there. So the Felix does not exist, I believe, in ICF, but the helix does. And so the first helix we've seen, which is kind of cool, of course, that was named by, I believe, Steve Fisher, had invented that in Africa on a giant wave kind of thing. And so we watch him in slow motion. Really nice blunt there to the right. Mika coming in. Dropping that bow. Almost a Pan Am into that McNasty. So a nice blunt McNasty, but unfortunately, as we saw, he flushed on that. So I suspect his second ride, he's going to come back and nail that. All right, so again, there's that helix attempt. Again, it didn't look aerial enough to me. The judges probably are going to be pretty hard on that. I suspect we'll see more helixes on Good Wave. That one might have scored, however. That one definitely looked a lot more aerial for a lot longer. So that's Mika Sorjonen. And this will bring us back to Korea's Chungun Yu. Let's see if he has a nickname. They help us out with those nicknames because then we don't have to butcher their actual first names. Huli. Huli is his nickname.
Oh, nice.
So that's a cool one. Yep. And it's, again, his first time to really even compete. And what a wonderful world stage for him to come compete on. Oh, he's a K-pop fan. He's a K-pop fan. That's you know what K-pop is? Korean pop?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Actually, I kind of like K-pop too. So right now, I think we're still waiting for Finland's score to come through. I'm not sure for Mika's score. I'm not sure what we're looking at, but they have yet to give the thumbs up or the giant green flag. So what do we got up next? After this, we will have women's preliminaries going off at 3:10 local time. So 3:10 local time, women's preliminaries. Going to start with a big heat of 6. Right now, it is local time. Let's take a look here, 2:34. So we're going to have about a 30, not quite a 30-minute wait. All right, here we go. It did say the Finnish name on there, but this is Huli from South Korea. He is lining this up, flushed. We'll see if we get that weird boat color change thing again. That was kind of funny to see on the live stream.
Now we can see the beautiful green color. All right, coming back into the feature from the surfers, right, Eddie. Front surfing it around, getting ready, making sure that his tricks are going to stick.
Taking his time. It's better to get points than it is to flush and get none, even if you get fewer.
Nice spin.
Oh, getting over to that fast water. Unfortunately, that's not going to do much for him for the end of the ride, but all the way from South Korea, he still has one more World Cup to go. Give it up for Huli there at home. I hope your family is watching. It's going to be fun to watch this competition go on and see this the paddlers getting bigger and bigger, because that tends to be what happens. All right. So that was the top of this heat. We got Harry Price and Mika to have one more run yet. Harry Price next. Threw down some 900 some odd points. And some 900 points. He really can bump himself into top 5, but it's going to take a really, really big ride. There is, however, almost an assured chance, unless he makes any mistakes, and I don't believe he will, of being in top 10 after this ride. All right, Mr. Harry Price of England. Just 4 years ago, this guy had a big mop of hair. He was a rocker, headbanger rocker. He was looking good. Now he's very clean. Here he goes.
Going in for the entry move, straight into the back blunt. Trying to get some good tricks on the board. Going in for the air screw. Aw, just missing the feature. Up, 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 go, go, go.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's the faster you go, the more risk you have, and he really wants to show that he can be in that top 5. And sometimes that leads to these minor mistakes. However, he will come in and put down a lot more points, I'm quite sure.
Coming back into the feature, Sudi has for us. Going in for the blunt, maybe pulling into McNasty.
Oh no, catching a bow.
Going in for the blunt, trying to pull into McNasty again.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Harry. That's a very low performing ride. I don't know what the cut mark is for 10th place right now, or 20th place right now. He had a 900 point ride to begin with 200 points. It's going to put him up around 1,300. He can definitely do better in quarters, but this does risk his cut, so we'll take a look, see where he ends up. And Harry Price is a top performer, so just an unfortunate set of flushes. Okay, we have one more paddler, and we're going to roll into the women's after a short break, so stick around here. We are still thick in the things. We have women's preliminaries to come. We have junior men's to qualify, and probably the most exciting of the day, it's going to be the biggest, open canoe.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yes, you're going to come back and announce for that, so that's going to be a fun one. I suspect not too many air screws.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So that's going to be the remainder of today. We still have plenty to go. All right, Harry Price, 176, 1,095. Hopefully we can see where he sits. Unfortunately, I can't. If you're at home following along the scores, we'll take a look there. Right now, though, we are going to turn to our last paddler of the men's qualifying, Mika Sorjonen. He's just going to back in. No entry moves for Mika. Establish and take it away.
Going in maybe for the blunt, just dropping his pad a little bit. I'm glad he got his hand back on it. Going in for the blunt. Setting up. Going in for a back Pan Am.
Looking pretty good. The camera angle wasn't quite as good on that one, but man, if the score goes up, that'll be a nice one for him.
Blending the other way. Going in for the helix again.
Oh, and flushing on that one. It looks like the one direction of helix is a flusher, whereas the other one he was able to stick. So we'll see where he can bring here. He's got just under 10 seconds to go.
See who can do for us something on the buzzer.
Looked like he was maybe backing into just a regular old McNasty, didn't it?
It did.
Little back blast there. All right, we're going to wait for this score to come through, ladies and gentlemen. That was the men's preliminaries. It was a long one. That's how it always goes. Right now, it is 2:40 local time. 2:40 local time. We will come back here at 3:10 for the women's preliminaries, the women's qualifiers. I am Hojo, joined by
McKinley Kate Hargrove.
And so you guys stick around. I'm going to talk a little bit about Columbus and our sponsors here. We're going to say goodbye to McKinley. She's going to get ready to watch the women's.
Oh yeah, see ya guys.
All right, and again, you're joining us. 2022 Columbus World Cup brought to you by Uptown Columbus here on the Chattahoochee River. Of course, we have the ICF International Canoe Federation, our main organizing body, helping to bring this competition to bear. This is a competition that is very important for these world paddlers. As we see, 353 points for Mika for the last of his rides, the men's qualifiers. This is quite an enjoyable time. The ICF brings this event to the World Cups first. We're going to do a World Cup here. We're going to do another World Cup in a few days. In between, we're going to do a squirt competition. I do not believe we're streaming that. However, we will stream World Cup 1. We'll stream World Cup 2. And this entire river section, this whole thing is brought out by Columbus's and the community's desire to rehabilitate this river. It used to be dammed in a few places. It had all these mills and factories that relied on that hydropower, but the dams were not of good quality, and they went defunct. The factories closed, and the downtown said, let's do something about this. So Uptown Columbus organized this effort, worked with the Corps of Engineers to basically bring us this wonderful, wonderful playground of whitewater that we can then host a world-class competition on. We have many sponsors that bring this event to bear as well. W.C. Bradley Co., one of the local manufacturers, a lot of manufacturing in this area. They make the charbroil grills and tiki brand torches. Georgia Power, just upstream, we've got their power plant, and they're pulling water through to generate power, which just gives us this feature. Synovus Bank, TSYS or Total Systems, Aflac, and a whole host of smaller donors. Every dollar counts when bringing these events into these areas. We have just wonderful whitewater, but we need personnel, we need volunteers. Downstream, I don't know that you can see it on the live stream, we have safety boaters even. You never know what happens. These boaters can sometimes have issues and swim out of their boats. Very rare, but we want to make sure this is a safe environment for everyone involved. If you do come down here, go check out Wilderness Express. If you're not a kayaker, you can jump on a raft and have fun exploring this river, this wonderful playground that we have before us. We also want to thank the Bradley Turner Foundation, Turner Fund, CVB, John and Amanda Turner, William B. and Sue Turner. Of course, Synovus, TSYS, John Turner, the City of Columbus. You can't do this without city support. Georgia Power, Betsy Ramsey, Jimmy Blancard, Steve Butler, the Sports Commission, the Mildred Miller Fort Foundation, Beam, Pezloid, the Coca-Cola Company. Coca-Cola was said to have been invented here. This is the actual origin of Coca-Cola, not Atlanta, as people want to say. We've got Ram Hospitality, Atlanta Beverage, Scott Bridge, Standard Concrete, Synovus Leadership, Salt Life, Columbus Waterworks, Merrick and Company. Merrick being the company that I believe developed this whitewater zone. Woodruff Foundation, EACC, Piranha Kayaks, Nora and Nora and Gardiner Gerard, Catherine and Wright Waddle, Helen Jordan Hobbs, Law Office of Gary Bruce, Daniel Amos Family, Columbus Chamber of Commerce, Columbus State University, just downstream of here, Houston. But again, Uptown Columbus, one of the main organizers, making this a perpetual playground. We're going to bring this back to you shortly. As I said, it is going to start back again approximately 2:40 local time. 2:40 local time. No, I have that all wrong. I've got the wrong schedule in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start back up at 3:10 local time. 3:10 local time. So basically 25 minutes from now.
And we're getting ready to start the women's kayak surface preliminary round here at the Ambush Wave here in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah, it's been a really good day so far. Weather's perfect. Levels are great. Lots of big rides so far from the men. I think we're excited to see what the women can put down.
Yeah, this feature is it really divides the skill levels of the paddlers on its own. It's a really flushy wave, but it's a beautiful wave. It's a beautiful wave, and the very best paddlers are going to be able to stick some of the hardest tricks in the sport on it, and yet a normal paddler would have a hard time scoring even any points on it. It's a beautiful feature for front surfing, for carving back and forth, for doing some spins and that sort of things, but it's such a small, beautiful, slow green wave that doing the harder tricks requires a ton of power. You have to really muscle the boat down and get it flat before you go through the foam pile.
Yeah, we've seen some big tricks in the men so far. We've seen big aerial loops, which are really hard to stick. If you don't get that initiation just right, it can flush off very easily. We've also seen big air screws and anything down to some spins and shove-its. It's a really hard feature to figure out. It's fairly one-sided and a very flushy shoulder. But we've seen some amazing rides so far. There's some very talented ladies that are about to get on the field. And I think we're all very excited to see what happens.
And we can see the women are ferrying across and getting a little warm up, trying to shake off the nerves. It's been a long day of watching the men for these ladies, and now it is their turn to shine.
Absolutely. So in this first heat, we've got Ali Davis, Rachel Sheffer, Sheffy, Jessie Stone, Abby Holcomb, and Darby McAdams.
Yeah, this is quite the lineup of ladies. Allie is a new kayaker, just from Columbus, Georgia. She's been out here giving it her all the last 2 years. I think she's been kayaking for like 2 years total. So she is a new kayaker, and it's awesome to see new kayakers coming out here to join in on the World Cup. Hometown, learn to kayak right here, learn to roll with the Hargrove family, and now she's out here stepping it up to try to do the competition. And that's what we want. We want the competitions to be fun for everybody, not just the pros.
Yeah, absolutely. Freestyle is all about fun, and having fun and kind of showing off at the same time.
And right behind her, Rachel Sheffy actually has been down here maybe 4 different winters. She's a fairly new kayaker as these heats are going to go, but she's been living in a trailer in the parking lot all winter long for the past couple winters and training her brains out. She's got an awesome job as an accountant where she can work online and still get a session in almost every day. Rachel Sheffy is definitely looking to impress her friends, impress the fans, and show people what she's been up to all winter long and what she can do on this home wave. Right behind her is Jessie Stone. She's a super long-time paddler, probably 25 years in the sport at least. She does that malaria clinic down in Uganda, but she's been on the U.S. team probably 10 times. So the level of experience coming into this round is just amazing, and Jessie's got most of it, really. Behind her, we have Abby Holcomb. Do you know Abby?
Yep, I met Abby in Nottingham over the summer at the World Championships. Training very, very hard and improving very quickly.
That is right. Abby Holcomb has been traveling around with the Holcomb family and was a junior, just a cute little kid who liked to kayak, but she also came down to Columbus and spent a lot of time living in a trailer in this parking lot and training on this wave.
Amazing. We also have Darby McAdams. Now, Darby is a big wave paddler, normally in Canada. I met Darby in Uganda several years ago on the last season before the dam. She is no stranger to wave paddling, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what she can throw down on the good wave. But for today, we'll see how we do on the very challenging ambush feature.
That is right. It's going to be really interesting to see what Darby, how she adapts her bigger wave paddling, her bigger water West Coast style to this small fleshy feature. Now, realistically, this feature is world class. It is a gorgeous wave with a beautiful green face. It just happens to be smaller. If we could just shrink ourselves for a minute, that would be one of the best big waves in the world.
Absolutely. Perfect shoulder, a lovely foam pile. Maybe a little bit more of a face on it would be good.
Yeah. If I could just be in a fun one and be about 4 feet tall.
Absolutely.
One of the cool things about this feature is also the fact that it's right here next to a parking lot. Columbus has built this awesome river walk that goes all the way up to the dam. The dam is just upstream, so there's no trees, there's no debris, there's nothing coming down. Beautiful, cool green water coming right at you, and right below it is a ginormous pool. So swimming is actually not it's inconvenient, but it's not scary. It's pretty much flat water. It's swirly flat water below it. This is a great spot to learn the sport of kayaking, and a lot of people do exactly that, Allie being one of them. Rachel, this was her favorite feature for a little while, and Abby actually too. Did not really bond with the Good Wave feature until she got a little bit older. But a lot of newer kayakers, or just when you're sore or when it's really cold, we all come to Ambush because it's such a beautiful, confidence inspiring, fun feature.
Yeah, it's got a lovely set of rocks on the island as well, where from nice and close. You can get the camera set up there if you want. I can imagine as a coach it's probably a really good spot for some video reviews and instant feedback with a lovely eddy there. It's really a perfect feature.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll come up at the end of the day, especially like with Rachel working or just when you have a lot of stuff to do, we'll just drive up here right before dark and hop in for a quick surf session and either paddle down under the glow of the city lights or just walk back to the car and drive home. But a lot of times we get people to just drop us off here surf until dark. If you feel like going a little later, you can. And then it's just a short paddle back down to where your cars are.
Yeah, it's a perfect park and play spot. It's wonderful. Very similar to like some of the spots we've got in the UK, on the River Dee in North Wales. Very similar, lots of great access, straight onto the river within a couple of minutes, and straight off if you want. You can have, if it's really cold, I can imagine a very quick session is nice and easy.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes, I mean, this is Columbus, Georgia, so it's very rare for it to snow or get below freezing. But even so, especially right before dark or right after dark, it can be pretty darn cold. So it's really nice to have the car super close so you can zip back for a hot shower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even today at the moment, I think it's at about 28 degrees Celsius. And then at night, it seems to be dropping pretty quickly, and it's a jumper straight on. So yeah, it's good to get off the water as soon as dark comes.
This event was scheduled perfectly for October here in Columbus, Georgia. Originally, it had been scheduled for July. You know, is too hot. That's the best way to describe it. Too hot. Our old cassette tapes would melt on the dash if you left them out. Everything just melts here in the summer. It can be 100 degrees and not really drop that much lower at night sometimes. And so we're so glad that it was pushed back to October for this perfect fall weather.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's just as the weather started to drop in the UK, it was really nice to pop straight back out and get the shorts out again and enjoy the sun. No, it's great to be out here.
Oh, and we have the results from the prelims. This is the men's prelim results. This is the biggest round, and this is the results. We had 32 competitors, and only the top 20 will advance. In first place, we had Mr. Nicholas Troutman from Canada. Nicholas also spends quite a bit of time here. His brother-in-law, Dane Jackson, coming in second place. You don't see that very often, Dane in second place, but he is here. He's had a lot less time on this feature than any of the other locals. Right below him, local hometown hero Mason Hargrove. And right below him, Thomas Czapekli from Poland. Thomas is a favorite to win this in any event. Coming from England, he is always on top of his game. But some of these other guys might have had just a little bit more practice time than he has, even though he's been here for like 2 months training.
Absolutely. After that, we've got Gavin Barker. Again, a Nottingham local, a fantastic paddler. It's very rare that you don't see Gav in that top 5, top 10 spot. And the same with number 6, Rob Crow, number 7, David McClure. David McClure was finals in Nottingham. I think he came through in 5th in the end from Ireland. He's doing great. And again, number 8, we've got Alan Ward from Great Britain. Alan is no stranger to international competition.
All right, we'll get back to reading those men's final, but right now we've got from Columbus, Georgia, Allie Davis taking the water. This will be not just her first World Cup. This will be her first ever competition of any sort. That's right, she is new to kayaking, but obviously stoked to catch that wave. See if she can get herself a spin. Oh no, catching the upstream edge. Let's see if she's got her roll. Come on, Allie, let's get it. She's up and paddling. All right, cheer her on. Help her get back there. But, that one missed roll is really going to be tough to overcome. The power of the water here, once you get below the feature, is just daunting. It's going to be a long slog back to that hole. I'm not sure if she's going to make it in time or not. I'm looking up at the clock, and I'm seeing 10 seconds left. She has a slight chance, but, man, this ferry from the River Right Eddy can be complicated.
Absolutely. I think we've both had a go at that ferry today, Clay, and it's hard work. It's quite boily, and it is a challenge, particularly rolling on that surfer's right side of the feature. It's very boily there, and it's catching out even the best of paddlers here.
That is right. The whole time that we're practicing, everyone goes to the right eddy because the eddy is big and calm and easy, and everyone goes to the right eddy because that's where the lineup is. You just hang out, talk to your friends on the rocks, but for competition, it is way slower than going left. Left is boily, it's swirly, you can't just hang out there happily, but you can get back to the feature fast, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. I
Rachel Sheffy. All right. I don't know where to say Rachel is from. She lives in West Virginia. She lives here in Columbus, Georgia, a good section. She goes to Colorado for a month every year. She has been really knocking it down, working on her kayaking so hard, and she is no stranger to ambush. This might be her favorite wave in the world. Oh, no, Rachel has missed the wave. I'm not sure how that happened. She's definitely super good at catching it and rarely flushes during competition, but, you know, everybody who's done a competition knows sometimes you don't get your very best rides when it counts. Oh no, Rachel pulling back out of that wave. Get to that eddy, Rachel. Let's help her up. Let's help her up. Okay, the crowd is cheering for her. Get up there, Rachel. Plenty of time, plenty of time. Rachel Sheffy, famous for her back blunts. One of her best tricks. She's really good at it, but she's got to set it up. She's got to get to the top. There we go, getting a trick. Oh no, coming out of the wave again. And you see that claim? When you raise your fist in the air and give a fist bump, it can mean I just have an awesome ride, or it can mean, oh, that was so bad I want to forget about it and act like I had an awesome ride, and that's the best thing to do. No sense worrying about it now. Give a fist bump, smile at your friends, off we go.
Absolutely. It's over to ride number 2 then for Rachel Sheffy. See what she can get. And just remember, to score these points on the ICF rulebook, you do have to retain the feature.
That's right. You've got to finish the trick still on the wave. You can flush after that, but the trick must be finished before you're out the back of the foam pile. Jessie Stone paddling out here. One of our older ladies, most experienced ladies, so many years on the U.S. freestyle team, and she knows exactly what to do on a feature like this. She is so experienced. This is like another walk in the park. Jessie travels all over the world, Uganda regularly, Switzerland, Sweden, all over the place. She is, if there's good paddling there, she's probably been there. She's got a good spin going. What else has she got?
We've seen some nice roundhouses.
That's right. A roundhouse is like you're coming down the wave, quick 180-degree spin. Like that was a back roundhouse Jessie doing right there. Same trick as the front one, only backwards. These kayaks are designed to go forwards or backwards, and the tricks count whether you go forwards, backwards, right, or left.
Exactly, but you've got to remember we cannot score the same move twice. So you cannot repeat a roundhouse to the right twice. However, you could do one forwards to the right and then one backwards to the right.
Yeah, and you can do one forwards to the left and one backwards to the left, because all of those are completely different motions for your body. So the trick is the same. The boat does basically the same thing, but it's different feeling on your body. Some people are really good at only going one way. I know some paddlers who say like, oh, this wave is totally my offside, because they've learned somewhere where they go right, 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 right on all their tricks. But this wave is not like this. This wave you can go both ways, and if they want the most points, they better do it.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of paddlers going straight down the middle today, not using either sort of shoulder on this wave. It really is up to everyone's individual styles and techniques and where they've come from. You see a lot of big wave paddlers like to go straight down the middle because they can generate the pop. A lot of the British are using the shoulders like they would on the famous Hurley Weir. But again, it's really down to who's coached them and how they've figured out their own technique.
Yeah, a lot of it's determined by your home spot and what style you like. I mean, if you were in the longboats back in the 90s, you got really used to looking for those shoulders because that was the only thing you could do. If you learned in the short, poppier boats, you've got, and especially if the wave is fast, going down the middle just gives you so much pop that a lot of people have learned that. But the best paddlers are going to learn the shoulders and the middle, and they're going to cater to their rides depending on what they've got right in front of them. That way they're going to be able to move faster from trick to trick to trick and not have to spend so much time setting up.
Okay, so up next it looks like we've got Abby Holcomb. She's getting ready. We know we're going to see a good ride from Abby. We're excited to see what she's got.
Abby is the current junior world champion, and she is competing in the women's class. The junior world champion gets the opportunity to advance to the women's class or to stay in the juniors, and this time she chose to be up with the women because that's where she's going to be next year at this World Championships. This is the World Cup event. This is like a preliminary. This is like the dress rehearsal for the World Championships in Columbus next year.
Okay, so Abby dropping into the hole now. into ambush wave. She's got a big grin on her face. She's excited. She's ready. It's her first senior women's competition. Let's see what she's got.
All right, she's on that wave, launching right into a roundhouse to the left. Oh, back blunt to the right. Beautiful. A lot more points the more vertical your boat gets. And a back blunt to the left as well. That's going to be some high-scoring tricks. We'll see what the judges say, though. Current score to 23 points. There's a roundhouse left. I think a lot of our women are going to be trying to do both their blunts and both their roundhouses. But as you can see, sometimes they're going to double up on their roundhouses because blunts are just a good bit harder.
Exactly. She's mixing it up nicely, maybe looking for a loop there. There it is. Lovely. Awesome front loop there, maybe with a bit of air as well. We'll have to see what the judges say. Looking for that shove it McNasty.
Oh, not
Big
getting it,
ride.
coming off the back. But just that one loop, if they give it to her, is worth probably about 100 points. And so currently the score to beat is 23. So you can see how important it is that you do the harder tricks, the more vertical tricks, the aerial tricks, because just one of those tricks can be worth 4 lower scoring tricks. The spread of the point values is so big here that one good trick can beat 4 of the lesser values.
Exactly. We also get more points for adding air bonuses to our moves and also linking the moves together. So we haven't seen too many of these so far yet today, but linking a move means you have to transition from one move into the next in one fluid motion.
That's right. You can do a spin into a roundhouse. 2 very basic tricks, but you'll get extra points on both of those tricks if you do that. Same thing with the loop. If you do a loop straight into another hard move, you can get a link bonus. The loop is a really hard one to link, but what you'll see more often is people linking a trick into the loop. So they're going to do a roundhouse into a loop, or maybe a back blunt into a loop, or maybe the McNasty, which is kind of like a back 180-degree spin straight into the loop. And that's going to be worth 130 or 150 points, which is just a whole lot more than a spin. Looks like Abby does getting some tricks. They're running some slow-mos right now, showing you those tricks. See how she pops the boat up in the air just a little bit to spin those 180-degree turns? That would be a roundhouse if it's under 45 degrees and a blunt if it's over 45 degrees. There's another roundhouse under 45, and here's a back. What's it going to be? Oh, blunt over 45 degrees. That's a nice trick.
That's a really solid score coming through there for Abby at 3:16.67. That's a very, very good start for Abby. Now, let's see what Darby McAdams has got for us.
All right, this is going to be really interesting. I think I'm going to be almost watching her facial expression as much as her boat, just to see what she thinks of this wave. This is a much smaller feature than she normally plays, but we are stoked for her to come out here and give it a shot. Ooh, nice. Probably, I don't know, what do you think? Maybe roundhouse.
We'll have to see what the judges think to that one.
And same thing backwards. She's getting up right into that 45-degree window. We'll see what the judges say. And finishing up a left spin. What else has she got? In that beautiful GG with a purple stripe. Going for that back blunt. Again, might have roundhouse that one as well, but it's the other way. And right now, all 4 roundhouses would be a great ride in the women's class.
Absolutely. Darby's got no problems throwing a whole flurry of tricks in here, one after the other. She's looking for that front loop.
And right now, there's no real reason to be chasing. Oh, that might have been a back blunt. She's really trying to get that bow down and get those angles up to 45 degrees. I'm not sure if she got it or not, but there is no reason to chase Abby Holcomb right now. Abby's got a 300-point ride, but all they're trying to do right now is to get to those finals, where that's where the real event will be. All the preliminary runs, you just try to make the cut. Make sure that you get to go to the next show, and then in the final show, that's where you got to show your best stuff.
Absolutely. I think that's a great start for Darby there.
Oh, that wave is so beautiful. It's like a mini Skookumchuck without the seals and starfish.
Instead, we have got turtles here on the river. I spotted a few of those on the way down yesterday.
There are a lot of turtles. And I like to tell people there's big crocodiles and alligators too, and hippos, but usually they don't believe me.
Not sure about myself there, Clay. Yesterday I had Alan Ward telling me about the alligators in this river, making me a bit nervous on the paddle back down.
But that's just it. There actually are alligators on this river. There are alligators on the Chattahoochee River, and they don't eat many people very often, but, you know, kayakers especially. No, they're downstream. They're downstream of here. But it is kind of fun to think that there might someday be an alligator in the water near you, because they're so far into us. We never see them. I've never seen an alligator here, but some people have. So it's fun to you know, add a little spice to the river.
Absolutely, it helps you paddle faster. Right?
It helps you paddle faster. It's an added encouragement not to swim.
As glorious as the river is here, it's not a bad spot for swimming, I would
It
say.
actually is a great spot for swimming. The challenging thing here is the water is so big and powerful, and the eddies can be so swirly that it is not just recommended, but I would say it should be mandatory for everyone to wear a life jacket that swims in the river where the whitewater is here. It's in such a beautiful urban environment. It's right along a river walk where you'll see all sorts of people biking and jogging every day, and they just want to hop in the water for a cool dip. But the currents are pretty powerful, so we recommend a life jacket at all times.
Absolutely. All natural rivers, I always say the same. You should have a buoyancy aid on or a life jacket. It will save your life.
It might save your life. All right, Allie Davis getting ready for her second ride here. She's giving it a shot. I wonder what she feels like about her first ride. She's probably stoked that she caught the wave, but she really wants to get some points. So she's gonna. I saw her have a ride yesterday where she got 2 spins in a roundhouse. She's gonna really want to do that.
Okay, Ali Davis dropping in now. Let's see what she's got.
She has caught the wave. Awesome job, Allie. Oh no, she's out the back.
She's powering up that boily eddy line now.
Got it.
Up we go, Ali. Up, up, up.
Here she goes up that river left side. Can she make it back to the wave in time? Looks like she's got enough time, but now it's a question of calming your nerves and making sure to catch that wave, and she has done it. Oh, catching an edge, falling over just before she gets stabilized on the wave. Oh, she's missing a couple rolls. Those waves are definitely challenging her. Can she get up? Cheer her on. Come on. Oh, she is trying over and over again. Oh, the drama. Come on, Allie. Oh, keep your head down. Keep your head down. You're going to get this.
Go! Come on!
Oh, and out of her boat she goes. But that's okay. This is a great river to swim in. The safety crews are right there to rope her in. Oh, a dramatic ending to her first whitewater event in the sport of freestyle kayaking.
Absolutely, and top marks for trying there with rolling. I'm not sure I would have had that many in me. Well, maybe 7 or 8 attempts at a roll there.
Super, super impressive effort there for Allie, and that's really what we like to see. Hopefully she won't be too embarrassed, and she will get back up there and give it another shot tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's nothing to be embarrassed about there at all. That boil line has really caught a lot of us out this last few days.
Yeah. I've chased quite a few swimmers here. There's a lot of people who swim out of this ambush wave because it's so swirly right behind it. And the problem is when you get near that rock, all the water just kicks you back out into the middle again. Looks like the rafters are going to go fish her out. Because once you miss that right-hand eddy, you go kind of out into space. And it's like you're in the middle of this giant lake. And it's hard to decide which way to swim from there because either side you go to, it's like 100 yards. It's a big, wide, warm river.
Okay, we've got our next paddler dropping in now.
Rachel Sheffy coming to us from an Airstream parked at Whitewater Express right now. The Airstream moves around, but Rachel doesn't. She's got her biggest cheering section on the other mic, Stephen Wright, and his dog named Puppy. I think Puppy likes Rachel more than Stephen, but that's okay. And Rachel looking for some pumps. There's that background house. Oh my gosh, almost flushing. What a great job she did getting her balance back. Oh, she really wants that back blunt. She is going for it hard. But into the eddy she goes.
Now that is the faster eddy of the two, so if you want to catch one of those when you come off the back, that's the one to go for, but you do have to be straight up and on it to get there. She's powering back up the eddy now. Is she going to look for that flashback again into that backstab? Let's have a look. She's back on the wave.
I would think she would. She's got all sorts of tricks. This is just some rough luck for Rachel. She is really good at those back blunts, like that one right there. Way better. Now she's getting some points on the board. She really wants that righty, though. She is so good at that righty. How unlucky. 3 attempts at her favorite trick, and it just keeps taking her off the wave. Sometimes just the added pressure of everybody watching and not really just being with your friends and not really just doing it for fun, sometimes that can mess up your lines just a little bit. And on that one, it was enough to knock her off the waves. I hope she's happy with that ride, though. But boy, that back right blunt, she is so good at that. I would have tried it a third time, too.
Absolutely. We did see some great moves in there. There was certainly a nice roundhouse. I think there was a back blunt in there. It was looking good. A good ride.
Oh, yeah. Rachel's going to do a lot more tricks than that. We hope she advances, so we'll get to see a more average ride for her.
Next up, we've got Jessie Stone. As we said, a very advanced paddler, a lot of tricks in her trick book. We're looking forward to seeing what she can pull out for us again in this second ride.
That's right. Jessie's not just a great kayaker, she's also a great person. She runs a kids camp for underprivileged youth out of New York City. She also does the malaria clinic down in Uganda, which has grown into being more than just a malaria clinic. Now it's a women's health clinic as well. Soft Power Health is Jessie Stone, and that has been her passion for the last decade at least. I think it was 10 years ago that she started it, and it has grown beyond anybody's dreams. And she goes down to Uganda every year to work those clinics.
Okay, here she goes into the wave. Let's see what she's got on this one. A lovely flat spin to the right. And so much control of her boat on this wave. She knows exactly where she is, what she's looking for. A lovely backstab. She's really working that wave, taking her time. This is a nice ride so far.
Yeah, for at least a year, for a long time, Nile Special was her home wave. So she would go surf that after work every day or before work every day. She's really good on the big waves, and she's also a very careful, cautious paddler. She's going to stay on that wave. She's going to get the points she thinks she needs to advance, and then she'll throw her harder ones later. That's a good thing about having a lot of experience under your belt. You can kind of think, I know I can do these tricks, and I know I can stay on the wave, and that's what it's going to take, and that's what you just saw Jessie do right there.
Is it possible just to occasionally just put in something about the fact that this is the first remote judge?
And Jessie's off the wave now, but this is kind of a unique thing to this feature. You can't really see since we're looking at the same view all the time, but there actually are no judges over there on the other side of the river. There's only competitors. There's only competitors over there right next to the wave, and what we're looking through is a camera. There is no, maybe there's a cameraman, but he's not touching it right now, and the entire judges booth is on the other side of the river. Right now I'm probably 50 yards away from the hole, but I'm looking at a beautiful screen that gives me this awesome view of the wave, and that's how we're announcing right now as well. So the judges and the announcers are on the complete wrong side of the river to see this wave, but we can do it anyway thanks to the wizardry of technology.
And here we go, Abby Holcomb.
Current junior world champion really wants to make an impression on those senior women. She wants to show them that she is going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the world championships here next year. She's got a roundhouse. She's got a blunt. Oh, she is catching her stern. Look at that. She's so flat to the back deck. She may just stay in the wave feature despite going upside down. You don't see that very often. Oh, there's that right back blunt that Rachel was trying so hard for. Abby getting it. Really putting it down. Now she's got 2 blunts in a roundhouse and a loop. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a high-scoring ride for Abby Holcomb.
Loads of control in that loop there. Looking for the McNasty, just coming off the back.
Oh, that McNasty was looking so good. Eyes up, eyes to the sky. She got some nice pop out of it, but not quite enough upstream trajectory. So the McNasty won't count, but it won't matter because she's already got a 300, and she just got a whole lot more points than that.
We will have to see what that combined score is for 3 times US national champion Abby Holcomb. And let's see if that's going to be enough to take her through.
Abby has been touring around with the current women's world champion, Audie Robinson-Shaw, and both of them have been, man, I just think they just stay glued to the computer screen all day, watching their rides and trying to learn how to do them better, and all that video review is really paying off. Abby's coming on super, super strong on the freestyle world and getting better, it seems, every 6 months. Abby stays on top. They haven't put her score up yet. She's on top already with her 316, right behind her Darby McAdams with a 206. Beautiful. Jessie Stone, nickel and diamond those points for the 73, and Rachel Sheff right behind her with 71 points.
It's just getting hotter and hotter here at Ambush Wave today in Columbus. The temperature's really rising, the heat's coming off the concrete on the judges' side. Remember, they are judging via remote screening for the first time ever in an ICF competition.
Really cool that we can be doing this too, because we're all under a nice cool shade with these nice big computer screens, getting a great view of the action, and we don't have to go back and forth in rafts. Okay, Darby McAdams currently in second place, coming in for her second ride now. What is she going to do? She's got these back roundhouses. She's got front roundhouses. She's shown us those things. Will she show us anything else? We are really hoping so. We'd love to see her get that boat off the water like she does on the bigger waves, but practice is key for a spot like this, and I don't know how much Darby was able to get. I think she just got here a few days ago, and this wave takes a whole lot of practice. Oh, coming off the back of the wave on that back roundhouse attempt. Not sure if this ride is going to be quite as good as her last one unless she can get back up the eddy. She has gone to the river right eddy, I believe, and this is a tough move. You got to pull on the rocks. You got to surf a hole. Oh, in time. That's okay. She's sitting on a 200.
Yep, that's sometimes you've got to get one banker ride in. You've got to get a solid first one in, and then you can back it up with something. It's only prelims. It's early days. There's plenty of time to work on your rides through competition.
That's right. It's hard to know what the score to beat is going to be at this point. We've got Abby with a 300 something. We've got Darby with a Darby score going up to 245. I did think that first ride was a little bit better than that second ride. Any big trick and your score goes straight up. Oh, there come the scores. Abby Holcomb 656. That would have been enough to put her in the men's qualifying round. That is awesome. Abby Holcomb really setting the bar high, but the next heat is going to be all sorts. There's some power in that next heat. We got Hitomi, we got Courtney, we got Zosia, Heidi, and Maya.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some really good rides in this heat now, Clay. I'm looking forward to seeing Hitomi and particularly Zosia. They are normally going really big in this feature, so we're very excited to see that.
Wow, I thought there were just 2 heats. There's actually 3 heats. We got all sorts of heat coming in the third heat as well. Back there, we've got Audie Robinson-Shaw and Emily Jackson to go. So maybe these points are a little more important than I thought.
Absolutely. I think by the time we get through the first rides of this heat, we're really going to start to see where the bar's being set for that cut-off point.
Plus 5 minutes.
Wow, the other girls know that they have got to really step it up right now. I was only looking at that next heat, but there's a whole third heat to go. So we'll see how that affects their rides. We still have a couple of athletes waiting.
We do, and our first paddler in this next heat is Hitomi. Now, on her athlete bio profile, it says she goes under the nickname of Robot Girl. Were you aware of that, Clay?
I am not, but I do know Oh gosh, what is that? What is that Flaming Lips song? Yoshimi? Anyway, there's a great Flaming Lips song about a robot coming to defeat the world, or to defend the world. She defends the world, and that is what I think of when I think of Hitomi. Hitomi, there is no paddler who practices harder and longer than Hitomi. Not in the men's class, not even in the junior men's class. This girl is on the water as soon as the water's running, and she does not leave until it is off every single day. I have no idea what kind of muscle recovery powders or some sort of Japanese acupuncture or something. Her recovery is amazing. She goes so hard all day long and gets up the next morning early and does it all over again. And I think that's where that robot term comes from.
And you know what, it really shows in Hitomi's results. She was 2019 world champion in sort, and she was silver medalist for this year's world championships in Nottingham. So that's some results so far.
And she has been silver so many times. She has been silver in squirt at least 3 times, and she had been silver in the women's class at least 2 times before the sword event. And when the final results came in saying that she had finally won a gold, the entire crowd, but most especially all her competitors, all the women in the eddy went crazy for her. And that is what you really want. It is super fun to win, but there's nothing like winning when the crowd is in your favor.
Absolutely, and there's a really strong Japanese support here. They're always the loudest on the side. Fortunately, there's no Irish here on this time because they might have just drowned them out compared to in Nottingham. But the Japanese are always supporting each other. They're always there on the river every day, and absolutely some of the hardest paddlers we have out here competing.
And their dedication is just so amazing. Imagine showing up at an event where you can barely anybody else that's from the town speaks your language. You've got to read signs in English. You've got to rent cars and drive around in a completely different environment. When we have judges meetings, when we have competitors meetings, nobody is speaking Japanese. They've got to have translator. They've got to be holding up their phones. I really think the Japanese teams have a lot less information about how these things are organized, so it's just a little bit more challenging for them to do well, and yet they just keep doing well year after year. They've just got great talent and great dedication.
Absolutely. And they've also got some fantastic play spots over there in Japan. There's a lot of waves that we see coming out from there that just look absolutely fantastic. Perfect shoulders, lovely big green faces. Hitomi's particular wave of choice, her favorite feature, is the Heiki wave.
So much video of that thing, it looks awesome. And I've been to Japan a couple different times to do freestyle competitions, and their freestyle scene is so strong, and it is such a fun event. You go out there, you give it your all in the competition, then you come back and have some beers, then you might go out to the hot springs, and it's just a really fun, everybody camping it together, everybody having a good time. They've got a great scene going over there in Japan.
Absolutely. And as well as Japan, we've also got Courtney Kerrin, who has come all the way across from New Zealand for this competition as well. There's lots of travelling for some of these competitors. Courtney Kerrin is no stranger to competition as well. Very experienced paddler. We look forward to seeing her in this heat.
That's right. Courtney Kerrin used to travel in the United States every single year. She's no stranger to these worlds. I think she got her first medal in the junior worlds in Plattling long time ago. Then she started riding with the Jackson family in EJ's RV, learning with Emily and Dane as they were coming up, running the hardest rivers, running the biggest waves, really stepping it up. And then when COVID hit, New Zealand had complete lockdown. They had absolute lockdown. So we haven't seen Courtney until the restrictions were lifted just recently. She comes back to find the van, the camper van that she and her partner had purchased and were planning to travel the world with. The mice had eaten it. They pretty much lost their van. For 3 years it had been stored and not driven. And so they are renting a van and getting back on the road.
Amazing. What a relief it is to get back out there again and travel all across the world to paddle again. There's so many paddlers out here that are excited to do that, and we're all very grateful that we can get back to kayaking life as we used to have it. So we are getting warmed up now for this next heat. Again, we've got Hitomi from Japan. We've got Lauren Bird from the US. Courtney Kerrin from New Zealand. Zosia Tula from Poland. Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. And Maya Ray Cross also from Great Britain.
Oh, that's awesome to see Mayo out here. She was actually my coach for the Nottingham World. She came over to watch a little bit and was just giving some really good tips and came out for every ride. Oh, but right up now, we do have Hitomi taking the water, and this could be definitely one of the best rides of the day. We know she's got the potential. It's just a question of whether she can stay on that wave. Hitomi has been out here practicing her brains out. She's got all the tricks, but on a much bigger wave. Can she stay on this smaller one? She starts off with 2 beautiful roundhouses and then right into a left blunt. That was looking pretty solid. She sold me anyway. We'll see what the judges think. Another back roundhouse. She's about roundhoused out. She better get some elevation. Oh, that could have been there. That might have been that back blunt. Working to get that bow down and get the front blunt. But now that you've got blunts and roundhouses, now what are we going to do? She's going to nickel and dime it. She wants to stay on that wave. She wants to keep making points. What do you think her next trick is?
There it is, a big aerial loop. I was waiting for that to come out. That's traditional Hitomi style. Epic ride. She stayed on the wave the whole time, which is not something we've seen too often so far in this tournament. Really exciting ride there from Hitomi, and we'll see how the judges feel about that. We're looking around about 370 so far, but we will see that score move up and down.
Beautiful, 370 points. I think that's what I got on my best ride.
Nice, that's a solid ride.
That means Hitomi can do better.
I think she's got more in her. We have seen more before. There was maybe a couple of repetitive tricks there with the back roundhouses and the back blunts. And you don't want to spend too much time repeating one trick. It can often mess with your head a little bit. Sometimes it's best to just move on, reset up, and go from a new place on the wave and just see what else you've got in your trick book.
But she's a smart competitor, and I think that will be plenty to move her on. If she can do 2 of those, which she can do 2 of those, then she's easily going to make the next cut, I believe, at least with the scores we're seeing so far. Oh, and next up, it looks like we have Lauren Bird. Lauren Bird, another Columbus local. This may be her first competition as well. I'm not sure. She learned with the Team River Runner crew. She's coming out of Fort Benning. She lives right near the wave, and she has been working so hard to get her tricks ready for the judges. But she's a very new paddler, really new to it. I think she was having trouble with her roll just last year. But now she's just been going out over and over and over, and here she is performing for this World Cup crowd.
Yes, and Lauren apparently really loves a day on the river, followed by some food with friends. And now that's all what kayaking's about.
That's right, and she's definitely going to have both of those things today, most likely. There are so many fun people to hang out with in Columbus right now. It is a great place to be. There's always fun people to paddle with here in Columbus, but right now we've got athletes from 23 different countries. Here we go, Lauren, catching that wave. What's she going to do for us? Can she stay on the wave? She's got it so far, going into her spin, and she gets it. She gets her spin. She's got points on the board. Beautiful. Good job for Lauren. Can she get her roll to finish it off? Oh, so close. Almost getting it. And she's got it. Just gave her that spin. Oh, there it is. There's the 10 points. She's got points on the board. She's going to be happy with that.
A great start for Lauren. Again, having to roll up on that tricky boily eddy line is no fun for anyone. But she waited. She kept her composure. She's back up. She's going to paddle back up to the top now and regain some composure before she goes into her next ride. She looks pretty happy with herself, though. And
I think she should be. Anytime you get in a big competition like this, you can't expect to have your very best ride. All you can hope for is to have your average ride in practice, and I think she's done that.
Absolutely. She was certainly having some of the most fun on the river yesterday in official training. I could see her. She was very loud, very excited to be around. Loads of international athletes here. It's a great environment.
That's right, and nobody wants a zero. It's always hard to get a zero, and a lot of good athletes occasionally get zeros. I mean, some of the men's pros will get a zero. You try your first hard trick, you don't quite get it. Then you try your second hard trick, you don't get that, and the time's up. You get a 0. People get zeros, but especially when you're starting out, you don't want to get a 0. And Courtney Karen is not getting a 0 already. She's got a nice left roundhouse or blunt. Hard to see the angle. Oh, right into a nice blunt to the right.
Maybe even some air on that one, I think.
Yeah, right into a spin, linked to a shove it. Not sure if she kept her paddle in the water quite long enough on that shove it, but she might have gotten both shove it's hard to say. Looks like she is really working on these basic tricks. She's got her back roundhouses, going for the back roundhouses both ways. We'll see if she was clear of the foam enough for both of those to count. Looks like her score of 146 so far. Not too bad, but she's going to want to get a little bit of a higher scoring trick if she's going to chase the big girls.
She's looking for that air loop there. And she's just pulled it out. Can she stay on the back of the pile? Up, up, up.
Oh, man, that is going to be hard for the judges to not give that one. She definitely landed the loop. Her bow touched down, but then she didn't get on the gas quite fast enough and went out the back. So we'll see what the judges are going to decide. I see her score hitting a 200. Oh, yeah, she's not looking super stoked. I think she wanted to stick that loop, but who wouldn't?
Absolutely, and it's, you know what, it's one of the most satisfying moves to stick on this feature. When it goes, it really goes, and it pops. And it snaps on that landing, but you do have to be straight back on it to make it in back onto the face of that wave, because that flush line is very lethal.
A loop is a lot like doing a front loop on a front flip on a trampoline. You actually push your toes into the water, and then you're standing up on your feet, and you jump with the whole rest of your body, just like a front flip on a diving board or on a trampoline. And then you come around and you land kind of on like a seat drop. You land like on your butt. And it's a nice soft landing, and you get that good feeling of the height and the flip and the soft landing. It's just a great trick.
I wonder what kind of crazy person first came up with that sort of idea of doing flips in kayaks.
Man, probably somebody really out of control in a really big hole.
Maybe. Up next, it looks like we've got Zosia coming in. Zosia Tula from Poland.
Man, I don't even know what to say about Zosia except for she has done so much great paddling in front of me. I'm not sure if she's won a world champion, if she's been second place, I think. We should look at her bio because she's definitely won some medals. But I've also seen her put down the highest scoring women's ride that I've ever seen in a tiny little hole in Buena Vista, Colorado one time. Just floored everybody, floored the men, floored the women. Everybody's going to be rooting for her to put down a good ride here today as well. Here she's coming in. Oh, going for that entry 3, this most risky entrance move you can do. It is worth a lot of points, but you can see why it's worth a lot of points, because when you miss, you are upside down and out of the wave. She is not going to be happy with that, but she has caught the eddy nice and high, and she's going to get right back in there. Wow, that was an interesting choice, going for the entry 3 on her first ride in prelims. She really wants to look good on this one. Getting a nice little roundhouse there. Getting a back roundhouse the other way. Oh, she's going for that loop. Ooh, I think she got it. It might be a little sideways, but I think she got it. She stayed on the wave anyway. Going for a back loop. Oh, my gosh, and nailing it. Oh, man, going for a McNasty, but right out the back on the McNasty. That score is going up. It looks like it's 278 right now. Wow, that was a high-scoring ride, even with a flush on an entrance move.
Yeah, that was an epic ride there for Zosia. She's no stranger to winning medals in these World Cup series. She's won silver medals in San Juan in Argentina, a silver and a gold in Sort in 2018, bronze medals in European Championships. She has got a whole host of results here for us.
Oh yeah, you always see her on the podium, but you really just see it in her paddling. Sometimes I watch the medal ceremonies, sometimes I don't, but when you see those athletes throw a sick ride, you remember it forever.
Absolutely. And now again, no stranger to freestyle competition. She's a beast. It's Heidi Walsh paddling that beautiful Jackson Rockstar V in yellow and blue, really standing out on the water. Heidi spinning around, getting some points on there. A nice link, shove it.
Shove it linked to a spin. That is kind of nickel and diming it is what I'd call that. Going for the lower scoring tricks, but staying on the wave, and that's what this first round is really about. Heidi is a super well-rounded paddler. I think I first met her right before she was signing up for Green Race, one of the biggest, hardest extreme races that there is. And now she just got back from the Utz Trophy, which is the World Championships of creek boating. So she is out here doing the creek boating, but also out here on this little waves, racking up some points. What a well-rounded paddler.
Absolutely. And it's not just paddling for Heidi as well. She's also on the British team for triathlon. She's recently been out in Europe competing in triathlon. Yeah, very impressive. So, if there's
Is that when you do freestyle creek boating and squirt boating?
I don't believe she does boating, swimming and running as well.
Oh, that kind of triathlon. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, so if there's anyone who's going to have the power to remain on this wave and paddle back up the eddies, it's certainly going to be Heidi. So a good start there for Heidi. Just some decent points on there, and I'm sure she's going to be able to build on that.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to know what these women should be doing. Some of them, like Zosia, is just opening up with a bang, just going for the high-risk maneuvers, saying, I'm not doing that basic stuff. I'm going for my comp ride. And others are saying, I'm just going to wait to do the hard tricks till later, till I have to. So I don't know what I would do in their shoes. Hard to say.
Okay, so we've got Mayo coming in, kayak coach from the UK. Again, she's been on the GB team for some time. She's taken a little bit of a break from paddling for a while, not necessarily. She's all back, ready to go. I'm really excited about this trip, and we're really excited to see her back in this competition.
So fun to see her on the water instead of just on the shore. She was cheering everybody on in the Nottingham event, as well as doing a lot of coaching, giving people tips on their rides and how to get more points. And here she is scoring points on her own.
Absolutely. Mayo lives and breathes kayaking, and she's a great part of our freestyle community in the UK.
Ooh, oh no! It's really hard when you're in a comp situation. When you paddle all the way back up that eddy, you've really got to take those last 3 strokes and make sure and get in front of the foam pile. It looks like she thought she had it and just quit just a hair too early, but hopefully that won't happen again. This side is way harder to get to the wave from. I'm not sure if she's going to have enough time to do it or not. You got to actually surf that hole right there that she's facing and use that momentum. When the hole sucks you to the top, you got to use that momentum to shoot across and make the wave.
As well as just peeling straight out of that eddy through that hole, there's also a nice big shallow rock there just waiting for you to slip up. So it's a hard little ferry glide back over onto that wave.
Yeah, that's the first time people get to this wave, you always see people missing the eddy. And even when you're trying to give them a little bit of a pointer, like, hey, you better go all the way up to the pour over, and they're looking at you like, oh yeah, this is no big deal. But then they miss it. Even the best paddlers will miss this ferry the first couple times. It's just a little tricky, and then you get the hang of it.
Absolutely. And so we're very excited to see this ride again now. Second ride from Hitomi. She's already put down a very big ride on her first one. We had some big moves, a big loop. Let's see what she's got for us again now.
All right, the robot. I don't really think she's a robot. She's got way too much. She does have power, but she's also got some grace. She does a lot of squirt boating. She's multiple time silver medalist in squirt boating, and she just has a flow with the water that's really beautiful to watch. So look at that blend. Tons of power, but there was a lot of boat control in there. I don't think she's really a robot when she paddles. I would say that she's actually a technician.
She's very adaptable as well. There's no feature that's too difficult for Hitomi to take charge of. And this is, again, an ambush here is no different.
It's just beautiful to watch the women here who they might have some power. Oh, yeah, just nailing that loop. That's going to be some points for her. Really wants that back blunt. Everybody here really wanting those back blunts, but they are a little bit harder to come by than some people think. Oh, goes for the air screw! Hitomi going for the air screw. The first women's air screw that we have seen. I'm not sure what the judges are going to say about that. If it touches too early, they'll give it the donkey flip, but still a lot of points.
Right on the buzzer there for Hitomi with the first air screw we've seen of the day from the women. Epic stuff.
And I would say a lot of these women can do it on a bigger wave, but to throw it on this smaller wave takes a lot of speed. You got to be super quick to get under that boat and back out the other side before the thing comes down on you.
And what's the difference then for our viewers at home, Clay, between a donkey flip and an air screw?
On the air screw, the boat has got to come down first. So the body's going to go up. You can like kiss the water. You can bounce on the water just a little bit. But the boat's got to hit and come kick right back under you. For the donkey flip, it's okay if you come down a little bit face first. The boat lands on its side and then it kicks under you. So the difference in the air screw and the donkey flip is if you're mainly on the boat, you go upside down and the boat stays completely in the air for over 180 degrees and comes down and kicks under, that's the air screw. But if it comes down kind of on your head and rolls under you, that's the donkey flip.
Perfect. Okay, Lauren getting nice and settled on the wave here.
All right, pulling that spin. She's got it. She's got points on the board once again. Nice work. Now she's going to go for her roundhouse. Oh, not quite to backwards. She's got a little more speed, a little more speed. Oh, shove it. Possibly a shove it. That looked like shove it to me. We'll see what the judges say. Oh, yeah, she's getting some points. Now she's going for the spin the other way. Oh, will she get it? Yes! Just barely pulling it off there. She's doing some great kayaking. She is definitely going to be happy with this ride. And she's going for the shove it the other way. Wow, her paddling has come a long way from where I saw her last fall. That is an impressive ride for Lauren Bird. I am super impressed. What a great day for Lauren.
That was awesome to see. She's got a great big smile on her face. She is so stoked with that, and she should be. That was really awesome. She stayed on the wave the whole time, really moved the boat around with ease. That was lovely to watch.
Yeah, why is she smiling? Why does she look so darn happy, even when there's a good chance she won't make the next cut?
There's something special about freestyle kayaking. When you get something right and it just moves around, you stay gracefully on top of the water. It just feels so good.
That's right. Some people think it's all about the podium. Some people think it's about the medals. It's about the ride. When you have the ride of your life in front of a big crowd, there's no one who could take that away from you, even if they tell you you were but last. But Courtney is definitely not going to be but last. I don't think Lauren is either. It just feels so good when you get those moves and when they go just right and when the crowd cheers your name and you just know that you did better than you usually do. It's a great feeling, and that's what we're all here for.
Absolutely. So Courtney's going to tackle on that hard surfer's right eddy there to get back up into the wave. She's got some good moves there on the scoreboard so far. She's got 30 points. We know she's got more than that. Come on, Courtney, back up. Let's get in there.
She's currently in 4th place. She is going to want to get a couple more points to move up in the order. What's she going to go? She's going for the loop. She thinks she needs the points. Oh, I couldn't see. I don't know if she got... Looks
Not
like she came
quite
out the
there.
back. Oh, unfortunate. I think I don't know. I think I might have gone for some more basic tricks and just keep racking up those points. But she wanted to show off, and that's what she should have done. Sometimes you just feel it and you go for it, whether it works or not. That's what you should have done because you just knew you had it. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong.
Absolutely. Some days we have a very, ironed out, perfect ride in place, ready, and you drop in, and all of a sudden something just feels better to throw, and you go with it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. It's so sugar. You think she's going to try an entry 3 again?
I hope so. I'd like to see it.
I would too.
She's going to go for it.
Is she going to go for it again? She's going for it again. She stayed on the wave. I don't know if she quite got the air for a 3, but she definitely got a nice 2. What a bold move there. Going for it again. I guess she's thinking I'm currently in 3rd, and I'm not happy with that. I want to move up. Oh, kind of shanking that loop a little bit. That's a tough one. Sometimes you can do the trick, but not quite good enough to get any points at all. So sometimes you go for a 100-point trick and you get a 0. That's the tough part about freestyle. You got to do these tricks. You got to complete them at the angle the judges require, or else you don't get any points at all for it. But that's why there's so many points when you do get it right. A loop is a 100-point trick if you get it in the air and land it straight. But if you come down shanked off to the side, you're going to get a 0.
Absolutely. And this judging is as strict as it gets in the ICF World Series of freestyle. A lovely McNasty there from Zosha, just after the buzzer, I think. So your looping moves, such as your McNasties, your Phonics Monkeys, your air loops, they need to be scored within 20 degrees of a front surf. So it's a really tight angle. So with Zosha's air loop that we saw in there, it was just a little twisted and off to the side. So it is up to the judges to decide whether they think it was within those angles. And for those judges today, they are viewing through a live stream for the first time, so it's really going to test them. It's not going to be an easy day for the judges, but they will remain consistent throughout the competition and fair to all athletes. So up next, again, we've got Heidi Walsh. She's going to want to improve on her last ride there. It was a good start, but I think she knows she's got more in her. We'll see where she goes with this one. She's ready. She's had the green flag from the judges. She's nodded. She's focused. She's heading in.
We know she's not tired, too. Triathlons. Wow. Triathlons and extreme kayak racing. Quite the number. What she got for us? This is a smaller wave than she normally paddles, but she paddles all sorts of things. Being well-rounded is so key in this sport. Just being able to adapt with whatever the water gives you. Look at her throwing those spins linked to shove-its. Wow, I'm not sure where that came from, but that is a link. That would be linking the two lowest scoring tricks that we can do, but thereby getting a much more respectable trick out of it. Kind of a cool strategy there that Heidi's got going.
Yeah, she might have been looking for what we might call a spin around the world, which is linking all shove-its and spins into one, or in the UK, as it's known as the real Gav Barker.
Did Gav Barker invent the spin around the world?
He once used it, I think, to get his place on the GB Freestyle squad.
Oh, that is awesome. Good for Gav. That is cool. I'm going to forever associate Gav Barker with spins linked to shove-its. And now I'm going to associate Heidi with that, too. Unfortunately, Heidi did not get to her higher scoring tricks. So we'll see if that trick was enough to get her to the next round. I think it will be. She's got a lot of tricks. She's got some points on the board, I believe.
And how many people are going to make the cut in this competition for the ladies? I think we're looking at...
I do not know. It looks like we have 15 competitors. And while I know what I think, I don't know for sure what they decided.
We will have to wait and see there.
Ojo, sir, how many women advance? He said I'll find out.
Okay, Maya, dropping back into the wave.
She's got the wave this time, yes! And what's she going to do from here? Oh, she better get it back there in the middle. Get back there in the middle. That surfer's left pocket is so flushy. Oh, gosh, she's backwards. She's got a 180-degree spin, and she's trying to finish the shove-it. I think she might have some points on the board. Oh, she looks happy with that. And really, realistically, that's all that matters. Your feeling when you get off the wave is what you're really looking for. She looks happy, so we're going to be happy for her.
Absolutely. There's nothing better than seeing a paddler coming off the wave with a big grin on their face. Whether that's in competition or nailing their first trick, you know, their first roll, it's epic. Nothing beats that.
Yeah, she does look excited. That is a great thing to see. All the way from England to compete here in Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia. This is... You know, just 10 years ago, there wasn't really much whitewater in Columbus, Georgia. This is really a success story, and it shows what you can do when you put a little bit of money into the right places. Columbus is the second largest city in Georgia, but for years there were two big dams instead of beautiful rapids. They took those dams out. They added rapids, and this is the result. They've got a beautiful river walk, all these rapids, and they are now hosting the World Championships next year. This is the warm-up for that, the World Cup. The World Cup, and we've got 23 countries represented here.
That's amazing. We've just had confirmation that the top 10 women will be moving through into the next round.
Oh, I wish they would leave those scores up. I would love to know who's in the top 10 right now. I saw it flash, but we've got a whole nother heat to go, so that will change. Right now, we got some good names coming up here. We got current world champion Audie Robinson-Shaw, and we've got Emily Jackson, multi-time world champion, and Miki Sato. McNasty, they call her, because she's so good at McNasty. She does them all the time. But we'll see if she can do one here. That's going to be a much harder thing than over in Nottingham, the last event that we saw her paddle at.
Almost looking for a little sidekick there. One of my favorite moves we used to do on the Nile Special.
Oh, I love the sidekick. The sidekick is one of my favorite moves on a big wave, too. but I don't know if you're going to get the air to score it here. Sidekick is simply a hop in the air when you rotate the boat 90 degrees. You just pull the knee into your chest and pop it back down flat. It's a really fun, sort of joyous action, even though the boat doesn't really move that much. I don't think that's what she was after. They are going to be scoring sidekicks at this World Cup, but more likely on the big wave and unlikely on this little one. So why do we compete on these little waves? Why aren't we having all the events down there on the big one?
It's good to see a variety. It's good to see what Columbus has to offer. This is possibly one of the best training grounds that I've seen. It's in decent weather in October, without flooding and monsoon seasons, and wild times of the year. The weather is perfect. It's warm water. There's something for everyone. We've got Ambush here, which is great. There's nothing wrong with bringing a summer camp of kids here or beginners. It's perfect. But if you want to push yourself and really start to ride some big white water, Good Wave is lurking just down the river for you.
That's right. Some days I feel like doing Good Wave, and I want to throw those big moves, and I don't mind taking the big hits when you land. Other days it's just really nice to come out here and have an expression session on something that's a little less painful, a little less powerful. All right, we got Savannah coming down here all the way from the Ottawa River in Canada. She is no stranger to big waves. Her home wave is Carburetor, but she also just loves the little push-button wave. We all just came from coaching a summer camp in Ottawa, working the push-button wave, and you can see by that roundhouse right there, she is no stranger to waves of this size, even though she also surfs the Giants.
She's just whipping that little Jackson kayak around nice and easily there. Just waiting for a nice setup, waiting for the perfect pass.
Savannah is currently on the Canadian team, so she will be coming back to Columbus next year to compete in the World Championships, and she is also living in her van over at the Whitewater Express parking lot, likely for another month or so. She and her boyfriend Luke, they come out here, they paddle these waves, they paddle these rivers in the winter when everything is frozen, ice, and horrible up in Canada.
I don't blame them at all.
I don't either. How do people live in Canada? How do people live in Canada in the winter? I guess they get into curling or something.
Curling, and there's also snowboarding and skiing out there as well, right? That's
on the West Coast, though. I don't know about the East Coast. I guess you get into snowshoeing. Maybe cross-country skiing.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
It's not for everyone, but...
Yeah, so Luke, on the coldest days of the year, when everyone else is in hoodies and gloves and complaining about the weather, you'll see Luke out there in a T-shirt getting ready to go paddling in a shorty. These guys get so used to the cold that they are just crazy. Oh, but here's Audie Robinson-Shaw, current world champion. Oh, there's that entry 3. That is why you do the entry 3. Is it a big, beautiful move right into a McNasty? She is not holding back. She is not nickel and diming. She's going some of the highest scoring moves on the scoring sheet. McNasty, entry 3, right into an air loop. What is she going to do next?
She's either looking for a back blunt there or another McNasty. It's another McNasty.
Oh, she shanked that one and she's out the back. Oh, with those first 3 tricks, I believe that her score will already be very high. But if she wants to beat Hitomi with the 5.56, gonna have to do a couple more. What's she got? Going for that loop. Oh, she's going for a Space Godzilla. Maybe coming down a little shy of the Space Godzilla. She was aimed a little bit at the camera, but the judges will just have to see what they say.
Yeah, now with this lovely little feature, Ambush here, it's okay for throwing and wave moves. If you're throwing your wave moves, though, they've got to be out on the green face of the wave, and your whole moves are going to be retained in the foam pile. Otti really using her Nottingham skill set there for throwing big air loops, a big Space Godzilla, and really using her McNasties. But just because she's showing that looked quite good for her, they are not easy moves to be throwing here on this wave.
No, that was a very aggressive ride. Every single one of those tricks was likely to flush, no matter what class you're in. To open with that routine in the women's class, in the prelims, shows a level of confidence very few women are gonna have.
Absolutely. Now, here we've got Anise from Ireland. She's going to be our first paddler to start from the bottom eddy, so she's going to have to really work hard straight away to get over that initial ferry glide near that little shallow rock and aggressive start. She's got to make it straight onto that wave, and then she's going to start to throw down.
Yeah, why would she be starting down there?
Well, It can be a little risky coming from the top. There's a chance you can flush, as we've seen from some paddlers today in both the women's and the men's. And sometimes it can be great if you want to set straight up for a spin to start from the bottom.
Sometimes I find that doing your ride just like you do in practice just keeps your head in the right place. And I think there's a lot of people who don't like to get in and out of their boat, especially when you're in one of those composite boats. Those things are like $2,000 kayaks, and they don't really like the rocks as much. So you see a lot of the people in the composite kayaks, they're Kevlar and carbon, and they don't want to get out and walk up the rocks and put back down on the rocks and slide back in, so they'll use that bottom right eddy over and over again, and then the competition comes and they just want to do what they're used to.
Yeah, absolutely. You should always try and perform in the same way that you train. Otherwise, there's too many things going on. It can really throw you off your mindset. Unless you're really, really used to competition. Now, Anise has been really on the circuit for quite a while now. She had some really good results in the European Championships in Paris last year, and decent results again here in Nottingham earlier this summer.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I know her from the parking lot scene, where she is just lovely. Always a big smile, always welcoming, always offering to help. Typical Irish, super helpful, super happy, friendly to everybody.
Absolutely, and she started off with a lovely spin there to the right.
Oh no!
Just hitting that narrow shoulder there, that's lethal. Surfing out onto that shoulder is very dangerous, but she's straight back in from the top of the eddy. She's got plenty of time.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we have not practiced that left eddy. I don't think anybody's really been practicing that left eddy. It is faster, but nobody is used to it. It is super, super surgy out there. Sometimes when you get right to the top of the eddy, you get a little bit too high, and then you catch too much edge, and down you go. Sometimes you're too low, sometimes you're too high. You have to just paddle the entire way across to make sure that you've got it. Oh, launching into a big fat loop there. Getting a spin. She wants some points. She knows she's got to get some points on the board fast. She's looking up at that time clock. Way to finish her ride.
I think she might have just got that big aerial loop on the buzzer there.
We'll see if they gave it to her. I sure hope they did.
Very impressive coming back in from that eddy. She must be pretty burnt out after all that paddling. Straight in to throw a big move like that. Very good work.
But that's what it takes. You're looking up. That's the screen that you can see. You can see the big 0 up there on the screen. That thing is going to say 45 seconds at the start of your ride. And then when you're partway through, you look up again and it might say 10, and you know you've only got 10 seconds left. So all the athletes are going to be looking at that screen to gauge what trick to do next and how fast they have to do it. So no doubt she probably looked up at that screen and it said like 1, and so she just went for it. So we'll see what the judges say, whether her bow got down before that clock showed 0.
It looks like they've given it to her. She's got a 140-point score for her first ride. I'm sure she's going to be pleased with that.
All right, she'll be happy with that. And here comes somebody else who's looking pretty happy. Emily Jackson, one of the most decorated women in the sport, raising 2 kids and having a full-time job right now. But also, when she gets out in that kayak, she gives it her all. She may not kayak quite as often as she used to, but almost every day for maybe an hour, and she goes hard. She goes hard and fast every time she's in her boat, and the results speak for themselves. Whoa, going for a back Pan Am. That looked like a back Pan Am to me. We'll see what the judges call it. That's when you go pass vertical on a back blunt. It's called a Pan Am, a pass vertical blunt. It's a lot harder and a lot harder to stick. There's a nice lefty blunt. And what else is she going? She loves these back tricks. She won her first world championships on the big wave of Bus Eater just by basically getting backwards and doing back blunts, back roundhouse, and a big back Pan Am for the win. Almost every trick backwards, because she just loves the feel of that backwards motion.
That's a great ride there from Emily Jackson. Again, just looking for that McNasty there at the end, which we've not really seen from the men here today. But some of these women are really looking to pull that move around. Now, I was trying some of these in training, and it is not an easy move here. But some of these ladies making it look very simple.
Yeah, Emily finished with just a little practice trick, doing the McNasty the other way. The McNasty is a really hard trick at this feature. You've got to, instead of a lot of holes, you're going to be jumping up on the McNasty to get the boat to go up in the air. And on this small feature, you've got to jump upstream. You've actually got to throw your body upstream so that when you flip it down, you'll be back in front of the foam instead of in the foam. Because if you land on the foam when it's only 1 foot thick, you're going to go right through it and the current kicks you right out the back. You got to jump upstream of the foam and land upstream of the foam, or else that foam is not big enough to stop you here. Not sure of her score, but I'm feeling pretty confident about it. I bet it was a good one.
It looks like we're setting up to go back to Mickey. I wonder if she's going to have one of her special McNasties for us as well.
Boy, I hope so. Maybe that's it. Maybe Emily has just opened up the McNasty as the women's trick, and they're all going to throw it. All these women, or a lot of these women, can do a McNasty on this wave. But, you know, like a lot of the men, you can do it, but if your percentages are only 30% or 50%, or even, 70%, you might be thinking, but it's not worth getting a 0 until the very end of my ride. And then the next thing you know, you're flushing on something else and you didn't even get to try it. That's the hard thing about these competitions. You've got to figure out what you've got the best percentages on. So if I'm 100% in a loop, I'm doing a loop. And if I'm a 50% on the McNasty, it's coming after the loop for sure.
Absolutely. You've got to get your reliable tricks in first. And then if you have a bit of luck, you get all the way through your tricks, you can get to the end, you can start to throw those big high-scoring moves, and that's where you really see the difference between these paddlers, and they really start to fly up the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it's just a game. It's a total game, a little bit like gambling. Some people are going to go all in and they're going to go for those high stakes pot because all they care about is the win. And then you get more conservative paddlers who will end up, they'll be like top 5 or second or third and stuff, but they rarely get the win because they just don't hang it out quite so much. We have a lot of paddlers who are always at the top, but there's a ton of paddlers who will occasionally get the big win, and occasionally they won't even make the first cut because they just go big or go home every single time. It's your own game. You get to play your hand however you see it.
Absolutely. And Emily's first ride there, coming in at a massive score of 418 there. That is a really good start. I'm sure she's going to be over the moon with that. But maybe she's going to want to try and improve, maybe add that McNasty on the end and really bump it up above the 500s.
Oh, yeah, but I know Emily, she's going to be chasing a higher score than that one. I'm not sure what trick she got and what trick she missed. That's up to the judges. But, yeah, she's got a higher scoring ride in her. I can see her getting a 500 on the next one. But right now, we've got Mickey coming in. Mickey McNasty. We'll see if she's going to throw it. I don't know if I would throw it on this round. I think I'd just go for the cut. I think I'd go for those back blunts, maybe the front loop, and a lot of roundhouses. What do you think she's going to do?
I think we're going to see some roundhouses again, some spins, and like you say, look for that loop. Keep it safe, keep it tame, but make it sure, avoid that flush at all costs.
Oh my gosh. She had beautiful roundhouses showing awesome boat control, and the next thing you know, that edge dove in and sent her on her head and out of that wave. But she's going to be charging back up the eddy. Oh, she's only got 28 points on the scoreboard right now. She's going to be looking to get some more points on it. What's she going to do? I think at this point I might have to go for the loop or the McNasty.
Yeah, she's going to want that loop to push her back up into the score. But she's gone for a big back blunt instead. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one.
Looked like a back blunt to me, but unfortunately her bow came down hard, kicking her straight out the back. But I believe the back blunt was finished. We will see what the judges think. Oh, tough example of a really good paddler not getting a very good score right there. But that's just part of the game. Sometimes you get the best score of your life, and sometimes you have a pretty good ride, but your tricks just weren't quite good enough, and you get a really low score. So you can't really leave the wave, look at that scoreboard, and let that define you, because you can be really close to 3 tricks and end up with a much lower score than you expected. And it doesn't really mean you were that much worse of a paddler. Just a tiny bit on each trick can make a huge difference in the numbers.
Yeah, like Clay says, you do this game long enough. Some of you, you get knocked out in the very early stages, but that same person can easily go through to finals. It's all luck of the draw. Some of these features can surge up and the foam pile can disappear. You have some unfortunate situations like that, and you can be down at the bottom, and you might normally be sat at the top. So it's all part of the game and part of the gamble. We
did hear that the women have been cutting to 10, from 15 to 10. So it's going to be really crushing if they don't make this cut. But it's not going to be that hard to make the cut. So that's kind of a different game. If it was cutting to 5, they would be having to really go for broke, and you'd see a lot of zeros from some of the top competitors. But today, they can just nickel and dime. They can stick with those more basic tricks, a little less vertical, a little less air, and still make the cut. But especially these athletes who are used to doing the higher scoring tricks, anybody can flush on a roundhouse. Anybody can flush on a shove it. It's the weirdest thing in the world when you try to do only the easy tricks, but you didn't practice them enough, and suddenly you find yourself upside down and off the wave.
It even comes down to just your wave control. A front surf can easily send you straight off the side of the wave if you've not dialed that style in, that technique, that S-turn to move your way easily around the wave. So now we're moving on to Savannah from Canada.
Oh, I wish I could say she was from Georgia. Wouldn't it be great if she was from Savannah? But she's not. Savannah is actually from Canada. Even though we're close to Savannah, she's not. Onto that wave, onto the beautiful little wave. Oh, this is so much like push button. She must be feeling right at home. What she got for us? Oh, beautiful roundhouse to the right, finishing it up with the spin. Now if she does that roundhouse again, she could get the spin if she spins out of it. Going for the back roundhouse instead. Not sure if she got quite the momentum down the wave face for that to count. We will see what those judges say. Getting backwards, going for that. Oh no, a little too much edge. You can see the bottom of that boat came up, driving that opposite edge underwater. And the deeper your edge, the more current it catches, and the harder it's going to pull you downstream. That is exactly what happened. That edge went underwater. The current grabbed it, shoved her straight off the wave. Now she's paddling back up that swirly midstream eddy. I don't think she's going to make it back.
Savannah's going to call it a day on that one there. She doesn't seem too upset, but she'll want to bring it back for the rest of the competition over the next week for sure.
Yeah. If you're in the competition, you're going to get to paddle again, and if you're not in the competition, if you don't make this cut, you're still probably going to make it again. You just won't be able to paddle at the right wave during the competition. You'll go to some other wave and surf. That's kind of a cool thing, is we're all here on the river to paddle, and we all get to paddle whether we're in the competition or even when we're out.
That's right. Okay, so Ottie Robinson-Shaw, current world champion. Are we going to see that big entry 3 again? That's a very special move and a very hard move for this feature. Let's see. There it is. It's huge.
I think we are.
She stayed on it.
I knew we would. She is so bold. She just does not care. She is like, I'm going for the biggest points I can possibly get. Go big or go home. She is a very aggressive paddler. What she got now? Trying for that McNasty right off the bat and getting it. Oh, wow. That is going to help her score out. She is chasing Hitomi's top score, going for a big fat air loop there. Nice. What's she got next? I don't even know what her ideal ride. Probably trying the Space Cadet, but look at the control on her. Able to stick that horrendous crash. She landed right on her head and was able to pull it off without flushing and finally get the Space Godzilla. Good job. This is some great kayaking by Ottie. Look at that upstream brace. An upstream brace on the green face without flipping. That is amazing. There are no scores for that, but there is definitely some wonderment. Can't believe she stuck that.
Yeah, so Ottie looking there for some opting really just for hole moves there, which we haven't seen so far. Most competitors are coming in, they're setting up on the feature, and they're going for those banker moves like the roundhouse, the blunts, and the back roundhouses. Ottie opts in there just to go all guns blazing, big air, and it's paid off for her with the big points.
We'll see what the judges said on the landing angles, but that was a lot of high-scoring tricks she tried. And then that beautiful upstream brace. I wish I had the ability to slow-mo that. You really don't see somebody's paddle on the upstream side of the boat pushing their body weight back up off the water before it catches. That was amazing. I think to me that was the most impressive part of that ride.
Absolutely. Normally that doesn't go so well.
Usually it goes horribly wrong. But she also got a really nice McNasty and a big fat loop and an entry 3. So it was an astounding ride, and her score really showing it. 1,083 points for Ottie Robinson-Shaw. That will put her on the top, and that's where she likes to be.
Okay, Anna's dropping back in now from the eddy at the bottom. Straight for that spin, lovely control. She's looking around. She's ready for that loop. There it is, it's big, but she's off the back. She's going to have to catch that boily eddy, but she's right up the top again. She is going to get back in. She's going to want to get that high score that she wants. She might look for another air loop again, or she might go for some of those roundhouses and play it safe. Let's see what she's got.
She's been really consistent on these loops. I've seen her a lot in practice, and I'm always amazed by her going for the loops and even trying phonics monkeys and things like that. She's a very aggressive paddler. There's that loop. She is consistent at it. She just had some bad luck on that one trick. Let's see what else she's got. She's going to have to get some more tricks. Going for the McNasty. Oh, she really wants to score those big scoring tricks, but she is off the wave, and that is going to cost her because she did get that big, beautiful loop, but that was all. So that's a 90. It's hard to get a 90 with just throwing roundhouses, but it's not the highest score that she could possibly get. That is for sure.
No, we'll have to wait and see where Annie sits on that cut now before we look to move on to the next event for the women. Now, coming up after the women, we've got the junior men. I'm sure we're going to see some big rides there. They're all just warming up now on the eddy above the feature.
Yeah, the junior men, it's going to be men under 18 years old, but they have to be over 15. It's kind of a sad thing. We have so many really good competitors who are 12 and 11, 12, 13, but they're not allowed to compete until they're 15 at these events, just for safety reasons and just for insurance, I believe. But Emily Jackson taking the wave, starting off with a big fat righty blunt. Oh, but that will cost her. She landed the blunt really nicely, but she chose to pull it up to the top of the foam and went right through it. This is a very fleshy feature, but it was a really nice blunt, so she's got points on the board already, and she's already on the leaderboard in 4th place. Beautiful back blunt, and she's probably going for the other back blunt. Oh, yeah. Oh, back Pan Am to the right. We'll see if the judges think he got off the water. Back Pan Ams are supposed to be in the air, but that thing was definitely past vertical. Finishing that off with a back blunt. Her scorecard is rising. It's up to 360 already. Oh, don't do that. Almost flushing on the loop. Trying to get the other back blunt. We'll see what the judges thought it was in time, but either way, her score is reading 370 right now. And she's already in 4th place just on her first ride. So that is going to really improve her score. We'll see where it puts her.
I think that's going to be nice and safe for Emily there to make it through to the next round.
And what is she doing? She's just going for some practice moves.
Just trialing that McNasty again. Why not? There's time. Just figure it out for the next ride. Maybe she'll come up with something else that she can put down moving forwards. Okay, so there we can see top 10. Heidi just sitting there at number 10. Hopefully she will be making it through to the next round. We do not have confirmation yet. We will need to get that from the judges shortly. In number 9, we've got Mickey McNasty. We've got Anise sat in number 8. Darby McAdams with 245. Courtney Karen from New Zealand, number 6. She's going to be happy with that, making it through. Zosha Tula, 390 combined. I think she might want to improve on that a little bit more in the next round. We know she's got some more on that. Abby Holcomb in 4th. Hitomi in 3rd. Emily Jackson in 2nd. And Otti Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain in 1st.
All right, we're getting ready for the junior men's preliminary rounds. It looks like we have 3 heats of stacked guys that are ready to battle out for 10 different spots. I'm joined with Sophie Gilfillan from Canada.
Yeah, first time announcing. Pretty stoked. Got some hungry junior men out here. I'm stoked to see what they can throw down.
A lot of these are your classmates from World Class Kayak Academy. Y'all flew in yesterday from where?
We were up in northern Quebec on the Valin River doing some little waterfalls, creek boating. And yeah, these guys are stoked to be here. We just got about like 6 rides in on Ambush. It's everyone's first time in Columbus, so pretty new to the area and the feature, but you know, if anyone can pull it off, it's these guys. They're all very talented kayakers.
Yeah, let's talk about Ambush here. This is our first of 2 World Cups. What do you think of Ambush? This is your first time surfing it, as you were saying. It's a little bit of a tricky feature. It's a wave hole.
Yeah, it's definitely not what I'm used to. It's got a little bit of characteristics from some of the waves back home in the Ottawa. I really like it. It frustrates me, which also excites me, so yeah, it's been a blast getting to know the feature and watching some people throw down on it.
Awesome. Let's look at our first heat here. Looks like we have Ian Kazek from the United States. Your fellow classman.
No, he's
Cameron Linhart, Command Anderson, Nanastay, and then Cashin
Porter
Shirley.
Yeah, we got Cade and Cashin, both from World Class. And Cam, I believe, is a local boy.
Nice. It's going to be awesome. We're seeing the scores from the women's kayak prelims there. Audie getting first, Emily in second, Hitomi in third, and then young Abby Holkman fourth, followed by Zosia. But I can see the judges are getting ready. The crowd is here. Everyone's enjoying this water. This is the first World Cups of 2. This is first time for Columbus to host an international event. Everyone's getting super excited. The town has rallied around it. This is the most I've ever seen a town rally around a world championship, so that's really awesome. We just want to thank a few of our sponsors: Uptown Columbus, WC Bradley, Georgia Power, who has guaranteed us water for this event, Synovus Bank, and Thesis and Aflac. We couldn't do this without them. There it is. There's our heat list: 4 USA and 1 Japan. Nanastay actually placed 4th at third at the last World Championships, and Cashin got 5th, I believe.
No, Cashin was cut in the preliminary round, unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunately. It was Mateo that we're going to see later today that was in the...
Cashin is the USA reigning national champion for junior men's, so let's see if he can bring that energy back to Columbus.
100%. All these guys are no stranger to competition. I'm excited. Ian is part of the Little Shredders team for Jackson Kayaks, the international team for kids all around the world.
We also have Mateo Kowalczyk in the 3rd junior men's heat, who is also on the Little Shredders team. So Jackson's really going to be coming in strong in this junior category today.
Yeah, I'm excited. We had the men's earlier. We just got finished up with women's. We're going to do junior men's now, and then we have OC1 to round out the day. Pretty stacked first day of competition here.
Yeah, seen some really impressive rides and some heartbreaking rides. It's been all around really fun event to watch.
And what time do you go tomorrow? I know the junior women are going to be one of the first ones up.
Yeah, I believe we kick off at 1.
Oh, it looks like we got the first thumbs up for our first paddler, Ian from Pennsylvania. This kid is always smiling in that blue Rockstar V. Dropping in for his first ride. Here he goes. 45 seconds on the clock. 2 rides and both count. Looking for a nice little blunt to the right to start things off. Spinning the boat around, going for, just unfortunately catching guys, but he stays in the feature, going for that back blunt to the left, going for the blunt to the left, but unfortunately falling over. He still has 22 seconds left. He's going to fight up that river left eddy. It's super boily, you can see there.
You're going to see him preserving a bit of that energy, just making sure those strokes are strong, getting back up there.
Looking for his next trick. What's he going to do? Is he going to going for the blunt again to the right? Can he do one more trick on the buzzer? And that is time for Ian's first ride. solid first ride for Ian. He's coming in around 100 points. We're just waiting for the judges to add it up. We have a live scoring here so that all the spectators are watching the scores go up and down as the judges put them in.
Ian's hobby outside of kayaking is one-wheeling, which I think is pretty cool. Man of many wonders. And his favorite spot is actually ambush and good wave, so that's exciting that he gets to throw down on his favorite places.
100%. I know he spends a lot of time here dating another one of the competitors and Little Shredder team members, Chloe Spears. So there's a kayaking duo there.
A little bit of young love in the air.
Oh yeah. Waiting for those scores to come up. The judges want to make sure they're going to be consistent for everyone. There's some of the other competitors just looking on, nice, hanging out in the shade. So another really cool thing that's happening with this World Championships, this World Cups in particular, is we're doing a live scoring. So the judges aren't actually in eye shot of the wave, or they are, but they're not scoring from their eyes. They're scoring from a TV screen. They're not looking directly at the feature. We're setting a camera up on River Right, and the judges are scoring the rides from the TV and sending them to the scribes. This is the first time this has ever happened, and if it runs well, maybe we can bring some World Championships to different spots. What do you think about like Montreal, Lviv? I know they do live judging there as well. Maybe that could bring up different opportunities for different places.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a different approach. I know they have some drones at Lviv. That changes things a little bit. Yeah, Ian's score coming in at around a 46.67. Then next up we have Cam Lenhart from Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, Cam says he hasn't been in a freestyle boat much this summer, but he's stoked to be here. He's just loving the crowd. This is his first ever international competition. Love to see all these young guys out here throwing it around, starting with a nice little roundhouse to the right, followed up by a back roundhouse. Maybe trying to turn that into a blunt. Definitely throwing his body around, but unfortunately flushing off the back there.
Just fighting to stay in that feature. It is a really, if you're in the wrong spot, you can really just float off the back, and that eddy is not fun to get back up. So these guys are really strong.
Look like he's just sitting around 15 points right now. Maybe going for the roundhouse to the left as well. Going for another back roundhouse. We'll have to see what the judges give him there. 3 seconds on the clock. One last trick. Going for the air screw or donkey flip. Can he say retain? Yes, he does. Stoked on that one. We'll see what the judges score.
Not sure if that one came around quite straight, but he's happy with it. He's stoked, having a good time, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, the sport of freestyle kayaking is really, we're just out there throwing some flippy floppies in our boat. We're always just having fun, goofing around with each other, and just it's a great community.
And you got to think about all you're watching is 45 seconds of countless hours that these athletes pour into this sport. So you're only getting a fraction of what really goes on. These kids are dedicated, and they put in so much time and thought and effort into this sport. They just love it.
Yeah, this is the future of freestyle kayaking, so we're stoked to have such a strong representation of everyone. We're still just waiting for Cam's score.
Cam also an avid rugby player outside of kayaking.
That is very cool.
It's probably where he gets those big muscles that help him get back up that eddy.
100%. That's one sport I've never played. I'd like to play it.
Yeah, it looks challenging. I don't know. Not for the faint of heart.
Not at all. Us Americans can only play American football.
Yeah.
Looks like we're still waiting for his score. Again, Ian scored a 46.63. If you see that that .63, that means 2 judges gave it and 1 did not. If you ever see a .33, that means 1 judge gave it and did not. But if it's an even number, it means all of them gave it. So that's how you can kind of know. There's 3 judges, and they average out the score to give them, the competitor, the score that they're going to get. Looks like Cameron's score is going to be coming in with a 78.33, a solid first ride score. He'll definitely want to improve on that, but it's a good start.
It moves him into first place as of right now, but we still have lots of young, talented athletes coming to go. Next up being Kate Anderson all the way from the Oregon. Yeah, he's a West Coast boy. Not much freestyle over there, so he's excited to be in the land of freestyle.
He's dropping in for his first ride here on the ambush wave. Surfing around that right shoulder, starting with a nice little spin. What's he going to try for his next? Just sizing up the wave. He wants to get a good skip down the face of the feature to get that boat aerial. Paddling a Piranha jet with that color coordination of the yellow strutter. There goes for a right roundhouse. Very nice. Racking up the points.
Cade spent 2 weeks on the Ottawa prior to this. Just dialing in those blunts, as you can see here. He's working to get those a little more verticality, maybe scoring them roundhouses or blunts. Catching a bit of an edge and just off the back of the foam. It's all right. It's the end of his ride. I think he'll be happy with that, but he's got one more.
Yeah, looking around a 25-point ride there. We'll see what the judges give him. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit. We had a hurricane that just nearly missed us. Columbus never actually got rain, but it went to the east of us, hitting the whole drainage, giving us enough water for this event, which is very fortunate for us. But the wind is we're still getting the effects of the wind, but it's brought some cooler temperatures that I'm thinking you're enjoying.
Yeah, coming from up north, it's quite chilly, so I've been a little temperature shocked in this heat, so the breeze is nice and the shade.
Yeah, I know a lot of the athletes got here like a month ago, and they were absolutely dying. They're like, I don't know how you're surviving with this. I'm like, guys, this is actually way cooler than it was this past summer.
Yeah, I cannot imagine living in this heat.
I can see.
All right, Cade's score coming in about 25 points. I think he's going to want to improve.
Ian
Looks like he's spinning it around. Catching a little bit of an edge there, but he's staying in the feature. It's important. Going for that back blunt to the right. Looking very strong. He's still in there. He's going to want to try and rack up as many points as he can. He knows this is his last ride to show everyone what he's got. An unfortunate bubble there at the end of his ride. Looks like that's going to be it for him today.
That is Ian's last ride in this preliminary rounds. Again, this is 2 rides, and both of them are counting. So these guys are looking for consistency. So they're only going to take the top 10, and I believe there is
15 or so, 16.
15 or 16 athletes. So 6 of these guys are going to be going home. So they're battling it out for those spots.
Or cheering on their friends. Not everyone just goes home.
That is very true. Everyone's just going to hang around because we do have the second World Cups right after this on Good Wave.
People get to hang out, enjoy their friends' company, enjoy the wonderful city of Columbus and Phoenix City, Alabama.
Phoenix City, Alabama. This river actually separates the two. So in Georgia Power claimed rights to the water first, so they have control. But next up, we have Cam dropping in to the wave here.
Local boy just from Atlanta, Georgia.
He is in the wave. He has established his surf for his second ride of this first World Cup event.
Going for that right blunt there, maybe looking like a roundhouse. They really want to see that verticality on those blunt roundhouse type moves. In the other direction, maybe.
He's looking around for his next trick. He tried that donkey flip at the end of his second ride. Let's see if he's going to try it again. We're just waiting for him to set up. Oh, going for a nice back blunt.
Just bubbling off the foam there. Tragic way. 8 seconds left in his ride. Can he make it back up there? He's trying. He's pulling hard. It is not easy to pull water. These boats do not want to move fast. They're short.
That is time for Cam's second ride. We'll have to see where it shakes out and where he ends up in this junior men's preliminary rounds.
Well, for his first international competition, I'd say that was some pretty respectable paddling, and I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more from him in the future. These junior men are our next generation of athletes.
100%. Cashin's first ride came with a score of 235 points. Ian's second ride came to a 173, which puts him at a 220 combined. We're still waiting on Cam's score, but the judges are adding it up as we speak.
So far, we have Cashin sitting in that top spot. Due to the little power blip we still have a 0-0 for Nanase, so I believe he'll be getting another ride.
Yeah, we were told at the beginning of this athletes meeting, or at the team managers meeting, if any of the live scoring cuts out, you will be getting another ride. So we're able to present that to Nanase and allow him to do that. So I'm sure Cam's score comes in with a 30, so that'll give him a 108.33 combined. Moving in to our next paddler.
We got Cade Anderson, all the way from out west, but just flew down from Quebec. A world-class Kayak Academy student. I believe he's a junior, so second, almost there, halfway through high school.
I see head coach over there, Caleb Grady, watching along. He's my hype man. He's everyone's hype man. He's always so stoked to be on the river.
Hailing from Canada, Caleb's also the head of school at World Class Kayak Academy. So, head of school, national team coach, world class freestyle coach. He does it all. Cade just dropping into the feature here.
Looking for his first trick. Looks like he did a roundhouse. Nice, just surfing around for his next trick. Oh, just catching an edge.
Unfortunate edge catch. He's rolling up. He's going to want to haul back up that eddy as fast as he possibly can. He's got 25 seconds to get back up and in there and throw down some points if he wants to be in the next round. Catching a little bit of those boils. Those can be really tricky to navigate, especially when you're already tired from your ride. He's gonna want to put in some serious strokes. Looks like he's just getting stuck in some boils. 5 seconds left. I think he might be calling it. And that's it for Cade Anderson. Way to go, Cade. Proud of you.
Yeah, all these world-class kids are amazing paddlers. Not a single one of them is any stranger to any form of kayaking. They do it all. They're such a well-rounded group of paddlers. I'm stoked to see them make their trek down here. But it looks like we're headed to Nanase. He's going to go for his second ride, which actually is going to be his first. You can hear the Japanese getting loud for him.
It is an absolute pleasure watching this young man kayak. Look at that entry 2, I believe. Beautiful wing over in that sparkly blue boat.
Going for a nice little blunt to the right, backed up right by a back blunt.
Maybe a bread and butter combination there.
Going for another left blunt, wanting to make sure he scores that trick. Looking for a nice clean blunt to the left. There he goes. There's that back blunt to the other side. You can only do these tricks once to each direction. That's why you see these guys going from trick to trick, going for maybe an air screw there. Setting up for his last 5 seconds. What does he have for us? Maybe going for the McNasty. A little shanked. We'll see what the judges scored that one. Ending with an air screw. A solid ride from Nanase.
Beautiful ride from Nanase. Nanase says his sister is the reason he got into kayaking and has since been to, I believe, 2 world championships and frequently attends the European Whitewater School. So he's got a lot of
competition experience.
Yeah, a lot of competition experience.
I can see his coach over there, Bartosz from Poland. He also competed earlier today, making it to the next round. His coach is also Kim Fontaine. That's where he's had that snappy style coming in from.
Yeah, Nanase's style is quite unique. You can see he's just very dialed in on his technique, and he gets some of the most air I've ever seen out of any of the athletes, let alone the junior men.
Yeah, he has a special style for sure, and he'll be one to watch for the years to come. I'm still glad he's a junior. We'll see what he's going to be doing in the next few years. I think his first senior world championships is going to be in Germany, along with a lot of the other ones like Tim Reese and Ben Hickson. So it's going to be a stout competition when it comes to Germany.
Yeah.
They're still adding up the scores for Noneste.
Lots of thinking. They want to make sure they're giving him all the points he deserves.
Each of these tricks have a strict definition and a point value that they get when they meet that definition of tricks. So the judges just want to make sure he's actually scoring and doing the tricks to the definition so he can be awarded those points. You can also get different bonuses added to them, like air bonus, huge bonus, and if you don't use your paddle, a clean bonus as well. Looks like Noneste's first ride is going to come with the 350, which is going to move him straight to the top of the leaderboard. But next up, we have our second place paddler with just one ride, Cashin Porter Shirley. Sorry, Cashin.
Cashin dropping in. Opting out of the entry move, just wants a steady position on that wave, looking for that blunt.
He's surfing around on that surfer's left shoulder, looking for his next trick. There he goes, blunt to the right. Just tallying up those scores.
Backing up.
Maybe looking for McNasty or back blunt. We'll see what he's thinking here.
Trying to get all four directions out of that blunt. Trying to exhaust every single option possible. Just fighting to stay in there, just staying retained. Looking for maybe that last back blunt. We'll see what he's got in him. 10 seconds on the clock. What can he do? Come on, Cashin, show us what you got. Oh,
maybe he's looking for that air screw. Oh, just
bubbling off. He's going to wave that one off. He knows what he can do.
Yeah, it looks around 170 points for Cashin's second ride. I think that's going to put him into the next round.
Yeah, I think he should be safe. He knows he's got more left in him, and hopefully he's in the next round so we can see what he's truly got.
100%.
And that's going to come in at 170 points, giving him a total of 405 points. That'll put him safely into second position, right behind Noneste. Oh, sorry. That'll put him in first, ahead of Noneste by
55 points. But Noneste again gets another ride. So, there's our leaderboard right now. Fifth place K with 25 points. Fourth Cam with 108, Ian in third with 220, Noneste with just one ride, 350 points, and then Cashin scoring a 405 combined.
I can imagine these young men are going to need around somewhere between 200 and 300 points to be moving on. Only 10 of them get to compete in the semifinals, so about 5 or 6 getting cut.
Yeah, we're just letting Noneste catch his breath again. I think we're going to go ahead and give him his second or third run actually right now. Again, this judging system went out for just a little bit, and they weren't able to see his score correctly and his ride correctly, so we're going to award him another go just to give every single one of these athletes a fair game. He's just waiting for the judges, head judge Danny O'Brien, to give him the thumbs up. There's that green flag waving. Here he goes for his second ride of this preliminary rounds. He's splashing himself, getting hyped up. Here he goes, dropping in to the feature. Nice wing over to the left. Setting up, going for that nice clean blunt to the right. Backed up by clean blunt to the left.
Looking for that back blunt, staying nice and retained in the feature. He knows he can stay in there. You can see how confident he is in his style and his kayaking. Looking for that air screw. Wow, that was massive. Stratospheric. He's just got that beautiful, beautiful style, that sparkly blue carbon boat, almost touching the sky, looking for that blunt nasty, catching an unfortunate flush with 5 seconds left in his ride. I think that's going to be all we're going to see from him today. He's happy. He's smiling. Clock got his ride. Judges got his ride, so it's better than his first ride, but he knows he's got more left in him, and he's just saving it for semis and finals.
That is one of the highest scoring rides we're going to see today, I think. We'll see what the judges give him once it actually turns green. Again, all the people out here are seeing the live scoring as it goes up and down. The judges are deliberating. It'll turn green when it's official. I'm over here with my phone looking at the live scoring with Sophie. But I think that's going to be one of the highest scoring rides today in the junior men's class.
We still have Mateo Williams from New Zealand, who was also in attendance at the ICF World Championships this past summer, coming in, I believe, in 5th place for the junior men's, 5th in the world. So we've got some strong young men.
Yeah, there is our standings as of right now. Nana State taking the lead with an 810. But there's our heat list for number 2. Here we go. Magnus Monson, Gabe Beal from France, Marshall from Canada, Louis from the United States, and rounding it out with Mateo Williams from New Zealand. This is Magnus's first ever competition. He went to Keeners all summer, being coached by Chris Wing, H2O Dreams. Let's see what he has for us. He's dropping in to the feature, surfing around, looking for his first trick. Oh, just letting that stern get caught, just a little bit backing it up with a back roundhouse. Very nice, going for a roundhouse to the left. Another back roundhouse. Just tallying up those points as quick as he can, trying to take advantage of every single trick on this score sheet. Maybe looking for a little bit more verticality on that trick to score a back blunt. Back blunt's over 45 degrees.
10 seconds left. He's going to look for that one last trick, that Hail Mary. He knows he's got it. Looking for that plug maybe. Oh, and a loop right on the buzzer. Great move by Magnus. I think he's going to be happy with that one.
100%. I know he was looking to get a big aerial move in his trick list, so that'll be pretty exciting.
One of our younger competitors. I think he's going to be happy with that. We're going to be seeing a lot more of him.
Yeah, look at that big smile. He's stoked on that one. Again, this is 2 rides. This is the prelims. You get 2 rides, and both are going to count. So these guys are looking for consistency, or maybe if your first ride or your second ride's not your best, you can back it up with an even better second ride. There's his first ride score of 123 points, .33.
Magnus's best accomplishment in the sport is running the Green River Narrows, so we've got another well-rounded creek boat freestyle phenom.
Looks like we have our French paddler,
Gail Beal, dropping in that nice geeky prod. Maybe looking for a blunt there, spinning it around. Looking for that. Oh, just an unfortunate flush on that blunt.
Yeah, he was showing us to the bottom of the boat, but I don't think that's the way he wanted to show us the bottom of his boat. He's paddling up the eddy. Wow, he is charging up that, getting back into the feature. You can only score points if you're in the wave, so he wants to get back there. Nice blunt to the left.
Little redemption there, showing us that pretty hull he's got.
Going for that back blunt or roundhouse. Going for the air screw.
Wow. He knew he had 4 seconds left there, and he just went for it. Air screw being one of the harder and more higher scoring tricks on this feature. We saw some of the senior men throw some earlier today.
It's awesome to see these junior men trying some of the hardest tricks on this score sheet. This is the future of freestyle. So these guys are going to be pushing the limits in a few years' time, so it's awesome to see. Gabe's Gil's first score coming in with an 87. He'll want to improve on that if he wants to paddle again tomorrow.
Gail Beal is our French champion from 2021.
Yeah, what you're seeing is wave paddling right now. So wave paddling is a lot different from hole paddling. They're completely two different techniques. So maybe some guys that aren't as great at the hole paddling are way better at wave paddling. But next up we have Marshall, one of your fellow classmates.
Marshall Parsons, hailing from the Ottawa Valley. I see this boy out every day. He's out 6 hours a day looking for that right blunt. He's one of the most dedicated junior men that I personally know. Spinning it around, cycling back down that feature. I've seen Marshall throw some big tricks. One of my personal favorites to watch. Marshall can also be called the GOAT because he is pretty great, but he also eats a lot of stuff. Oh, just an unfortunate bubble, fighting to stay on that feature. He's going to catch that eddy. He's got 13 seconds left. He's pulling himself back in there. Very strong young paddler from all that flat water in the Ottawa. Makes those muscles big. 3 seconds left. He's got one trick left. Can he do it? Looking for that air screw. Oh, just an unfortunate flush. I've seen Marshall throw some very impressive air screws, so he'll be back for more.
Yeah, 100%. He'll looking to improve on his second ride and add those scores up. Looking around at 71 points there. He had that unfortunate flush. He's going to hope to stay in the feature the whole time, but he was in that beautiful Northern Lights Rockstar 5.
That Rockstar 5 is actually courtesy of Whitewater Express, another partner of this World Cup event. So big shout out to those guys for helping some athletes out this week.
100%. Whitewater Express has been a huge partner of this whole event. They've opened up their doors in the Phoenix City for a hospitality room for us. But next up, we have Louis Chapata from Atlanta. He is another local boy doing a lot of creek boating, looking for some tricks, but maybe just unfortunately bubbling off the back of the feature there. He is charging back into the wave. Louis trying to get a few points on the board, maybe going for the roundhouse to the left.
He is hungry for that roundhouse. Oh, looking for maybe a back roundhouse there. It's going to be a common 4 tricks between the junior athletes is all 4 roundhouses. Oh, looking for a loop. Bringing it around very nicely, getting a little air bonus on that. He's going to be happy with this ride.
Yeah, that was a solid end to the ride for Louis. He had an unfortunate early flush, but backing it up with some good tricks at the end.
Louis' favorite river is also the Green River Narrows and NOC hole, so we've got some Green River Narrows fanatics over here, which I love to see. It is an excellent river. His first ride coming in around 95 points. I think he's going to be happy with that one, but definitely wanting to improve next ride.
100%. Looks like we are about to head to one of the crowd favorites, Mateo Williams from New Zealand. He lives in Asheville, but represents New Zealand after his mom lived like Maria. He is always smiling. One of the best all-around juniors I know, always tearing it up in a creek boat, running some stouts, doing some really cool combos at the NOC hole, looking for the blunt to the left to get things started, and a back blunt to the right. Very nice start for Mateo. Maybe trying to throw a little bit more verticality in that trick. There's the back blunt to the left. Very nice. Going for an air screw.
Very few junior men throwing these, so this is quite the impressive feat. Maybe looking for that loop, just catching an unfortunate flush. He looks like he's happy with that one. He's gonna save his energy for next ride.
Just from what I'm seeing and just some quick calculations, I think that's gonna put Mateo in 3rd place with just 1 ride. So if he can back that up with a second one, I think he'll be smoothly into the next round. Again, this is 2 rides, both count, and we're cutting to 10. So not everyone is guaranteed to the next round. These guys are battling it out.
Mateo did not fill out his athlete's bio, so we don't get to say anything about him, but if you want to pretend something about him, you can.
I heard Mateo is actually very short. I heard he is 4'2", and he's not actually a giant, which he's actually like 6'2".
I believe he found kayaking due to his career in ballet. His ballet instructor once knew a kayaker.
That is very true. There's back up to the top of the heat with Magnus. He's looking for that nice roundhouse to the left to get started. 35 seconds still on the clock for Magnus. He has plenty of time to score a bunch of tricks. Maybe he's backing it up, looking for that. Oh, back blunt, very nice. That was nice and vertical at takeoff, but kind of went flat. We'll see what the judges score him on that one. Maybe a back blunt, back roundhouse. We are just commentators. We don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, the judges got a whole different mindset. They got their own iPads. Oh, looking for that loop, just catching an unfortunate edge. He's still in the feature though. Doesn't have to make his way back up that eddy. He's looking for that McNasty maybe there. Just pulling out these whole tricks, and there's the buzzer, so that's going to be it for Magnus's second ride.
Magnus being the king of consistency. If that stands, he's got 120 points, and his first ride was a 123.
Shaking his head at that ride, but I think he's got some stuff to be proud of.
100%.
Quick little claim there.
I think he's going to live to fight another day, but we'll have to see how the rest of this heat and rest of this class shakes out.
Second ride coming in at 120 points, giving him a total of 243.
Solid 2 rides for Magnus. We are back up to the Frenchie, paddling that Gigi Prod boat.
Gail Beal, French champion.
This guy scored an 81.67 on his first ride. We'll see if he can improve on that one, dropping in for his second ride.
Looking for that blunt to the right. Trying to get that boat nice and vertical, scoring as a blunt, not a roundhouse. And other direction, maybe a bit of a roundhouse. Not quite sure. He had that lift on the stern there. Catching a little bit of a flush. He's fighting his way back up that eddy, though. He is not done.
20 seconds still on the clock. He's charging hard. He didn't come all the way this way just to be knocked out in the first round. He wants to paddle again, going for a spin there. Spin to the other side. Can he stay retained? Oh, and just unfortunately flushing out, claiming the ride there. He's got a big old smile on his face. That's what it's all about. We're just out here having fun.
Yeah, he's with his friends, meeting new people. That's what it's all about. He's got his friend Tom there, a fellow Frenchie on the rock.
Tom Dole paddled earlier today in the senior men's class. He'll be paddling tomorrow in the C1 and K1.
A former junior world champion, I believe.
And C1 champion, beating Dane in 2019. He placed third at this last World Championships in C1. He's coming, we're seeing as 118 combined. That will put him in, that'll put him in 6th place as of right now. Solid 2 rides. All right, we can hear the crowd getting loud. We have Marshall up next.
Marshall Parsons from Barrie, Ontario, but in the summertime calls the Ottawa River his home. Spending his winters away with world class, dialing in some creek boating moves, big kick flips, and also dabbles in the downriver and waterfall freestyle. Dropping in, catching that wave. He's going to be looking for one of those blunts on his first trick.
Setting up on that surfer's left side. It's a little bit slow over there, but still managing to get the boat nice and aerial there for a blunt to the right. Backing it up, looking for that back blunt.
Beautiful
to the right.
back blunt from Marshall.
He is racking up these points big time, going for it the other way, just like clockwork. Maybe going for a little bread and butter there.
That was very cheeky. Very fun trick. Super cool to watch. He's got 10 seconds left. What does Marshall Parsons have for us? I have a feeling he might be showing us that air screw. There it is. Beautiful. Might be getting that donkey flip. Nice. He is happy with that one. Proud of you, Marshall. That was awesome.
We'll see what the judges say on that one. That was definitely an awesome ride from Marshall. He was absolutely stoked, throwing his hand up in the air, claiming that ride.
Yeah, whatever the judges say, Marshall knows what he can do. He knows what he did. He's happy with that.
We can see our next heat getting ready up there. I see some of the local kids, but we're still just waiting on Marshall's ride score.
Believe that's gonna bump him up the scoreboard there. He's currently sitting at 5th after his first ride with a 71.67, hoping to be in those top 10, fighting for a spot in the finals.
Yeah, Marshall sitting in 5th for this heat, but 9th overall with just a first ride score. So I'm pretty sure, yep, he's going to move up. He is actually going to move up to the 4th place position with a 246.67 combined. What an amazing sequence of rides he has put together. Next up, we have Louis from
the United States of America.
He is actually, his parents are actually from Brazil, but he lives in Atlanta now. He is always smiling, always on the river. This guy is a pleasure to watch while kayaking. Let's see what Louis has for us. Dropping in for his second ride, going for a roundhouse or blunt to the left. Looking for that roundhouse or
just catching a flush. Louis wants to be a travel nurse so that he can travel the world and go kayaking. An ambitious young lad, dedicated to the sport of freestyle and sport of creek boating, I can imagine.
Yeah, a lot of these paddlers choose different types of jobs or professions to do so they can keep doing what they actually love, which is kayaking. I know I'm going to go to school for IT so I can just work remote and go kayaking wherever I want.
Well, he's got 5 seconds left. Can he get one more trick in there?
Going for that loop he did at the end. He plugs it in.
Oh, just missing the plug. It's all right. A little disappointed with that one, we can see there, but it's all right. He's young, you know. He'll have lots of time to kayak when he's a travel nurse.
100%. He didn't back up his second ride with that loop like he did the first, but that gives him a 110 combined. He is going to be in 8th place as of right now. We'll see if that will be enough. We still have one more heat after this, so only the top 5 are safe right now, but we have Mateo Williams coming up. He's actually sitting in 3rd position right now with just a single ride. He is in the wave. Here we go, Mateo.
Looking for that blunt to the left. Backing it up for that back blunt, back roundhouse. Back on top of the foam. Looking for that blunt in the other direction. Maybe popping it back into a back blunt, spinning it around, back on top of the feature. What else does he have for us? Looking for that air screw, pulling it around straight, just fighting to stay on that foam. Unfortunately, you can only score these tricks if you stick them in the feature, which Mateo did not. So he's gonna fight back to get back up there. We've seen some of the bigger tricks from this kid, so we know what he can do. 3 seconds left to show us what he's got. Looking for that loop. Just on the buzzer, catching an unfortunate flush, but you know, he's happy, he's having a good time. And he is through to the second round no matter what.
Yeah, 100%. If you're in 5th place or above, you are safe. So our paddlers that are safe right now are Magnus Monson from the US, Marshall Parsons from Canada, Mateo Williams from New Zealand, Cashin from US, and Nanaste from Japan. So those guys we will 100% be seeing tomorrow. But I mean, the bottom 5, it's going to be tight. We have Ian, we have the Frenchie, Gilb, and Louis, and Cam, and Cade. So we'll see if these guys are able to stay. But the next heat, we have some amazing paddlers. We have Remy from France, Ani from Finland, Mateo, and Hank from the US. It's going to be tight.
Mateo's score coming in at a 101.67, giving him a total of 370 for that overall. that puts him in a comfortable third position. I think he's going to be happy with that, but definitely going to want to bring more for the semis and finals.
Yeah, there is our top 10 as of right now. We had 2 heats done with 1 more heat to go. It's gonna be a tight one to see who moves to the next round. I'm excited for this. 4 paddlers. We have 4 paddlers left. So the top 6 is actually safe. So Ian, you are safe. You are in the next round no matter what.
Yeah, he is going to be happy with that.
There is our list of 4. Mateo, Remy, Ani, and Hank.
Got Mateo, also a world-class athlete, coming from Idaho. He went to the North Fork Championship.
Yeah, he
also
did
on the JK
great.
Little Shredders.
Oh, he's actually in the wave.
He's in the feature. Look at that.
There he is, looking around for a nice little blunt to the left. 36 seconds to go.
His nose plug just
hanging out of his mouth.
Looking for that blunt in the other direction, sticking it nice with that recovery stroke. He's been dialing those in on push button, which is a wave on the Ottawa River up in Canada. Putting lots of work into his freestyle kayaking. He's progressed an insane amount. I'm excited to see what he has in the years to come, being one of the younger competitors. A beautiful back blunt. That was massive. Wow, that is one of the bigger back blunts I think we've seen today from our junior men. That is insanely impressive. He's going to be happy with that ride.
Yeah, that was super impressive ride from Mateo. He's got the color coordination on lock with that blue and blue kayak from Jackson and the blue shirt and the blue rocker. Nice job. Blue's the best color.
Also courtesy of Whitewater Express, that Rockstar 5. So big thank you to those guys for helping out some of the athletes coming from other countries.
Looks like we have a first ride score for Mateo, 193 points. He is not safely in the next round yet. He still has to put down some more points. But next up is Remy from France. He is borrowing one of my old boats, that Rockstar 4.0 in that bright yellow bumblebee color. Looking for some spins. Oh, and just unfortunately flushing off the shoulder there of ambush, but charging hard.
He wants it. He is fighting.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of these athletes going to the river right eddy, but he was all the way over there, so we're going to see him surf that reactionary over back to the main feature to score some tricks.
Ten seconds left. He's back in the feature. What can he do? Oh, an unfortunate flush from Remy, but he's got another ride. He's got points on the board.
He's got 10 points on the board as of right now, but he's definitely going to need to up that if he wants to move into the semifinal rounds. The semifinal rounds is going to be 2 rides and only 1 counts. And then we'll take a top 5 from that to the finals.
Here we see Cashin just chilling like a villain, legs out.
Cashin's done all he can do. He's just going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the competition.
These athletes just get to kick back, cheer on their friends, and hope they're through the next round. And next, dropping in, we have Ani, all the way from Finland.
He's in that new Rebound Apex from Eric Jackson, looking around for maybe the blunt. I've seen this kid. He's been here for the past 2-3 weeks, training super hard, looking for that.
Nice back blunt from Ani.
Very nice. He is one to watch. Maybe going for that Space Godzilla, but unfortunately falling out of the foam. He's going to charge up the eddy with 15 seconds to go. I'm sure he can get in there and do a few more tricks if he throws them quick. He's a very snappy paddler, really good on good wave. I'm excited to see him on that event. Going for that loop. There he goes, sticking it nicely with 2 seconds. Going for the McNasty.
Wow, that is maybe just catching the flush on that one, but he knows he can do it. He's claiming it. He's happy. He's got another ride. This is not the end for him. We are going to see more from this young one. I believe he is through and safe for the semifinal.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid first ride by Ani. He is a really good paddler. It's cool to see all the Finnish paddlers here. Visa also doing really well. All the other athletes are super encouraging and loving the town. 186.63 points is Ani's first ride score of this preliminary rounds. All right, next up we have hometown boy Hank. I've been paddling with Hank for a long time now, helping him get ready for this competition. He's hoping to throw a few blunts and a loop, having that green Jackson Kayak 4.0. Surfing around for his first trick. What's he gonna do? Trying to go on that shoulder, going for a nice roundhouse to the right. Can he back him to stay in? Yes, he can. Spinning it around, very nice. 30 seconds still on the clock, going for that spin to the right. There he is, going for that roundhouse now. There you go, nice job, Hank. Maybe he's gonna look for the roundhouse to the other direction. There's that spin, trying to get every single point he can. 3 seconds to go. Going for that loop and staying retained. Yeah, nice job, Hank. 2, 1, one more trick. Going for that spin again to the right. He is going to be stoked on that one. Hank's dad, part of the military. He is a part of Team River Runner, one of the nonprofits we have here in Columbus, actively helping us teach these veterans and active military how to kayak. 88.33 points. He will be into the next round.
That would be awesome. You'd be stoked.
This is his first ever competition.
Very impressive showing from our first competition, juniors. Up next, we got Mateo Kowalczyk, a little shredder. Does not look so little. Back blunt was not so little. I'd call him a big shredder, personally.
He's definitely a big shredder. He runs some of the biggest whitewater in Idaho at the North Fork of the Payette. He raced it and crushed the S-turn rapid. He crushed it in his freestyle boat as well. An all-around amazing paddler, a super stoked kid to be on the river and to be around the amazing community that is freestyle kayaking and just whitewater kayaking in general. The judges are just adding up the trick and he's waiting for his thumbs up. We can see the OC1 ferrying over. As soon as this class is over, we're moving straight into OC1 prelims. But Mateo has the thumbs up.
Still letting the nose plug dangle. It's a classy move, I hear.
It's all about the aesthetic.
It is. Some style. He's catching the wave. He looks comfortable on there. He is used to having a big boat, paddles the Nirvana. So this boat is nothing for him. Oh, a beautiful blunt to the left. Maybe into some cartwheel ends, not quite sure there.
Looks like the judges gave him that blunt there. He got away from the foam for it to count. Again, that's a wave trick, so he has to be out in front of the foam for it to score. Going for the blunt again to the right, maybe a roundhouse. Can he back it up with that back blunt he did last ride? There's that blunt, just repeating it, making sure he scores that. Oh, maybe going for a back Pan Am.
And that's going to be all for Mateo Kowalczyk from Idaho. Maybe not his best ride, but his first ride was pretty good, so I think he's going to be happy overall today.
I think, by my calculations, that's going to get him secure into the next round.
This is not the last we are going to be seeing of him.
He just moved into fourth place with a 263.33 combined. He is safely in to the next round tomorrow.
Next up, we have Remy from France. That nice yellow Rockstar 4.0. Confident strokes in there.
He scored 10 points last time. He'll definitely need to up his ride score if he wants to paddle again tomorrow. Maybe looking for a McNasty.
Right off the bat, almost sticking it. very impressive from Remy. He knows what's on the line. He knows he has to score big if he wants to be in that top 10.
100%. He is paddling up hard to get back into the wave. You're only scoring points if you're in the wave. And each of these tricks, they have a strict definition, and you have to meet that definition to be awarded the points. Looking for that McNasty again. He really wants that trick, pulling it around. It'll be up to the judges if he scored that one. Going for the loop with airs and just
unfortunate bubble for Remy. We're going to see what the judges come in with that, but
they'll definitely be deliberating up there. Again, we're just announcers, and we're just calling what we see. What we see does not actually score. These judges are highly trained, and they know. It looks like they didn't give him that McNasty, so he's going to score a 30 points.
Overall, 20 points in that second ride.
He is going to end up in 13th place overall. We still have a few more paddlers to go. We have Ani and Hank. They are the only two who can mix up this order. Ani from Finland having a solid first ride of 186.67 points. We will see what he has for us, dropping in that Apex Rebound Kayak. Going for a nice little roundhouse to the right to get things started. Spinning it around. Looking for a roundhouse. Oh, maybe not putting that all the way backwards. Going for, there's that roundhouse to the left. Maybe we'll see if the judges give it to him. He didn't get all the way backwards. Going for that back blunt. Very nice. Racking up all the points he can.
Big aerial loop. Ani coming 11th at the past World Championships. He is more familiar with that hole, so trying to familiarize himself with these more wave features. Oh, looking for that donkey flip, pulling it around straight. One of the harder tricks and higher scoring tricks for those junior men. Oh, in the other direction, this is an impressive ride from Ani, trying to get that McNasty just on the buzzer, not quite sticking it. Blows a kiss to his fans. Maybe his mom is in the crowd online watching. He is happy with that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid end of the ride. He threw those donkey flips out of nowhere. I hadn't even seen him try those in practice, so maybe just having some tricks in the bag. He's not wanting to show anyone, just showcase in prelims.
Like I said earlier, hours are poured into this training for these 45-second increment rides. So he's really trying to showcase every single second spent outside of this competition.
100%. He is already qualified for the next round, so this is only helping his case to get further up on that score sheet. Again, these athletes are going to go reversed seated from today. Looks like his score is coming at the 255. That's going to give him a 241.67 combined. Solid rides by Ani.
That puts him in second place overall. He's going to be happy with that.
All right, local boy Hank Kersey, all the way from Fort Benning, Georgia, dropping in for his first ever international competition, spinning it around. Oh, Hank!
Fortunate flush.
Just flushing off that side. He's going to have to charge hard to get back into that feature to score points as quick as he can. He's going to try that spin and maybe linking it straight into the loop. Here he goes, surfing around. Let's see what he has for us. 23 seconds left on the clock. Nice little roundhouse to the right. There he goes, going on the setup. What does he have for us?
10 seconds left. Let's see what he can do. He needs some more points if he wants to move up into that top 10. Looking for that roundhouse in the other direction. Looking for that back blunt. And that's going to be all from Hank.
That was a solid showing by Hank Kersey. This was his first ever international, first ever competition ever. He has been out here enjoying life, learning all he can from all these international paddlers. He is just a pleasure to be around, and he was our last paddler for this class, and he is going to be the bubble boy. He's going to unfortunately not get in by 2.66 points. Unfortunate showing or unfortunate circumstances, but there's our
Here.
top 10 that are in. Nanaste, Ani, Cashin, Mateo, Marshall, Magnus, Ian, Gabe, and Louie are going to be paddling tomorrow. They will be reverse seated. 2 rides, best one count. Looks like we're getting ready for our OC1. This has been Mason Hargrove, and
Sophie Gilfillan.
we'll catch you guys later.
Thanks for tuning in.
Hey guys, this is
Nice job,
Mason
Mateo.
Hargrove. Hey guys, Hargrove. We're about to off get OC1, so stay tuned.
Alrighty, we're getting ready for the OC1. My name is Mason Hargrove. I am back on the mic with my little sister, McKinley Kate Hargrove. We are bringing you the action for the 2022 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cup being held here in Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama. We have the OC1 coming up. Looks like our heat list is going to be Shane Brown from the United States, Jordan Poffenberger from United States, Zachary Zweinenberg from Canada, Seth Chappelle from U.S., and Michael Moshevik from the U.S. as well. Looks like our first paddler, Shane Brown, is getting ready. These guys are going to get to 2 runs, and both are going to count. Here he goes, dropping in for his first ride of this prelims campaign.
Dropping in. Let's see what tricks he's going to go for. Going in for the shove it. Setting up again. Spinning it around. Not quite maintaining the picture. Up, up, up.
Oh, he just flipped over. So these boats have to have 40 liters of water can fit inside of them. This is what classifies them as an OC1. These guys are sitting on their knees, locked inside their boats with no spray skirt on. If you look at every single other class, they have a spray skirt over the deck of their boats, keeping all the water out. But these guys like to have water on their legs. So he's going to charge back up the eddy, but I'm not sure he's going to make it back in. It looks like he has 5 points already on the board. 3, 2, 1, and that is time for Shane's first ride. He's just getting out of his boat there. Looks like we have our next paddler getting ready. Jordan Poffenberger, he has won so many different world championships. Looks like Shane's first ride is going to come in with a 5 points. All of these paddlers are going to be heading to the next round, so this is just a reseeding round. There's Jordan. He has won world championships in OC1 and C1. He has invented so many different tricks. He is from the DC area. Here he is, dropping in for his first ride of 2. Let's see what he has for us.
Going in for the roundhouse. Setting up again. Let's see what trick he's going to throw for us. Going in for the shove it.
He's in that black fly canoe with the IR stickers on the side. Unfortunately, just flushing out after trying a spin. He's going to try and charge back up there with 22 seconds left. There he goes, back into the feature, surfing that reactionary over and across. His boat's completely full, so let's see what tricks he can do with the full boat of water. Going for maybe the loop, but not catching it. Maybe they make nasty. Oh my goodness. And that was Jordan's first ride of 2. Struggling to roll up there. These boats are really hard to roll when they're full of water. Looks like his first ride score is going to come in with 30 points. Solid first ride score. That's going to move him into first place. But next up, we have the current bronze medalist, Zach Zweinenberg. He is also on the Canadian freestyle team in C1. We'll be seeing him later in the week doing C1 as well as OC1. So he is no stranger to competition, competing in multiple world championships. He is a pleasure to be around. He is an amazing all-around paddler. Looks like he is opting to start in the eddy there. We'll see what he has for us up his sleeve.
He just got the thumbs up from the head judge. Coming in, setting up on the surfer's right shoulder. Coming in for the spin. Setting up a bit more.
Zach's color coordination is key. Going that red and white. Looking for that spin. Link to the shove it. Link to the shove it the other direction.
He's going for all the link bonuses.
Zach playing the points game right now. He's trying to get as many points doing the least amount of tricks as possible. Going for that front loop. That's a really hard trick, and to do it in OC1, it's even harder. Looks like he has around a 35-point ride as of right now, and there goes that buzzer. 45 seconds. 38.33. We'll see what these judges give.
That was a pretty solid ride.
Solid first ride by Zach. Again, this is just a reseeding round, so all of these athletes are going to make it through. They just want to know what heat and what order they're going to be in for the finals. Next up, while we're waiting for Zach's ride, who do we have up next, McKinley Kate?
We have Seth Chappelle coming up next.
I saw Seth's wife, Annie, and baby walking around earlier today cheering him on. It's a family affair here. He wants to show out for them and show them all the work he's put into this. I'm excited to see Seth throw down. Him and I were playing some disc golf earlier this week. He is an all-around athlete. One of the nicest guys you'll meet. There's Zach's first ride score, 41.67 points. That's a solid first ride score.
Seth Chappelle is getting the thumbs up from the head judge, and he's going to start his second ride.
Yep, here comes Seth's first ride of this prelims. He is in that beautiful orange-black fly canoe, sizing up the wave. Here he goes, dropping in for his first ride of 2, and Seth's time has started. He's looking for a nice little roundhouse to the left, backing up with a roundhouse to the right. Racking up all those points quick as he can, trying to keep the boat dry, looking for that spin, link to shove it, trying to play the points game, get as many points as he can. Maybe looking for the roundhouse to the left. Already above 70 points. This is going to be the highest scoring ride we've seen today in the OC1 class. He has 15 seconds left. What tricks does he have for us?
Going in for the cartwheel. He looks like he has a lot of control in his boat.
And that is going to be time for Seth's first ride. Looks like he's going to come in around a 70. Try that cartwheel there, but it's hard to cartwheel in a boat that's full of water. Have you ever tried to paddle with a boat full of water and do tricks?
Sometimes in the flat water, I fill my K1 up with water, but I struggle a ton, so this is really impressive.
Yeah, I can't imagine how much strength it takes these guys to throw it around. 70 points for Seth's first ride score. That's a solid one. That's going to move him into the first place position as of right now. We have Michael up next. This guy has been an amazing person to watch. He is an all-around great guy, always stoked to be on the water. He's also competing in the C1 class. This was my first time ever meeting him, but he is a pleasant guy to hang around. He's paddling that beautiful blue OC1. I don't even know what kind of brand kayak that is. Maybe a prototype. Bib number 104. Here we go.
Dropping into the feature, looking to get set up. Going for the shove it. Spinning it around to the left.
Michael, can he stay retained? Oh, unfortunately he doesn't, but he throws a paddle spin in there just for some style points. Looks like that's going to be Michael's first ride. He's just going to wave that one off, save some energy for his second ride so he can throw down even more.
His score just came in with 15 points. That should put him in 4th place.
4th place for Michael. Looks like we're heading back to the top of our heat list with Shane Brown. Shane is a proud father of 2 great kids. This is his first ever competition.
He's coming in, dropping into the feature, getting set up, going for the shove it, I believe.
Shane also loving to ride motorcycles and bikes. So just loving to be on in the outdoors. His favorite river is the Nantahala River.
Going for the spin, but having an unfortunate flush. I think he's gonna wave it off. Or paddle up. Here he goes.
He is paddling back up the eddy. He's going to try and use all of his time to all of his advantages, trying to score as many points as possible. As of right now, he is in 5th, but he's already up to his first ride score with around a 15. So we'll have to wait to see what the judges give him on that one. The judges are just going to tabulate that one up. We are just waiting for the judges to give the thumbs up to our next paddler, who is going to be Jordan Poffenberger, who is currently, if I'm not mistaken, in 2nd place. Shane's ride coming in at 15 points, so it's going to give him a 20 overall. 20 points combined, not a bad start to his World Cup's debut. But next to another man who is not a stranger to competitions, been to countless world championships in that prototype Blackfly canoe. He is an amazing all-around paddler. Here he goes, looking for a nice blunt McNasty in the OC1. Oh my goodness. We haven't even seen some of the men throw that in their rides, but he's going for that in an OC1. Can you say crazy? He's paddling back up to the top of the feature. He didn't score that McNasty because he flushed out the back, but he's back in there so he can score points now.
Coming back in, getting set up, going for the spin, maybe clean possibly.
Got 5 seconds left. What's he going to look for? Maybe the McNasty, but not getting that stern, that bow to engage. And that is time, looking around at 36 points as of right now. We'll see what the judges say. Solid 2nd ride by Jordan. Again, all these paddlers are moving to the next round. So they're just reseeding for the finals, where the finals, there will be 3 rides and only 1 will count. So you're going for broke on those. There's no holding back. I bet you will see Jordan try that blunt McNasty again, and maybe if he even sticks it, he'll take home the gold. But I know Seth and Zach will have to say something about that, as well as Shane and Michael. We're just waiting for the judges to add that one up. We'll see what they scored as, and a 48.33, so that'll put them at a 78.33 combined. Very nice ride by Jordan. All right, here we go. Our paddler from Canada, Zach Zweinberg. Zach is an amazing all-around person. He likes to hang out with everyone. He points to the bottom eddy. He's going to move down there to start his ride. He doesn't want to drop in. He wants to try and keep his boat as dry as possible for as long as possible so he can get the biggest pop and the easiest maneuverability for those opening tricks.
Dropping into the feature. Coming in, going for the roundhouse. Just catching a unfortunate edge. Trying to get some power with his one blade, pulling himself up the feature.
Yeah, sitting around a 26.67 as of right now, with still 22 seconds on. I reckon he's going to be able to get up there and try at least a few more tricks.
Maybe looking for the loop.
Yeah, maybe looking for a loop there, not getting the bow to engage. Unfortunately, it's a little bit harder to get that bow to drop in, and that is time. This is a wave hole, so you can do wave and hole tricks. So it's a little bit more challenging to do the hole tricks and a little challenging to do the wave tricks. So you're going to have to be really good at both. But Zach not getting that OC1 to Pearl to initiate the loop, so he's just going to stick with the tricks that he did. That nice blunt to back blunt combo at the beginning of his ride was great. Looks like he's going to come with a 68.34 for a combined score. Very solid, putting him in 3rd place. We still have 2 more people who can mix up the leaders board. We have Seth Chappelle and Michael. There's Seth getting ready. I can see Annie cheering him on, his wife and his baby girl. All right, in the feature, going for a huge aerial blunt right into a huge aerial back blunt. That was some huge tricks. Looking for a roundhouse to the right. There he goes, round, and then shove it to the left to shove it to the right. Very nice for Seth. Backing it up, going for that spin around. He's trying to get as many points as he can, already up to 70 points. He's tied his first ride score. Here we go. He just took a quick look up at that clock to see how many seconds he had left. Maybe going for that cartwheel, but unfortunately flushing. But claiming that ride. That was one of the highest scoring rides we've seen today in the OC1. That was amazing. Judges are just adding that one up. We have one more paddler to go in this heat. Michael, there he is. He's smiling big. Bib number 104.
He's waiting for the thumbs up from the head judge. As you can see, he's looking up.
This will be our last paddler of the day. Seth coming in with a 150 combined with 80 points on that second run. That puts him in the first. Jordan is in second. But this is the last paddler that can shake up the whole list, so we'll see where Michael's going to end up.
All right, here he comes, dropping into the ambush feature.
Here we go, Michael's second ride and final ride of today in the OC1 class. Here he goes.
Going in for the roundhouse, spinning it around, making sure he maintains the feature. Surfing around, getting to the good side of the hole to stay stuck into the feature. Shove it, just quite catching a flush. Paddling super hard to try to get up the river left eddy.
Yeah, there he goes, charging hard to get back up there. You can only score points when you're in the feature. 14 seconds left. He has 35.33 or 53.33 points already on the board. Maybe going for that loop, but not quite pulling the boat around as he wanted. 2-1, and that is time for Michael's second and final ride of today. We'll see what the judges give that and where he's going to end up on the leaders board. Again, this is just a reseeding round to head to finals.
We're just waiting for his score to be finalized and come in.
We'll wait to see what the judges are going to give him. Here we hear the judges coming up and down. We can see the live scoring over on the other side of the bank. This was the OC1 prelims. They had 2 runs and both counted. We only had 1 heat for this ambush event. So all these guys will be heading to finals and 83.33 points, putting him in second place, dropping Jordan to third. So there it is as it stands right now. Seth Chappelle in first place with 150 points. Michael in second with 83.33. Jordan in third with 78.33. Zach in fourth with 68.34. And then Shane Brown rounding it out with 20 points in fifth. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in today to the ICF Canoe Freestyle World Cups 2022 here in Columbus, Georgia, in Phoenix City. We will catch you guys tomorrow. We're going to have a full slate. I know the junior women are going to be paddling. Let me look at our next few days in advance. Tuesday, we have the junior women's prelims kicking off at 11:45. Then we're going to move straight to C1 men's prelims and then women's C1. Then we're going to have a quick break and then to move into K1 men's quarters and then another break and then K1 women's semis and then junior men's semifinals, and that'll be all for Tuesday. So we have a full slate, and I'm super excited to see what tricks can be thrown down.